Nigeria will host the Infrastructural Tourism Development Summit on September 24 as a prelude to the celebration of the 2026 World Tourism Day. In Abuja, I am Nasir Usman for Signature TV.
The federal government has unveiled a major reform in Nigeria's examination system with the introduction of computer-based examinations by the National Examinations Council as the council marked its 25th anniversary in Abuja. Minister of Education Tunji Alausa announced the reform during ENUGU's Silver Jubilee celebration held at the Bola Ahmed Tinubu Conference Center, describing the council as a standard bearer for credible external examinations in Nigeria. According to the minister, the computer-based examination system will commence this year and is expected to significantly reduce examination malpractice through real-time monitoring of candidates and tracking of suspicious activities. Said that the reform will reposition Nigeria's assessment system for global competitiveness while strengthening integrity, fairness, and accountability in the education sector. Alausa said ENUGU's 25-year journey reflected Nigeria's determination to build a credible national examination system capable of guaranteeing equal opportunities for learners across the country. He added that the future of educational assessment must go beyond rote learning and focus on critical thinking, problem solving, and digital literacy. In his remarks, ENUGU Registrar and Chief Executive Dantani Ibrahim Oshishi revealed that the Council now conducts examinations in 8 countries, describing it as evidence of growing international confidence in ENUGU certificates. The event attracted top government officials, lawmakers, education stakeholders, and international assessment experts, including Matthew S. Rukumasen. Justice James Omotosho of a federal high court in Abuja has convicted former Minister of Power Salim Maman on a 12-count charge bordering on fraud and money laundering brought against him by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. Delivering judgment, Justice James Omotosho held that the prosecution successfully proved its case beyond reasonable doubt and established the former minister's culpability in the diversion of public funds totaling about 33.8 billion naira. The court found Maman guilty of making a cash payment of $655,700, equivalent to about 200 million naira, for landed property in Abuja without using a financial institution. He was also convicted for criminal breach of trust involving funds released by the federal government for the Mambila and Zungeru hydroelectric power projects. According to the court, most of the funds were siphoned through Bureau de Change operators who converted the money into foreign currencies, handed them over to the defendant. Justice Omotosho described the prosecution's evidence as overwhelming and faulted the defendant for failing to provide any credible defense. The judge further criticized Maman's tenure as Minister of Power, saying rather than addressing the country's electricity challenges, he lived lavishly at the expense of Nigerians. However, the defendant was absent in court when the judgment was delivered. Court subsequently deferred sentencing and granting the EFCC's application for a warrant of arrest against him. The court was fixed for Tuesday, May 13, 2026 for sentencing. Israel bombs Beirut's southern suburbs as it targets Hezbollah commander. U.S. lawmakers demand transparency on Israel's nuclear capability. Details of these and more on our foreign news.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Israeli forces have carried out a fresh airstrike in Beirut's southern suburbs, claiming to have assassinated a senior Hezbollah commander, in which marks the first attack on the Lebanese capital since the April ceasefire. According to Lebanon's state-run national news agency, Israeli warplanes targeted the Gobeiri area in Beirut's southern suburbs, causing a loud explosion and extensive damage. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu confirmed the strike, saying he and Defense Minister Israel Katz authorized the operation. Israel claims the target was Malek Balu, a commander in Hezbollah's Radwan force, accusing him of directing attacks against Israeli communities and soldiers. Hezbollah has not officially responded to the assassination claim. The strike is the first on Beirut's southern, predominantly Shia suburbs, since the ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah took effect on April 17th. Despite the truce, Israeli forces have continued operations in southern and eastern Lebanon, while Hezbollah has also claimed attacks on Israeli positions. Reports indicate that at least 13 people were killed in Israeli strikes across Lebanon on Wednesday, including 4 people in the eastern Bekaa Valley. The renewed escalation faces fears that the fragile ceasefire brokered by Washington could collapse entirely as tensions continue to rise across the region. A group of Democratic lawmakers in the United States Congress has called on the State Department to end decades of silence over Israel's alleged nuclear weapons program amid rising tensions in the Middle East. In a letter addressed to U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, about 30 Democratic members of Congress demanded greater transparency regarding Israel's nuclear capabilities, arguing that the ongoing U.S.-Israel conflict with Iran makes clarity urgently necessary. The lawmakers stated that Congress has a constitutional responsibility to understand the nuclear balance in the Middle East and warned that continued ambiguity undermines global non-proliferation efforts. The letter specifically requested information on Israel's suspected nuclear arsenal, including the number of warheads, missile systems, submarines, and enrichment capabilities linked to the Negev Nuclear Research Center, widely believed to be central to Israel's nuclear program. Israel has maintained a long-standing policy of nuclear ambiguity, neither confirming nor denying possession of nuclear weapons, although several intelligence assessments and whistleblower accounts over the decades have suggested the country possesses a significant arsenal. The lawmakers also questioned whether Israel has given the United States assurances that nuclear weapons would not be used in the ongoing regional conflict involving Iran. North Korea has declared that it will never give up its nuclear weapons program and will not recognize any obligations under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, despite mounting international criticism. Speaking at the ongoing United Nations Review Conference on the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, North Korea's UN ambassador, Kim Sung, insisted that Pyongyang's status as a nuclear-armed state is permanent and cannot be changed by external forces. According to North Korea's state-run Korean Central News Agency, the envoy accused the United States and its allies of unfairly targeting the country's sovereign rights. North Korea withdrew from the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons in 2003 and has since conducted 6 nuclear tests, prompting multiple United Nations sanctions. The country is believed to possess dozens of nuclear warheads and has repeatedly described its nuclear weapons program as irreversible. Kim Sung also said North Korea's nuclear status has been formally embedded in the country's constitution, alongside policies governing the use of atomic weapons. The remarks come amid heightened global concern over nuclear proliferations, especially following tensions surrounding Iran's nuclear program and the ongoing war involving the United States, Israel, and Tehran. A South Korean appeals court has reduced the prison sentence of former Prime Minister Han Dong-soo over his role in ex-President Yoon Suk-yeol's controversial declaration of martial law. The ruling was delivered on Thursday in Seoul, where the appeals court cut Han's original sentence from 23 years to 15 years imprisonment. Han Dong-soo had been convicted earlier this year on charges linked to the December 2024 martial law declaration by former President Yoon Suk-yeol. The decree temporarily suspended civilian law and triggered the political crisis before lawmakers overturned it within hours. Although the appeals court upheld most of Han's convictions, including involvement in the insurrection and falsifying official documents, judges reduced the sentence after considering his decades of public service. The court stated that while Han failed in his responsibilities and sided with those behind the insurrection. There was insufficient evidence proving he played a leading or premeditated role in the plot. Health authorities in Argentina are investigating whether the country is the source of a deadly hantavirus outbreak linked to an Atlantic cruise ship, after at least 3 passengers died from the disease. Argentina's Ministry of Health says experts will be deployed to the southern region of Ushuaia to capture and test rodents believed to carry the virus. The investigation follows the death of a Dutch couple and a German national who were aboard a cruise ship currently linked to the outbreak. According to the World Health Organization, 8 suspected cases have been identified so far, with 3 already confirmed through laboratory testing. The cruise ship, stranded off the coast of Cape Verde since Sunday, departed for Spain after 3 passengers were evacuated, including 2 critically ill patients who are expected to be transferred to the Netherlands for treatment. Health officials say the wider public risk remains low because hantavirus spreads mainly through close physical contact or exposure to infected rodents, unlike highly contagious diseases such as COVID-19. The strain involved is believed to be the Andes virus, a South American hantavirus capable of causing severe respiratory illness known as hantavirus pulmonary syndrome. Authorities in Argentina have also shared diagnostic guidelines and virus samples with laboratories in Spain, Senegal, South Africa, the Netherlands, and the United Kingdom to support international monitoring efforts. And that's it on the international news.
Let's join Christopher Lele for sport news.
Malawi women's national under-20 football team head coach Maggie Chombo has strengthened her squad ahead of the decisive FIFA under-20 based player.
Let's turn our attention now to entertainment news, where veteran Nollywood actor Roy Denani narrates the painful experiences he has faced in the movie industry. Controversial Nigerian singer Speeds Darlington says there's no justification for President Bola Tinubu to seek re-election in 2027 in view of the current economic situation in the country. Nollywood actress and filmmaker Yvonne Jegede appeals for the release of social media blogger Justice Crack, who is reportedly being detained over comments and online content considered critical of the military. Quinette Mokunta joins us for details from the entertainment desk.
Veteran Nollywood actor Roy Denani has opened up about some of the painful experiences he has faced in the movie industry and the personal tragedies that have marked his life over the years. Speaking on the Where is the Lie podcast, the actor alleged that he was at one point unofficially blacklisted from getting acting roles in Nollywood. He claimed that a powerful figure in the industry instructed producers not to offer him jobs, leading to years of missed opportunities and cancelled appearances, even after he had already begun filming. Roy Denani also spoke about the emotional pain he experienced following the death of his brother, noting that none of his colleagues in Nollywood came to support him during that difficult period. The veteran actor further revealed that he later lost both his son and daughter after he was unable to afford the blood transfusion they urgently needed. According to him, the children were living with sickle cell disorder and depended on regular transfusion to survive. He lamented the lack of support he received from the Nollywood community during those challenging moments, which many people may not fully understand because they have not personally experienced such hardship. Controversial Nigerian singer Speed Darlington has criticized the re-election ambition of Bola Tinubu in the face of the current economic situation in the country. In a video shared on his Instagram page, the singer questioned the president's achievements since assuming office in 2023 and expressed dismay over the administration's handling of the economy and security challenges. Speed Darlington accused the government of policy failures, economic miscalculations, structural challenges, and worsening insecurity across the country, insisting that another term under the current administration would be difficult for many Nigerians. The singer criticized the removal of fuel subsidy shortly after Tinubu assumed office, which he said led to the increase in fuel prices and rising costs of living because the daily life and business operation of Nigerians are tied to petroleum products. He further maintained that the administration had not done enough to address insecurity and insisted that the president had not demonstrated reasons why he deserves a second term in the office.
Mr. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, you are here breaking your neck to be next president of Nigeria, but you are not qualified to be president again. From your first run, we know, say, your second run is going to be hellfire. You enter office, the first thing you did is remove subsidy, knowing very well everything about Nigerian life is attached to petroleum. My fellow Igbo people and the Hausa and the Yoruba and the other tribes in between, they use prayer, they use mind, they beg God, give us excuse to raise price. Give us a reason to raise price. Now you can't give them reason, 1000% reason to raise price. People, Nigerians that are naturally greedy. Now you can't remove subsidy. Now all the merchants in the country just toll off for Honjele. Now we can skyrocket price. If somebody asks me, I will point fuel, petroleum, fuel. And that's exactly what they do. Merchants, where they look for reason to buy 3 Mercedes at once. Now they have the perfect excuse. Fuel no day, fuel no day, fuel no day, fuel no day. You look around, it's true. Price of fuel is high. Just tell me what qualifies you to be president round 2. What exactly qualifies you? The first time when you run for president, I was in the USA. I begged you, I said, please, dismantle this republic. I will erect a 20-feet statue in my compound in honor to celebrate you. I stand on business 4 years ago. I still stand on business 4 years later. Dismantle the republic. Let everybody go their own way. I promise I go celebrate you till I die.
Nollywood actress and filmmaker Yvonne Jegede has appealed for the release of social media blogger Justice Crack, who is reportedly being detained over comments and online content considered critical of the military. In a video message, the actress acknowledged that the blogger had acted wrongly, stressing that civilians should refrain from interfering in military matters. She said those close to him had accepted his mistake and were now pleading for mercy. And leniency from the authorities. Jegede appealed on behalf of Justice Crack's wife, children, and associates, urging authorities to reunite him with his family. She described the prolonged detention as unfortunate and embarrassing, noting that the situation had escalated beyond expectations. The actress also pointed to the prevailing economic hardship in the country, arguing that keeping a family breadwinner in detention for an extended period was unfair and inhumane to his dependents.
I'm making this video addressing it to Brigadier General W.A. Adegoke. Good morning, sir. I am humbly begging for the release of Justice Crack. We have come to understand that he's done wrong. We have come to understand that a civilian should not dabble into military stuff. We have come to understand that, and we've established that. And because of that, I'm coming to say on his behalf his family, his wife, his kids, brothers, sister, friends, associates, have come on their behalf and everybody's behalf to say, please release him back to his family. Release him back to his family. We've established that he's wrong.
That's the entertainment news. Queeneth Wokunta, Signature TV News.
That's the news. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
We are local.
International communities just finished the where the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
You don't tire for this picture? Oh yeah, make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they with you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey, whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get Ogbonge free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, not our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when people see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Welcome to The Sage, a show, but I like to call it a journey, an exciting journey in which we will be working with you, discussing with you, showcasing to you exciting hidden treasures, treasures that reside within our countries, our communities. I am Dr. Kechi Obuagu, the privileged guide for you on this show, The Sage. We will talk about that later. But let me ask you, how many of you out there have ever thought about what is the most wonderful resource this country has? I have thought about it, and I think for sure that the greatest resource any country can have is indeed its people. The wonderful, talented, hardworking, positive, inspiring people that we have in our country. And therefore, this exciting journey is going to be about that. It's going to be about bringing forth, showcasing, sharing the stories of these people, having them come to this show and talk to you. What is it that drove them? What have been their achievements? How did they make it? I know for certain they will inspire you like they have inspired us. So yes, it's going to be a truly, while we will bring some, we are also counting on the fact that many of you out there would know other similar people whom you can reach out to us to, and we may be able to showcase on this show. We're excited. There's a lot more to come. Come journey with us. I'll see you in the next segment. Great, it's good to be back. Thank you for staying with us. I come to this segment of the show where I talk about what I thoroughly enjoy doing, that resource, those hidden treasures that we will spend this series of shows ahead to bring to your attention. But while I talk about that, let me just say that to indeed make the most of our resource, to capitalize on it, to make our resource function in the best way that it can, that empowerment, that building up that is required needs to be a truly collective effort. Everybody needs to pitch in. It is the work of everybody. Government has its role, an important one. Government should do its bit. But it's also about all of us that form this nation. The private sector, the non-profit sector, the donor sector, the communities, name it. Everybody has an important role. Welcome back, and thank you so much for staying with us. In the last segment, we had dwelt a little on the issue, the concept of the hidden resource, our people, our wonderfully talented people. But let us also talk a little about the sage. As I said before, I am your privileged sage on this journey. What is a sage? My humble understanding is that a sage is someone, first of all, who has spent many decades on this earth. And I think I qualify amply for that, having spent well over more than six decades. But not just because you have existed on earth, but because you've also had the special privilege of having been able to travel extensively. That helps. To meet people, to interact with people, to work with people, to learn from them, and to have spent time reflecting on those lessons and on how they can indeed impact, I like to say, positively on the society. If it's negative to me, you shouldn't dwell, you shouldn't end the title of a sage. And so why do I think I can step out and ask you to bear with me and allow me to be the sage on this hard journey? I am a public health physician. As I said before in the other segment, I'm Dr. Kechi Obwago. Been a public health physician for well over 40 years. I have taught for many years in this country, had the privilege of bringing many young doctors into the profession, but have also been blessed with the opportunity to work internationally. I think I can say with some confidence that I've been to almost every continent in the world. I have worked with people, interacted with people. And so I have cheated by bringing you down in this segment to my living room so that I can show you evidence of that travel. On this little table, for instance, here, I have bits and pieces of beautiful art. This is from Kenya. This is from Tanzania. This is from Tunis. This is from Ethiopia. This is from Morocco. The list goes on and on. This beautiful table and the jogs are Ethiopia. So many. As you take a walk around my living room, they're not just there as decorative pieces. They are also there as a reminder of the journey of perhaps over 30 years around the world, in which it brings back the lessons of the pains, the travails, the joys, the excitement, and all it has meant in the journey of this sage. But let me say that having come back finally to roost, now I'm retired. When you retire and you're blessed with relative strength and health, you wonder to yourself, what should I spend my last days and years doing? And many times it should indeed be what you feel most passionately about, where you think you can still contribute in making this world a better place. And so for me, I decided it was people, but particularly young people. My experience from my work across the world has shown me over and over again that when you invest, sponsor, and mentor, young people can be amazing. Let me tell you that within the past few years since I came back home, it is what drove me to set up as president and founder of an international nonprofit, Conversations for Change, C4C for short. Within our 4 to 5 years of existence, this organization has worked tirelessly. I am indebted to my team of young people to the many others there who have served as advisors, for the programs we have put in place, and for the amazing achievements we have recorded. Within the last 2 years, we have built the capacity of well over 30 young people in entrepreneurship. We have established 20 businesses. They are thriving, they are resilient, they are social entrepreneurs who are committed to contributing to their society. And many of them you will indeed see for yourself and hear for yourself in this program. We thank the many partners that made this possible, because we didn't do it alone. And so, yes, Dr. Kechi Obuagu, President and founder of Conversations for Change, who is a total convert based on the results of Conversations for Change's work, is asking you to journey with me, to discuss and work with us, to empower particularly our young people, to make our country the great nation it truly is. In the successes C4C has recorded in the recent past, we are very proud to acknowledge some key partners. There were many others who gave individually from their pockets, but 3 key partners of note include Seplat Petroleum Corporation, a truly philanthropic indigenous organization. Seplat has supported us generously. They have shown interest in what we do. They have been there for the activities we have organized, and we are grateful to them. And we think they typify, they exemplify what every indigenous flourishing corporation in this country should do. As you make, through your hard work, you make profit, you give back to the communities from which you come. And so we thank them for the support they have provided for this program. We are also very happy and proud to acknowledge the support we have received from the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA. We want to say that they were perhaps the first. They are in Malta, of course, a UN agency. They were the first to indeed believe enough in us to put money behind what we do. We thank them for the support they provided in the first year of this initiative. And finally, least but certainly not the least, is a group of really remarkable ladies. A club called Club 12, made up of distinguished, experienced ladies. Heads, many of them retired PAMSECs, heads of government, people who have worked nationally and internationally and made their mark and have indeed contributed their bit to society. These retired pensioners have dipped over and over again in their purses to support our initiative that seeks to empower young people. They have supported the entrepreneurship initiative as well, and we remain greatly indebted to them. This is just to illustrate the fact that it is all hands on deck. All of us have a role to play. Our young people are not just our tomorrow, they are our today. And when we empower them, we empower our country, we empower the world.
Signature TV.
Good morning and welcome to Signature Morning on Signature TV. Today is Friday, the 8th day of May 2026. I am Uchenna Chimdi Olua. Thank you so much for joining us on the program this morning. We'll go on a break, and when we come back, we'll look at what we have on the newspaper headlines and review. Welcome back. Now looking at the headlines this morning, we'll start with the Punch newspaper. And the Punch says primary elections, APC consensus push faces resistance in states. Yobe, Ogun, Sokoto, Plateau, Kwa aspirants oppose consensus, demand competitive race. Ondo, Benue, Oyo gear up for primaries as Tinubu governor's aspirant submits nomination forms. APC adopts direct primary for presidential ticket. 2027, Jonathan considers comeback as court hears eligibility suit today. The Nation newspaper says Shetima, Nigeria working. Vice President leads APC senior figures to submit Tinubu's nomination form. Federal government demands anti-xenophobia action from South Africa. Fani Kayode redeployed to SA as High Commissioner. First hold core profit rocket 72.2% in Q1. Ex-Prime Minister Maman convicted for 33.8 billion naira fraud. Senate adjusts amendments to presiding officers' election rule. Now to the Daily Trust newspaper. The Daily Trust says on the major headlines, 33.8 billion naira fraud conviction revives Mambela scandal. Senate reverses leadership eligibility rule. 2027, Shetima leads 12 governors to submit Tinubu's forms. What you should know about hantavirus. How Jonathan's presidential bid resurfaced. On page 26, gunmen abduct 6 Nasarawa varsity students. Bello El Rufai's defection, what changed, on page 12. And finally, on the Daily Trust, Nigerian exporters embrace China's zero tariff policy with caution. Over to the Guardian newspaper. Big story pages 4 and 5, NFF sit-tight syndrome. How skewed process makes life benchers of football administrators. Senate reverses controversial eligibility rule for presiding officers. Nigeria protests killing in South Africa as Tinubu orders crisis notification units. Reps launch probe into debts owed FG, rising building material costs. Dozens feared killed. Villages razed in Kogi communal clash. NIMET warns of flash flooding in 19 states. Partners NEMA on action plan. ADC commits to court ruling, dissociates from proposed state congresses. APC paves Tinubu's 2027 run as opposition battles INEC timelines, lawsuits. 2027, Jonathan explores options as court fixes today for suit on his eligibility. And finally, Nupeng seeks transparency, timely execution as FG moves to revamp Warri PH refineries. Now to the Vanguard newspaper. It says on page 5, xenophobia. FG moves to evacuate Nigerians from South Africa. The riders say economists caution against blanket sanctions on South African companies. Targeting South African businesses inappropriate, counterproductive, Muda Yusuf. It amounts to economic self-sabotage, Onyedikachi. Nigeria can't afford to jeopardize future partnership with South Africa, Adonri. 2027, Jonathan weighs presidential comeback. Senate makes U-turn, rescinds controversial rule barring first-term senators. Nigeria now working, Shatima insists. Submits Tinubu's presidential nomination form. Still on page 9, Kefas says, Taraba, how I am handling LG autonomy. Oil price drops, marketers keep pump price high, on page 19. Now to the Nigerian Tribune. The Nigerian Tribune on page 4 says, uncertainty over Jonathan's links to 2027 presidential contest. With riders contesting for the presidency is not a computer game. I will consult widely, he says, as youths rally at his Abuja residence. Adds that Nigeria has highest voter apathy. Courts to hear suit on his eligibility today. Electoral Act, new amendments block forum shopping. NAS, governorship pre-election cases to start at Federal High Court. Presidency opens at Appeal Court, terminates at Supreme Court. Court convicts ex-Prime Minister Saleh over 33.8 billion naira fraud. Senate rescinds amended standing rules, retains previous provisions. Billionaire drug baron, 2 female kingpins fall in global sting operation as NDLEA, USDEA, others smash transnational drug network on page 30. Page 3 says defections hit PDP in Oyo. Aspirants lead exodus. Party members fill APM forms. Uneasy calm over Adekombi as Makinde's choice. Owoseni resigns as special advisor on security. And on health, scientists say new oxygen gel could help prevent amputations. That covers the headlines on our newspapers this morning. We'll go on a break, and when we return, we'll have our review. Do stay tuned.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
You don't tire for this picture? Oh yeah, make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they with you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey, whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get Ogbonge free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, now our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
The Abuja gathering of tourism stakeholders was not a talk shop. It was a measurable policy pointers and recommendations with verifiable outcomes. First, the Executive Director of Tourism Volunteers Network, Philip Roberts, who convened the gathering, said that Nigeria must move away from celebrating tourism sites to creating a culture of tourism destinations. This, he said, is by creating tourism-friendly infrastructure that attract both domestic and foreign visitors to the tourism sites.
This motivation is seeing how infrastructure can help tourism. We travel to a lot of places in Nigeria. If I ask you, can you name one tourism destination in Nigeria, I'm sure you'll be struggling. So the reason why we did this is because we are struggling to designate Nigeria as a major tourism destination. And we found out that the reason why Nigeria is struggling to become a tourism destination is because of infrastructure. So the only reason we can now promote Nigeria as a tourism destination is through infrastructure. So if we have this infrastructure tourism project and the summit which is coming in September, we have all hands on deck. Through that summit, we're going to be exposing Nigeria tourism destinations more, and I'm sure it will solve the problem with big homes.
Philip Roberts said that Abuja, the federal capital, has been designated as a living infrastructure tourism city, with the Aso Rock area as an iconic tourism zone, Jabi Lake as Abuja Blue Economy, and
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. Thank you for staying with us. Now it's time to review our newspapers. Let's welcome Chris Maduka to the studio this morning. You're welcome. Good morning.
Good morning, Uche. Good morning, people of the world, and welcome to another day of Signature Morning Newspaper Review.
Of course. Now, looking at the headlines, the Punch newspaper says that the primary election APC consensus push faces resistance in states. Yobe, Ogun, Sokoto, Plateau, Kwara aspirant to post consensus demand competitive race. And then in Ondo, Benue, Oyo, they gear up for their primaries as Tinubu governors aspirants submit nomination forms.
Yeah, you know, I think a few days ago I said that when the big goat is chewing the cud, but the smaller goats will be watching the mouth. If at the center, at the highest level of office, there is consensus, which is at the federal, it's presumed that the people at the states will also want to toe the line of consensus. And in some states mentioned, that's what is causing the issue now. And the question is, why? If you can accept consensus as the federal, why can't you not accept consensus at the state, even at the local government level? And very soon, consensus will become the method of choosing whatever we want to choose, even at the home level, in the churches, everywhere, in the mosque, every association. Because Nigeria will like to follow, want to learn from and stand on mandates. You know, so if the people who want to stand on mandate of consensus, good luck to them. So whoever is resisting didn't start on time. And that will tell you why a lot of people are thinking about, you know, jumping ship at this late hour, because they felt that this issue, certain things that are playing down from the top, when it gets to their level, it might not be that palatable politically. And then, but like he said, whoever befriends a hunchback woman or a bad-waisted woman, a woman with bad waist, that person will be carrying up and carrying down. When everybody has decided that the best of the parties in Nigeria is APC, which is the central ruling party, and they have made a halt and people jumped in, they should also know that whatever comes out of it, they should. It's too late for anybody to cry when the head is out. So what we'll be asking them is to obey the rule, consensus at the federal, consensus at the state. So I should take consensus down to every level of their selection now, because it's no more election. And that I will just hope that they don't let it not play out in Nigeria major elections.
Now, still on the elections, 2027, Jonathan considers comeback as court hears eligibility suit today.
Well, let the court hear eligibility. I don't know under which platform, because the time for primaries, unless whichever platform that's going to choose him, we're going to give us a consensus. But even at that, I don't know the timing, but the clock keeps ticking fast for everybody to make hay while the sun shines. Because when the INEC clock for primaries ticks to the runs full, the time clock for consensus for organizing primaries for as INEC has said the rules in electoral law, if it runs full, there will be no time to jump to any party again. So if that, let me put it this way, if that pool that the gentleman, Goodluck Jonathan, a former president of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, if the other pool to still go back to Asorok is still there and is considering waiting for the court to decide on eligibility, well, we say good luck. You know, there is a proverb in my place, there's a man with a swollen part of some pattern body. You don't refuse him from jumping the wall, across a wall, because the load he has under his two legs might be difficult for him. And if he decides to jump the wall with that load, he will wait for who will carry the load across for him. Because, let me say it in Igbo so that people will feel, and that is the proverb of bone and silence. Since Goodluck Jonathan still feels that he should jump that phase with that load of credibility we have, and some of us are pitying that he might be messed up. The little credibility he has garnered will be swallowed up in Nigeria rat race of political staccato of rat eat rat, chop dog eat dog, rat, you know, whatever is pushing him is strong. And I believe that by now, for him to still think about going there, he has talked strongly about it, and we wish him luck. We cannot say more than this.
Right, and Shetima says that Nigeria is working while also leading the APC senior figures to submit Tinubu's nomination form. Nigeria is working for some.
That's why democracy is a good thing. What is good for the geese at times is not good for the gander, and it's still working. It's the majority might have their say, but minority have their way. And this is what makes Nigeria democracy. The irony is a mirror, it's different kind of democracy. In a good democracy, is the majority that will decide what happens. But here, a lot of people will say so many things, but few people will decide what finally goes. And it's working. It's working because from every side you are, from the side I am sitting talking now, Nigeria is not working. Anybody can prove me wrong. And I'm talking from how I feel Nigeria. But for the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Alhaji Shetima, it's working. Of course, it should be working for him. When you talk about 21 billion naira refurbished Vice President apartment, with all the paraphernalia of being Vice President of the sixth most highest oil producing country in the world, is working. He doesn't go to Ogbete market to price a half mudu of gari for 3,000 naira with me. It's working. Nigeria is working for Alhaji Shetima, our Vice President. For the security, it's working for him. He's well loaded with a convoy of policemen from home to office to his car. He has armored vehicles. Nigeria is working for Alhaji Shetima, our Vice President. And it's working for all of them in Asorok. Nigeria is working. But Nigeria cannot be happening to everybody. It's working for some, it's happening to some. Why are we talking about these things here? Why are we always reviewing headlines and thinking about how we feel so that they will listen? The idea is that if it's working for you, is it working for others? As they're going to submit the nomination paper for the president the ENUGU who want to return, so second tenure, Nigeria is working. At that level, it's working. We have nothing against Nigeria working at that level. We want Nigeria also to work at our level so that it will be a complete, it will be an inclusive Nigeria working, not a selective Nigeria working, which is insensitivity and wickedness. For a country of 240 million people, and you check the number of people who are at the executive level of government, and Nigeria is working for them. Check the ones at the National Assembly, Nigeria is working for them. Check the ones that are the MDAs, Ministry, Department, and Agency, Nigeria is working for them. Take out this percentage. It's not up to 1%. If Nigeria is working for 1% of Nigerians, and then the 99% of other Nigerians are suffering and buying fuel at the average of 1,500 naira and paying heavy tariffs and rates everywhere, and somebody says Nigeria is working, it's a word against him. For him, Nigeria is working. I don't want to overstretch that.
Now, the Vanguard still talks about the xenophobia. Federal government moves to evacuate Nigerians from South Africa. And on the riders, a lot of people are saying that they are cautioning against blanket action on South African countries, saying that targeting South African businesses is inappropriate and counterproductive, and it amounts to economic self-sabotage, and Nigeria can't afford to jeopardize future relationship with South Africa.
Nigeria can afford to jeopardize future relationship with South Africa. We cannot use the blood of Nigerians to maintain relations with South Africa. Whoever is talking that is still saying the same thing we talk about Nigeria. I don't know who did this to Nigeria. We lost sense of humanity. When they're killing Nigerians and other African countries members in South Africa, you still want diplomatic. Let's call the relationship. Let's go back and renegotiate the relationship. No blood of a Nigerian is worth diplomatic relation with South Africa. And by the way, everybody uses whatever knife, you know, the Igbos and their three-arm greeting. Whatever you have, if it's a walking stick, you use it for your three-arm greeting. If what Nigeria has is to sanction the South African businesses in Nigeria to get them to think of what they're doing. So, who determines how? There's no rule of engagement when Nigerians are being killed in South Africa. You look at what it's going to cost Nigeria to deport Nigerians or move them away from the danger of South Africa. It's unthinkable. And some people will sit down and say, that's what happens when they are comfortable in their... If they find the very video where women are being more like animals for not, I just say, can imagine what will make people be treating people like that. They can't be talking about that. So, whichever way Nigeria wants to handle the relationship with South Africa, because it has to get bad before it gets better. It's getting bad, let it get bad, fully bad. As we joke when we were in primary school, it's a bad, it's getting to mbadamba level. So that if South Africa is still interested in relationship with Nigeria, we can start on a fresh. Because all the sacrifice Nigeria has made for South Africa has come to that of a cyclist that visited your house when you were seeing him off and he will want to climb a bicycle. He will just give you the other backside and then off. It will haunt them for life. Because anybody who wants to finish his brother to embrace enemy, the enemy will be laughing because you are depleting your number. Africans have what you call the strength in us coming together, united and fighting whatever is a common enemy. But when we begin to xenophobic ourselves, it total with disarray. And whoever has pushed this idea of narrative among Africans has brought in another thing that will destabilize Africa for life. Look at how they got to Nigeria. Nigeria was moving on the path of growth. They then injected banditry and terror. Some people somewhere are giving these bandits and terror most sophisticated equipment more than Nigerian army is using. And we are going to the straighter world talking about diplomacy with some of them. War on wickedness is what rules at that point. So the Sudan Nigerians begin to reflect among themselves and think about a way out, knowing that there's no free meal anywhere. Nobody will love you more than yourself. That is the kind of thing that I recommend for South Africa. For South Africa, it's more painful, and that's why I'm talking the way I'm talking. For South Africa to turn back and treat Nigerians the way they're doing now, for whatever reason, they don't know where their problems are. They want Nigeria out of their street. As if Nigerians out of their street. The South African in the street of Nigeria doesn't matter. It's only when Nigerians are out of the street. Because they are the savagery of slavery has brought them so low that they are not looking up, they're looking down. Who is picking these crumbs at the streets? It's the person they want, because they're happy picking crumbs for forever. Woe to them. It's painful.
Okay, let's take one more before we go. Now, the Electoral Act, new amendments block forum shopping in NAS, governorship pre-election cases to start at Federal High Court, and presidency opens at Appeal Court, terminates at Supreme Court.
You know, Nigeria will plan for failure. It's at the National Assembly we are discussing how we will go to court after spending almost 400 billion to organize elections. The federal government has budgeted for what we spend to go to court for elections. I tell you, this is a country when Nigerians are dying in hardship and hunger. After you budget for elections, you budget for going to court, and you put timetable of how people should go to court, meaning you already consider that this election will not be free and fair, that people will go to court. Will there be a time Nigeria will organize the election and will not go to court? Will there be an election that the people, the central party that is their responsibility to organize free and fair election, have the burden of moral suasion? They have the burden of moral courage to look accountable, free and fair. But when they even do not trust themselves, that's why we are having budget for going to court, timetable for going to court, where court case will start, where we end for election that we have not organized. We plan to go to court when we have not gone to the polls. And by the way, the people planning, remember the Igbo proverb that when the hunter is aiming for the game, the fly is aiming for the bad side of the hunter. Who told them? With what is going on in Nigeria, I don't want to sound like that. They should have been concentrate on making sure that we have election. Who is guaranteeing Nigeria that there will be 2027 election with the way things are going? Who? Is it the prophets, the Ayodeles, who are coming out with every year now, the way they churn out prophets, all these church people, churn out prophets, prophecies? Is it those people that are going to tell us where we're going? Or is it INEC? Is it the oppositions that have not found their level that are still going to court? Good luck, we go to court. Is it today or tomorrow to know whether he's eligible to contest?
All right, Chris.
So, it's a funny thing. Well, good luck to Nigerians. What else can I say? I'm saying, when we are planning for the election, are we planning for election really? We have planned to go to court. We have planned the timetable of how the people should go to court. For election, we have not organized. I think Nigeria is doing so much well. Good luck to Uche, the country Nigeria. And our country.
Good luck to our country.
Yeah, our country. We held so God bless Uche. God bless the people who have watched and listened to us this morning. And God bless Signature TV, and God bless me too, because but remember, in all those expectations for God blessing, God can only bless those who deserve to be blessed.
Thank you so much, Chris Maduka, for the review this morning. And that is it for our newspaper headlines and review segment on the show. We'll be back in a moment to continue more discussions. Stay with us.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language. All with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
A lot of vehicle owners have withdrawn their vehicles on the road for lack of fuel, or rather lack of purchasing power to fuel their vehicles. So it's a very, very tough period. A lot of people are agonizing over it. And except government does something and does something urgently, the situation might get out of hand. And don't forget the fact that this is just the tip of the iceberg, because for me, I feel that this is September and December is fast approaching. We may get to that situation at that point where a liter of fuel will cost 2,000. Already it is 1,400. By December, we'll be talking about 2,000 naira. It's an industry that is infested with corruption. And that's why we have the situation we have on the ground. That's why we are facing this problem. And you ask yourself, this is a product that is excavated from Nigeria. In the wisdom of our past leaders, beginning from the military government, they had the wisdom of constructing refineries, first in Port Harcourt in 1965. We have the Port Harcourt refinery. We have a second refinery in Port Harcourt. Then we have Warri refinery. We have Kaduna refinery. And today we have Dangote refinery, which is about 650,000 barrels of oil per day. And we have other modular refineries. There is one in Edo. There is one, we have, on the whole, we have about 8 refineries in Nigeria. And you ask yourself, why are these refineries not functional?
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Welcome back. Now we'll be bringing to you an interview we had with Dr. Dons Eze, and in that conversation we spoke about 2027 political build-up, the gale of defections, and the new political equations in Nigeria. Political build-up, looking at the gale of defections and the new political equations in Nigeria. You're very much welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Now, for a while now, leading up to 2027 election, we've witnessed a high level of defection and movements from one party to another. And I mean, this is something that we see during election periods, but this particular one seems more aggressive and more, broader. So, in your opinion, what would you say is so different about 2027 elections compared to previous election cycles that makes the political space so heated and have so many movements?
Thank you very much. See, what is happening now is what is expected, because in Nigeria, the political equation has not been very stable. People move from one place to the other, and because of that, people look for interest. The interest is a major thing that drives defections. People are interested want to get. There is no ideology among the Nigerian political parties. What the driving interest is, what do I get? What is my take on these things? That's why you see people moving from one political party to the other.
Okay, but you mentioned that the political equation in Nigeria has been unstable. So can you speak more on that?
If you go to 2022 election, PDP, APC were the ruling party. We had the driving force that time. Then now Labour came in to organize everything. In the southeast, for instance, Labour took the upper hand. Most of the political parties in the southeast
Labour captured them and what is it? But in the building up to 27 election, you see, Tinubu is doing very well by making sure that they captured all the political parties. I mean, the governors. He took over the governors, and because he felt very good to the governors, he must have captured he can capture the things. But the people are resistant. Most people are not interested in what Tinubu is doing, but they are going to resist. With the consensus arrangement now they're making in the political parties, they have closed the gates to many people, and it's going to be a movement again. Those who are shut out will make sure that they will look for another place to let to make sure that they get what they want, because they have the governors were given the power to do, I mean, capture were given the power to do what they want to do, and they have shut out many interested parties, and because of that, there's going to be another movement after this arrangement, and more people now move. Now, with Peter Obi come in, it's going to be another thing, because Peter Obi was a member for a coalition, but because he insists that he may not get what he wants, he now moved with Kakwaso to another political party, NTC, which is going to be another movement. And from that movement, there's going to be another movement. I'm going to move on to the last time. That's what is going to happen in the system.
So now that you mentioned opposition, let's even talk about the coalition, the opposition, generally speaking. How would you describe opposition in Nigeria, opposition parties? How would you say that they are faring so far compared to the ruling party?
They are not doing well. They are not doing well, because if they have come together, the opposition come together, they will be able to challenge the system. But because of every fragmentation, they are not going to break it. I don't see how in the APC is the ruling party, but if you go to PDP is disintegrated. Labour is not there again, because they have a shutout. This woman is now the chairman of the Labour Party. He has only loyalty with himself. Obi is trying to gather momentum, but I don't know whether what happened in 2033 will happen again. It's still doubtful whether it's going to have that momentum. If you go to the north, Kwankwaso has disagreed with his former mentor, the governor of Kano State, who is now in the APC. So there's going to be a lot of movement. In the article, he's not having it well with the opposition, because he's not getting anything. Atiku has always been interested in being the president of Nigeria since 1993. He has been contesting. He never gave up. His interest is he captured he gets the mandate. But whether he win is another thing. So the opposition are not together, and because of fragmentation, they may not have it. It's the ruling party is likely, because they are more organized more likely to get so when we have the upper hand. That is what it's going to happen now.
So from all the things you mentioned PDP, you mentioned Labour Party, you mentioned ADC, and from so far, when you were taking them one by one, all of them seem to be disintegrating. What would you say is the reason behind? Why is it that the opposition they don't seem to be together?
Everybody is interested. My self-interest. They're not prepared to build a dialogical party. What they want is, I want to be president, I want to be governor, I want to be this, I want to be this. They are interested in themselves and what they're going to get, and not what the masses want. It's selfishness that is driving all this, the opposition. And the ruling party is also doing very, very well by making sure that they continue to disorganize the opposition. And the opposition continue to dissolve. Labour would have done very well before, after 2023 election. But the ruling party went into it, bought the people who would have been there, and they became selfish. They become interested in themselves and not doing what the party, the masses want. So it is the selfish interest that is driving the opposition, that is driving what is happening in Nigeria today.
So let's talk about ADC as a party, because ADC came up as a very strong opposition coalition, and somewhere along the line we started seeing leadership issues from their court cases and what have you, and now the ADC seems to also be disintegrating. So looking at the ADC in particular, what, apart from the selfishness that you've spoken about, what would you say that was the deciding or determining factor to their downfall?
The ADC has not been one party. There are different interests. Atiku is rather only interest. ADC was seemed to have been built around Atiku. It was built around Atiku, because the leaders of ADC believe that they are going to they have prepared this party for Atiku's interests. But the other people who are not there do not believe that Atiku should get the thing. Atiku always wants to be the president, and the other person will be the but the ADC is self-interest, and because they are not formed a coalition. They are just a coalition. Not they are one political party. There's no ideological base. Everyone is interested. I want to be president, and not what the people want.
So do you think that, seeing how strong APC is now, do you think that there is any opposition that can defeat APC as it stands now?
As it is difficult, because like this of interest. You go to ADC is on its own. NDC is on its own. Labour is on its own. PDP. How can all these things come together and become one political party? In 2023, if Atiku and PCOB, they have come together, the total votes they got in 2023 was more than what APC got in 2023. But because they are not together, they cannot put themselves together, and that is what is going to happen again in 2027. It's so difficult for the opposition to galvanize themselves and make sure that they win the election. And as it is, for APC, it is a done deal. It's clear, unless there's a miracle, they are going to have it again.
Talking about this opposition, are you suggesting that we have one opposition party against the ruling party, or have multiple options, multiple opposition parties that have strong ideologies backing them, and people also, part of the movement?
You see, in other countries, like the US, you have the Democratic Party, you have the Republican, and they have always been together, fighting for themselves, together. No matter there are small parties there, but you don't notice, because people who are Republicans make sure that they are Republicans. Those who are in Democratic Party make the same thing. If you go to Britain, the Conservative Party is there. You have also the Labour. They are also together. But in Nigeria, everybody wants to be himself. Nobody wants to be at the tail. We have how many political parties do you have in Nigeria? There are more than 20 political parties in Nigeria. But how many of them can make any meaning? None. It is only the because of the ruling party, make sure that get it. Because ideological, there's no ideology among the political parties in Nigeria. People move from one party to the other. And what part of Obi started from with the APGA. From APGA, he went to PDP. From PDP, he went to EPO. He went to ADC. Now he's in PDP and ADC. You see, the same thing happened to other people. Tinubu himself moved. Tinubu was started with AD. From AD, he went to AC. From AC to ACN. From ACN to NPC. So all of them are just moving. There's no, because everybody interested. How do I get to power? How do I get power? Not what are you going to do with the power? So that is the problem they have. And they cannot come together and build a formidable political party.
So now Obi and Kwankwaso, they have moved to the NDC. And along with them, over 19 or more lawmakers have also moved to the NDC. So do you think that this movement is of any significance right now in the political space? And do you think that the NDC, as a new opposition party, can come up enough to stand against?
They can, NDC can do what they can do by winning the area they want, they have interest. But for them to dislodge the APC, it seems to be very difficult. They cannot easily dislodge APC. They can win some states, win some political parties in the National Assembly, in the State Assembly. For them to galvanize themselves and defeat the APC, it doesn't seem to be very, very easy for them.
But some people are of the opinion that, Obi has huge support and huge followership, and so does Kwankwaso too, with his Kwankwaso movement. And the two of them, there is already this something forming. Do you not think that with the large number that both of them have as individuals coming together, do you not think that would be enough?
In 2023, how many? Obi has 6.1 million votes or something like that. One person has 1.8. If you put them, they cannot win the election. If you put them together, there's also don't forget that Atiku is also fighting for himself. The Labour people are fighting. The PDP, the remaining party, are still fighting. Because if APC, if ADC, NDC, Labour Party, PDP, if they come together, they can easily defeat the APC. But because they cannot come together, it is difficult for them to defeat the APC.
So earlier on, you mentioned that our political parties are not run by ideologies, but selfish interests. And so far, looking at what has currently been playing out, how would you say that this is affecting democracy in Nigeria?
It's just affecting democracy. What you have here is democracy of the stomach. If you have money, okay, they share rice to people. Not because of because people are hungry. Make sure that if there's no democracy in Nigeria, it is interest, power, interest that is, and poverty that is driving the system. Because the people have proper rights, and once you have that money, you share. You have rights, you share. They're not there. If you do the election will soon come. You see that many people are only interested in in the life they're going to get, and 2,000 naira they're going to shift to them, and they say there's no democracy. No, that because the people are interested, they're not even sure, they're not happy with what is happening in the system. They only after their stomach. If you have enough money, money, you can share it, and anything goes.
So would you say that Nigeria is on the verge of becoming a one-party state?
It may not be one party state, but it is going to be, because after Tinubu must succeed in winning the 2027 election, but subsequently he may not get the center. His only interest now is, I want to get power, I want to be president. That is what Tinubu said. He's not packaging the other people. After the 2027 election, they're going to be in this integrated situation among the political parties.
So now let's talk about the voters and, you know, the people, because earlier you mentioned, you know, when election comes, they'll share bags of rice and money, and people, of course, they after their stomachs, they're not happy with what is happening in the country. How could this affect, you know, how could this affect loyalty and alliances within the citizens, and what could possibly play out with voter turnout in the elections?
They're going to be voter apathy in 2027 election. Most people are not happy with what's happening in the system. Though there are people who have their own ideology. Because for me to go and vote for this person, I will not vote. Instead, I go and send my vote. The people, you see them in 2027. Many youths are going to be in the football, playing football, rather than going to vote. Some elite, rather than waste their time, they will be watching TV. They will not go to vote. So there's going to be a lot of apathy in the system, because people are not happy with what is happening. Those who don't have conscience will know that instead of my going to vote for this person, I'd rather they send my vote. I will not go and vote. So that is going to happen. There's going to be a lot of apathy during the election.
What about youth? How do you see youth participation in politics?
The youth have been paralyzed. There's no years, for so many years, a lot of unemployment. How you go ask people to go and, unless they're going to be thugs. The youth are not interested in what is happening, because they have no base, they have no reason to go and say, we're going to vote for this person or not vote for that person. So the youth are enchanted with what is happening in the system.
So how can we turn this narrative around? Do you see any solution or anything that can be done to, you know, improve our political space and what goes on in the political scene, so that we can start from there to get better?
Well, Peter Obi would have been the best thing to turn Nigeria around. But because of this movement, so he had not been stable in one political party. If I had been stable in one party, I said, I'm not sure this party, I'm going to build it. And the youth would have interest in him, and they work with him. But since they are moving, he can't guarantee that he's going to do any magic between now and February next year. I don't see the miracle he's going to do. But because of movement, some people are not comfortable that is going to, not sure that is going to do any miracle. People, the youth, most youth are seeing you Peter as a hope. But that hope is going to translate to election victory. It's not so easy.
Okay, but apart from P2B as an individual, what else needs to be put in place? It doesn't have to be just him, but like generally speaking, the institution as a whole.
There's no institution, because we talk of ideology. There's no ideology. If you say this party, this person, PDP is disintegrated, Labour is not there, P2B as an individual, he cannot do miracle. And there's no cohesion among the political parties. So it is difficult, it is doubtful whether there's going to be any movement of people, whether there could be any change of the system.
Okay, so from the root of the problem, which is lack of political ideology, how do we start to sensitize people or make them, people in these parties, understand how to have ideologies first, so that, you know, at least the foundation, they have a strong foundation to start with, and then
what we are doing in Nigeria is we are building individuals and not building institution. Institution is not there. Institutional framework is there. If you are doing if there's an institution, you build this institution, it will help people to work together and know what they are fighting for. But for individuals to say, I'm going to be this, I'm going to be this, I'm going to that, tell me what Tinubu has done as an individual, as a APC, as a political party. What have they done? What have they done? The same to other political parties. They have not been able to do anything. So institutional framework is very, very important. There's not institution. You build institution. It's not. The Labour Party, Democratic Party is not built around the Trump or the other person who is in the Democratic Party. It is the institution. The institution is an institutional framework. It's not there.
Now, I want to hear your thoughts on this power rotation issue between the North and the South, because even you mentioned Atiku wanting to become the president, and that has also created some form of disagreement, particularly, the South is still supposed to, but then we see someone from the North still trying to. So what's your opinion around this whole zoning and power rotation dynamics that we have?
Rotation or zoning system started with the old NPN. That started the zoning system. During the Second Republic, that zoning arrangement was what saved Shehu Shagari as then president. The institutional, they made it short that a system worked. In after Shagari was overthrown, if he had not been overthrown, the hope was that Alex Ekweme would have succeeded him in power. So, because of NPN arrangement, that is still that zonal system. And so, because how Nigeria, if you example what will happen in Nigeria, the hope was going to be a rotation of power between the North and the South, which was a very, very very good arrangement. Even the First Republic, Azikiwe and the Prime Minister, Tafawa Balewa, was able to share power, and it helped to make Nigeria agree among themselves. But if you say, not let the North, because they are supposedly in majority, take everything, and nobody will be happy. So because that zoning arrangement is helping to stabilize the system. If it has continued, then in this arrangement, the Fourth Republic, this man, Obasanjo, was able to have it. After Obasanjo, there was Yar'Adua. Yar'Adua, because of death, he could not continue. Jonathan took over. After Jonathan, then you come Buhari. They will have that balance of power between the North and South, and it's helping to stabilize the system. But if you say one side will get it, all people will not be happy, and there's got to be a lot of problem in the country.
Thank you so much, Dr. Donte Eze, for joining us this morning to talk about the political space in Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Dr. Donte Eze is a public affairs analyst, and we just spoke about 2027 elections, build-up rather, the gale of defections and the new equations in Nigeria's political space. And that sums up our discussions from our ENUGU.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions.
Welcome back, and now it's time to have our first discussion of the day. Is Nigeria's economy on the brink of collapse? We have on Zoom with us this morning Obiajulu Oboko, who is an accounting, audit and assurance expert. You're welcome to Signature Morning. Thank you for joining us.
Your program.
If you can hear me, you're welcome to Signature Morning. Please, can you speak up so we can hear you as well?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Can you hear me, Mr. Obiajulu Oboko?
Yes.
All right, you're welcome once again to the program. Now, talking about Nigeria's economy, I'd like to hear your assessment on what you think about the current state of the economy in Nigeria.
Well, the Nigerian economy is slow right now. Activities have not been considered what people expect. The economy is weak at the moment. Even though people are working, the level of wages is low, and purchasing power is also on a very low level. So all that's affecting the economy.
So why would you say that, why do you think that Nigeria's economy,
Well, activities are low for various reasons. The first reason is that the purchasing power is very low. So people are earning income, but the income does not have much value. Another thing is the level of corruption in the system, which has moved resources from productive activities to very idle positions. The economy is not running at the rate at which it ought to run, because if you look at the dynamics that propel the economy, you find that one critical leg, which is purchasing power, is very much absent. We have the population, but we don't have the purchasing power. So it's like a very dormant market that has not been explored. That's just the major challenge the economy is facing.
The issue around inflation and the cost of living in the country. How would you say that this inflation issue has constantly continued to remain high? Are we still seeing the inflation soaring day by day?
Well, there are two types of inflation: demand pull and cost push. Nigerian inflation is basically cost push inflation. You have a situation where you have limited resources chasing the available goods. And if you go back to the genesis of this high inflation, you go back to the SAP era of 1986, you remember that there are three legs to this issue of inflation. You have the crude oil prices, you have the exchange rate, and you have the wages. Now, government has regulated the oil prices, government has regulated the exchange rates, but the wages have remained almost constant. So these inflationary are fueled by this exchange rate and oil regulation. They are the major drivers of inflation, while the purchase power of the people, which is like the salary, has almost remained constant. So you find out what you could buy 10 years ago, this amount of money, you cannot longer buy it today. So salary is going up normally, but it's not going up at the same pace at which exchange rate regulation and oil price regulation are going. So there's a disconnect. So we can have this problem. We're going to have this inflation, and we're going to have a lower purchasing power of the Nigerian economy.
All right. Now let's also look at, the issue of public spending and where, the money goes to, because we see a lot of very high budgets being passed for certain things, but we do not see the effect or the impact on the things being budgeted for, infrastructure and what have you. So, what recurring patterns of mismanagement have you observed so far when it comes to the public spending of the budget and money in the country?
You see, when it comes to public spending in Nigeria, there are basically 3 issues to worry about. The first issue is corruption. Because we have a weak institutions to supervise these spendings, there's a lot of leakages. Money is budgeted for specific projects, but a lot of this money does not go into that project because of corruption. Now, there is the issue of inflation. Money is being spent, more money in the first place, but because of inflation, what's the value of those money that you are spending today? If you look at the value of the money last year, last 2 years, last 3 years, you find that, yes, more money is being spent, but most times lower real value. So that in itself is also a problem. Then the next point to look at is the public procurement system. How efficient how are these contracts awarded? You'll find that there's a lot of man in the system. So many of the things you see as public bid are just a sham. So these are prearranged, bids are sent, but before the bids are even opened, the contractors are known. So these are issues that affect public spending. So you can be spending more money, as we are doing right now, but people are not seeing the impact.
All right, Mr. Oboko. Now, while we're talking about, public spending and where the money goes to, let's also talk about debt and Nigeria's debt profile. We see that the debt profile it keeps going up as the days go by. It keeps going up. How would you say that, or rather, first of all, why would you say that Nigeria constantly keeps borrowing, and how does this constant borrowing create more fiscal problems in our economic space?
Well, to start with, borrowing is not a bad thing. It's good to borrow up to a certain limit, provided the borrowing is creating value in the system. Borrowing for productive purposes, not for consumption. But the challenge with Nigerian borrowing is this. At the moment, Nigeria is over $110 billion in public debt. Now, debt service rate is over 40% of Nigerian revenue. And these are cause for concern. Even though there's a benchmark that a developing country can borrow up to 40% of GDP, we are below 40% of our GDP in terms of borrowing, but we've crossed over 35%. We're going very close to the threshold, but my problem is not even the threshold. My problem is service capacity. By the time you are spending more than 30% of your revenue in servicing debt, that should be a red flag. And no serious-minded government should allow debt service to get beyond 30% or 33%, as the case may be. But now we've gone beyond that threshold, and we are not backing down. We are still borrowing. So this will create major fiscal challenge going forward, because these debts have to be paid. It's not for free. Interest is mounting. It has to be paid. So we need to pull back at this point in time. Anything we can do, we need to do it to rein in the extent of borrowing that we're done at the moment. We need to stop at this point in time. I need to see how we can improve on our debt to GDP ratio, to see how we can improve on our debt service ratio to revenue. All these are things that are of concern to the Nigerian people, and we need to improve on because these are fuel inflation and poverty. If these are not properly managed, because a lot of these borrowings, you can't even be sure that they are going to the projects as claimed, because you've seen all the projects all over the federation. We're not making much progress in terms of execution, but money is still being disbursed on these projects. So it's a cause for concern, and we need to rein in the process and see how we can manage what we have at the moment.
So, in your opinion, where then does subsidy removal come to play in all of this? How would you say that it has also affected or impacted on our economy?
The subsidy removal was meant to save money for government. That was the primary purpose. To save money for government so that this service can be channeled into more productive ventures. But we have not seen much of the utilization of these savings. So it beggars the question as where has the savings gone to, or whether there is even a savings in the first place. We need to interrogate our public account system, because the public finance system, as it stands now, a lot of it cannot be explained. So because theoretically, we are supposed to be saving money by giving subsidy, in theory. But in practice, we have not seen much of that. So it also goes back to the issue of accountability and how transparent is the public accounting system. How much money have we been able to save, if any, and how has it been deployed? And why has borrowing continued to increase even in the face of number of subsidy? So it's a big concern to the average Nigerian. Government has not been able to give a proper explanation, and I can't sit down here and tell that this was what was saved and this was what was useful. We don't have any clear explanation from government on what has been saved and how it has been utilized and what role the debt is playing. Because if there was savings and there was money set aside, the level of borrowing would have been reduced definitely. But we're not seeing any let up in the area of borrowing. We're still borrowing heavily, and that shows that there's a problem really in the public finance system.
Now, we know that a strong economy, of course, heavily depends on trust, on public trust in its institutions. How healthy would you say is Nigeria's, culture of compliance, audit compliance, and financial accountability to the people in order to gain that trust?
Well, the compliance system is there, but I think it's weak. It's weak in the sense that the public accounting system is also influenced by the political authority. Whoever the accountant has to be appointed by the government, and if he's not playing ball, it can easily be removed. And the culture in this country, people don't like to lose their offices. People want to stay in office, whatever it is worth. And then nobody wants to lose his position because he doesn't want to do what the government wants. So basically, you have to do what the government wants. And when queries are raised most of the time, find a lot of going forth and back. Because even when, you have the MDAs who have independent auditors from outside the government system, and queries are raised, these queries get forth and back, how well they are resolved, how monies are refunded. It takes years before it's even implemented. So to rein in some MDAs who don't comply with audit queries. So it's as bad as that. The system ought to be auto-pilot, checks and balances, but because of some influence from outside within the political circle, these audit processes are never followed through.
From your professional judgment, what financial red flags would you say that indicate a country is nearing economic breakdown? And looking at Nigeria, do we take those red flags that show that we are going down economically? What are those indicators that show, and is Nigeria's economy showing signs of those indicators?
Well, the first red flag for financial collapse is ability to meet your obligations. if you cannot meet your obligations, then there's a major problem. The next red flag is breakdown in the market economy. When market forces no longer function, then there's a big problem. The next red flag you will see is the issue of trust. When the trust begins to shake, then you can be sure that there's have a major problem in your hand. Now, talking about meeting obligations, the government has always been able to meet their obligations. Even when they had some challenges in the past, there are certain ways that use facility, which is ability to print foreign local currency to meet domestic debts. So, since governments can still borrow internationally to meet foreign obligations and print money locally to meet local obligations, or even borrow locally for local obligations, then one can say that government is solvent. So the issue of economic collapse, as far as government is concerned, does not exist. And our markets are still functional. You can see that the markets might be weak, it might be slow, but the markets are functional. And so to some extent, the economy is moving. The economy is weak, no doubt about that, because of the weak production that is in the system. We're not very productive. Infrastructure is very low, if not available. Power is a major challenge. So these are issues to be addressed. But as to economic collapse, I don't think one can be talking about Nigerian economy collapsing, even though it is quite weak. And a lot of work needs to be done to strengthen the economy. And if we have enough time, I will explain to you where the genesis of this problem is coming from. If you look at the pre-SAP era of 1986, you find out that government was not able to raise enough money to pay the workers. This is what the MF was told in the first place. And when you look at this tripod equation of exchange, fuel prices, exchange rates, and wages of workers, it's a tripod. Now, what did the IMF recommend? IMF recommended that you should devalue your currency. So when you devalue your currency, government now has enough naira. The same exports of crude oil, the same volume of money coming in terms of dollar, but now have more naira equivalent. Now we have the dollar, the crude oil prices have two legs: the foreign oil prices and then the local sale of petroleum products. Now, when we devalue our currency, we have more naira. Government has more money. We're able to pay our workers. Even have enough money now to waste in terms of by way of corruption. Now, government now found out that, oh, we can make money by devaluing the naira. So what has government done? They have been devaluing the naira since then, from almost a economy that's close to US dollar to now almost a newspaper. So going to devalue naira, and government is going to have more money. So you have to say that, oh, states have more money, governments have more money. How much money is going to the workers in terms of salary? It has remained almost what it was many years ago. You do small adjustments, you find that today the average Nigerian worker can only buy one jerry can of 50,000, which is almost salary 7,000 naira. Or probably you will buy a bag of rice with almost salary. So the real income has going to go down. So the real problem in Nigerian economy is partial deregulation. We have regulated the oil prices, we have regulated the exchange rates, but we have not been able to regulate the wage system. We are still ending what we were many years ago. So the purchasing power is weak. The average Nigerian worker gets nothing. So you want to reform the economy. Yes, well, the reforms are working, but how does it get to the people? It cannot get to the people because how do you finance the people? How do you empower the people? It's through wages. If you don't pay people well, they will not have money to buy what you are producing. So we have so many reforms going on, but how does it translate to the welfare of the people? It cannot translate. So government is not doing palliatives. Maybe do cash out, buy people motorcycle, buy them sewing machine. Those things are temporary. Until we have a strong reward system where people work hard and are well paid and they can live well. All these things we are speaking, we're not speaking grammar and going around the problem in circles. And until we go back, and I'm not even sure NLC understands this dynamics or this calculation, until we go back to paying real wages, living wages to the workers, the reforms we are doing just end up not doing us any good.
Well, thank you so much for joining us this morning, Obiajulu Oboko, for sharing your thoughts on Nigeria's economy. It's a pleasure to have you join us on the program.
My pleasure always. Thank you so much.
All right, is Nigeria's economy on the brink of collapse? We just had this conversation with Obiajulu Oboko, who is an accounting, audit, and assurance expert. Let's go on a break and come back shortly.
You don't tire for this picture? Oh yeah, make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they with you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey. Whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal can reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get Ogbonge free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, now our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
And we have another interview with Caleb Okeke Nyobi. In that interview, we discussed the 2027, the new political equations in Nigeria, looking at Obi and Kwankwaso's move to the NDC. So do enjoy. Thank you so much for staying with us on the program. Now, moving on to our first topic of discussion, we're seeing that Nigeria's opposition is entering another phase of realignment, particularly with the movement of Obi and Kwankwaso to the NDC. And so this morning we're going to discuss, Peter Obi, Kwankwaso, ADC, and the new political equation of Nigeria. Joining us via Zoom this morning is Caleb Okeke Nyobi, a broadcaster and public affairs analyst. You're welcome to the program. It's a pleasure to have you. Caleb, if you can hear me, can you unmute your microphone so I can hear you as well?
Okay. It's I think it's set up.
Okay, I can hear you now. Thank you once again for joining us.
Yeah.
Now, looking at
morning,
what is happening in the political scene, particularly the movements currently happening from the ADC to the NDC, I'd like to hear your thoughts on, the realignment that is currently going on now in the political space.
Okay, I think Nigeria's political space is bare for all to see now. What we've been saying about parties lacking ideology, what we have been saying about parties being only a vehicle, I think in no other election cycle has it shown to be true than it has shown in this period, where political gladiators are moving from one party to the other. It's a reflection of the developmental stage our democracy is at this point in time. Parties are still not yet articulate with their ideologies, and so it's expected that the kind of fluidity we are seeing it's just normal. The nation woke up on the 1st of May to find that yet again there's been a shift. Two of the major leaders in the coalition, the ADC coalition, had jumped ship and found themselves in the NDC. That is from the ADC, in the persons of Peter Obi and Rabi Musa Kwankwaso. What that tells me in the first instance is that it's been a period of scheming. Because I don't think that NDC was just a yesterday's option. It probably has been there all along. The leaders had always kept it as probably a plan B. And when you look at all of the issues that have come up with the ADC, all the court cases, there are 10 of them as the last count. I think that one can't blame the leaders who have left the ADC too much. Because the ADC appears to be a trap for the opposition instead of being a vehicle with which they could use to actualize their aspirations. It appears there's been a connivance. Part of the connivance is, of course, you can't have any connivance without having some of the opposition in the conspiracy. So part of the opposition are among those betraying their struggle. On the other hand, the others who feel they are not part of that coalition, of that connivance, think it was Ben Nwabeze, a constitutional lawyer, who said that politics is a game of conspiracy in which the last to conspire wins. So we are now seeing those conspiracies as they are unfolding. And the recent movement of Peter Obi and Rabi Musa Kwankwaso out of the ADC is part of the unfolding conspiracies towards 2027. And it's not for no just cause. I think that the reasons for all of what has happened is as public as it can get. And so I will see how that has changed the dynamics of the race for 2027. Of course, that is very clear. We still have some people who are left in the ADC amidst resignations here and there in that party. I think the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar is still there, and other politicians, Rotimi Amechi is still there, and a whole lot of other politicians from the north, from northern extraction, and some from the south. So what is left to be seen is if the ADC and indeed most of the opposition political parties, like I said the last time I was on this program, are able to win themselves or are able to be removed from the kind of legal tussles that they have been put upon them at this critical point in time. I've always maintained that there's no way our democracy can go forward or thrive, even for the near foreseeable future, if the opposition parties are not allowed to thrive. And so most of the encumbrances we've seen on their way, most of the problems they've been going through, some of them man-made, some of them imposed of them, it's now getting clearer that the ruling party must join hands in ensuring that they do not look like what people are suspecting, which is apparently people are suspecting that they have hands in all of these struggles that the opposition parties are going through. So they must now show good faith by making sure that these problems go away, so that we are likely going to have a three-horse race, as it has already come out again, just like we had in 2023, where we had three major aspirants. Of course, well, if you had to count Rabi Musa Kwankwaso, that meant it 4. But this time around, with these movements, it's already looking like a three-horse race for 2027.
Right. Now, looking at the people or the caliber of people that have moved to the NDC, we see political heavyweights like Peter Obi and Kwankwaso. As a matter of fact, it seems like these two names are at the forefront of the move to the NDC. And, a lot of people are wondering, if this would have any significance, or if there is a significance to the move of these two political heavyweights into the NDC. So I'd like to also know, what do you think? Do you think that there is a particular significance, or would it change, or is their movement going to change anything significantly to, what could happen in 2027?
I mean, if we're discussing that movement already since 1st of May up till now, I don't know what other test of significance one can lay claim to. I think the mere fact that that movement has been the most discussed political event in the past almost going to 1 week now shows that it's of a very significant showing in terms of how things are panning out. It already shows, because if you look at all the conversations since after they moved, all the conversations have been focused on that. Some people even say that the president canceled his international trips just to monitor the situation. I mean, I'm not sure if that is true, but that is what is being said. So if you look at just the volume of conversation we've been having since 1st of May up until now, it tells you something. It tells you that the two men you've mentioned, that is persons of Peter Obi and Rabi Musa Kwankwaso, they have followership among Nigerians. And if you also look at what has happened with the registrations in the NDC since they joined, that's another pointer. Ben, the question I think what you are asking in essence is if that is going to change some of the permutations that people are already making for 2027. Of course, I think it is. It's going to change. It has the weight of data behind it. I mean, if you are looking at people who had already run for the same office in the past, who scored a total of, between the two of them, about 7 million votes, and they are still relevant since 2023 up till now, I believe that this move probably may be the most important move that we have seen as 2027 approaches, because what Peter Obi has always assured his supporters is been that he was going to be on the ballot no matter what happens. So I think that this move is clearly one that had been orchestrated before now. And so it has to be consequential because we saw how before the coalition, he didn't have, he ran with Dati before now in the Labour Party, left the Labour Party, joined the ADC. And with hindsight now, one would say that he went to the ADC to perfect his alliance with Rabi Musa Kwankwaso. And you can see that in the way the two of them moved on the same day out of the ADC. So it tells you that there is a method to the madness that we are seeing at the national level. I mean, the whole chaos, there's order, some sort of order in the chaos, because they both moved into the ADC, consolidated their partnership there, the OK movement as is now being referred to. And now that ticket has now moved to the NDC, where I think the prospects of them getting the NDC ticket is higher than what they had in the ADC. So no pundits would look at such a calculated move, now that we've seen all that has happened, and say that there's not going to be consequence. I think it would be naive for anybody to say there won't be. It wouldn't amount to anything. Of course, it's going to be a major ticket in 2027 if it's allowed to see the light of the day. And when I mean is allowed to see the light of the day, I mean if problems are not manufactured, like we've seen in the other parties these individuals have been in.
Now, talking about problems, being manufactured like we've seen in other parties, let's talk about the ADC, because the ADC, was presented as the opposition coalition for, the ruling party to go against. And of course, we had all these political heavyweights moving into the ADC at the time. And now people are moving away from the ADC to the NDC. So let's talk about the fall or the failure, for want of a better word, of the ADC to where it is now. And do you also foresee something similar happening to the NDC if we have the level of influx of people to the NDC like it was with the ADC?
Well, I think that the question, the elephant in the room is what happened to the ADC and why didn't the ADC live up to the expectations that Nigerians had of it. I think that the major individual who we can narrow the problems of ADC, especially the internal ones, because it was a lack of direction. Part of what crippled the ADC was not just about the NAFU-led faction. Of course, that couldn't have amounted to anything had the ADC had direction, earlier than they kept delaying. And part of what happened, part of what led to that was because of the zoning method that we've seen. Unofficially, Nigeria has been zoning north-south, north-south. And then the ADC, most of the people who joined the ADC expected, just like in 2023, expected that it would be zoned to the south. But the individual there, that is the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, seemed to be the biggest albatross of the biggest problem of the ADC. Because his insistence on running, it would seem, is why the problems compounded. And I say this with every sense of, I'm not saying because I'm from the south part of Nigeria, because one would expect that the example which the APC already showed in when they formed the alliance, and how in 2015 how they were able to oust the PDP from power, should have been copied by the ADC. Was a simple example that should have been copied, but that didn't happen. In terms of the bigger politicians, or the ones who had more of the structure backing those who didn't have it, to get to the seat, but that didn't happen. And I think it was the failure of the ADC to agree on where to zone their tickets to. I think that's what led to their part. They may want to blame the ruling party for some of the other symptoms of their problems, but the main problem within the ADC was their failure to properly declare the people who would fly their flag, and that we saw was what led to the other issues and the vulnerability of the members of the party in terms of the betrayals that we saw in presence of NAFU and all that. Having said that, how would that affect the NDC? The NDC is not a coalition. As I think the ADC was clearly a coalition of different parties coming into the party, an existing party. And so there were a lot of harmonizations. But when it comes to the NDC, this is a party that has a clear-cut leadership, Henry Sarake Dixon, and it's not claiming to be a coalition. Rather, it's just these two. The only partnership there is that between Obi and Kwankwaso, who have now moved their followers into that party. So I expect that probably they will have it easier in terms of showing what direction they are going in terms of where the ticket is going, who is going to get the ticket. And maybe that may be something that would help them escape the pitfalls that ADC, faced. That's quicker decision in who is going to, because the election is 7-8 months away from now. And so you cannot be at a loss as to who is going to flag the party's flag, while you have external competitors who are trying to capitalize on every loophole within the party. So it's left to be seen how the NDC now, which is more streamlined, how quick they move to declare their consensus candidates, or by the way of direct primaries, declare who are going to bear their flag. But once if they delay again, we're going to see that the NDC may fare worse than the ADC, because as it is now, the ruling party has seen that the opposition are disorganized. So, to be fair to the ruling party, they're not expected to help the opposition to put their house in order. So, if NDC does not quickly put their house in order, it's going to be a very we're going to watch them go through what the ADC went through, and then that would be sad for Nigeria's democracy. So I hope that my hope is that they had learned from what happened with the ADC, and that they would do the needful as soon as possible.
And there is also this skepticism. I mean, earlier on you mentioned the issue of political ideology and this pattern of most of these political parties not having, a united political ideology that guides them. It's more of alignment and what have you. So looking at the NDC, would you say from so far your thoughts and from what you've observed, would you say that the NDC has that strong ideology backing it, or do you also share the skepticism of people who think that it's just another elite migration of political heavyweights with no political ideology or a lack of direction?
To be fair with all political parties in Nigeria, what we have now, we are still operating at the slogan level. The most that political parties in Nigeria have now is slogans. None of them have ideology, so to say. That may be something that has to develop, and that has to take a lot of consciousness on the part of the politicians to work that out. The NDC, just like any party, I think part of their slogan is service to the people. It's just a slogan. We are still on the slogan level for political parties in Nigeria. We've not started talking about. I don't even think the politicians have started contemplating ideologies yet. So the NDC is a new party, obviously formed so that there would be alternatives for those who want to run against the present government. And so that is what it is for now. I cannot point to, even if they have it on paper, we are not seeing, we have not, it's too early to judge if they are operating based on ideology. But suffice it to say right now that most of all, including the ruling party, are all operating on a slogan basis. There's nothing that has to do with ideology behind, and that's why the fluidity we see with the movement of politicians from one party to the other. So Nigerians will have to put up with this level of our democracy where we are now. What is bad is if we don't continue to refine it and continue to move towards having more concrete ideologies within parties, as the democracy begins to evolve. But what we have now, we are still at the slogan level. My hope is that parties should at least live up to their slogans. Let's leave ideology out of it for now. Maybe that one will be as Nigeria's democracy ages and as issues begin to, people's position on issues begin to crystallize and people begin to take more principled position on different issues of development in the country, then that may now crystallize into ideologies. But for now, the prayer of every Nigerian electorate is that parties should at least live up to their slogans.
So let's talk about voter confidence and voter turnout. Just like you mentioned earlier, these two political heavyweights, Peter Obi and Kwankwaso, they have a huge following and a number of people who are in support of them. So do you think that this could also change the trajectory of the electorates and their disposition and how they feel towards the elections? Do you think that there could be a change or a renewed interest in wanting to participate in the elections, come out to vote and do all of those things because of this movement?
Definitely. I think that part of the problem that we are having right now is that Nigerians are perhaps majority of the young Nigerians, the only ticket that tickles their fancy right now is the OK ticket. And that's why you see the way that the young people have moved, in the past 6 to 5 days, and then the level of in terms of the crash being experienced by the NDC websites as they reported. The truth there is that certain tickets coming up in 2027 will ensure people's participation. I try to imagine a ticket of only the APC and probably some other French parties. I think that will not encourage Nigerians to come out. Whatever happens, our democracy will be stronger for it and better for it, and participation-wise, we would have more people participating if these parties make it to the poll. Because Nigerians have tried, for example, the ruling APC. Nigerians have tried in the past the Vice President Atiku Abubakar as a Vice President. Nigerians think that they want to try someone else, and they should be given that chance, at least of those candidates making it to the poll, so that that would encourage and energize the voters. If we have the same people every time on the poll, or if we have only the incumbent government on the poll, I don't think that would encourage anybody to do it's a serious work coming out to vote on election day, with all the threats of violence that is imminent, and also braving the weather to come out, both for the young and the old, and just generally the physical pain it takes to stand all the way, on the queues to be.
Caleb, it seems that we have some network issues, right now. We can't seem to hear you clearly.
Cast your votes. It should be.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Thank you so much for staying with us. It's a pleasure to have you join us on the program today. Don't go anywhere as Signature Morning continues with our Abuja studios in a short while. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Stay tuned.
You don't tire for this picture? Or you make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they with you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey, whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get Ogbonge free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, now our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
No.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Hello, let me welcome you to Signature Morning, this beautiful morning from Abuja, the Nigerian capital. My name is Mwambe Zenjoko. Now, on the 27th of this month, it will be the World Tourism Day. And this year's Tourism Day celebration had the theme, peace. Peace is the central word. But in that peace, the world expects a mixture. People moving across, relating, intermarrying, experiencing cultures, creating developments. By the way, in 2024, the world tourism revenue stood at $9 trillion. But this morning, we're not going to be talking about the money, about the movements. We're going to be looking at culture, development, and identity. Who are we really? So when we mix, who are mixing with the rest of the world? What do we have? What do we bring to the world tourism basket, the cultural basket? And have this morning a guest who fits the bill. I have Ambassador Adetulaju Olusunde. Now, Adetulaju Olusunde is a high chief from Ekiti State. He is the Obaru Ademula of Orori in Ilawe, Ekiti. Don't mind my inflections. If I were broadcasting from Ibadan for many more years,
my inflections will be right. Ambassador, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome to the program.
Thank you.
Now, I said you are a member of the Afro-Caribbean Cultural Association.
Yes, sir. That is why I'm getting the award of the name ambassador.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Now, when you are a member of a cultural association, it means you will encourage mixing of one culture and another, and sharing understanding and experiences. But before you do that, you must understand who you are.
Yes, exactly.
You must understand who you are.
My identity.
You have to have an identity.
Yeah.
Now, I've seen you in your attire. So you are a Yoruba Nigerian African.
Yes.
But what is inside you? The value, the culture. Do you think that the average Nigerian, look at the colonial experience, the coming of the white man, your religion from the beginning, your food from the beginning. Are you still, are we still, am I still, is the African still a real pure black man, or has he been changed by culture and religion?
Thank you very much. Our identity has been polluted, extremely polluted. In the sense our identity does not stay any longer because of interactions.
They come there, we go there, they govern us.
Yes, but it is not barely our fault. It is the fault of our forefathers. And what has happened to our forefathers is what is still lingering all till today. Merely seeing a white man, you will see as a different being. You yourself, you think they are superior more than you are. But God created us almost the same. And unfortunately, the intellect that was given to us stylishly was tapped away from us. And this is what made the white what they are today. I think our traditional religion, indigenous religion, was the root of our problem. Why was it? Why is it? Because it was emanated in the land of Egypt. Because the reasoning then was that who created this sky that is hanging, no pillar, nothing you can see that hold it. Then you could see the water. Nobody knows who created it. Nobody can create water. Even in a scientific lab, if you want to do distill water, it is from the air, blowing air, that all those something will be gathered. Then the sand, nobody has ever existed that can create a grain of sand up till now. You cannot manufacture air. All this was a surprise to our forefathers. They now suggested that they now find out who is the creator of all this. Who even created human being? Nobody can create a human being. But the China has been doing some practices now. Not that they create human being. Because you cannot create that semen. The man's spermatozoa and the female egg. You can't create that. Unless you fuse them together. This is what they have been doing. Even if they do, if God doesn't want. We learned that according to the Bible, We learned that God made the mud and something and breathed into it, and it started breathing. It's more than that. The secret of creating human being, nobody can get it. It is that Almighty. So when they now saw that, who is responsible for all this? They now thought that there should be a supreme being. That is supreme being is known in the land of Yoruba or Africa as Olodumare. You call God different names. Some people call him God. Some people call him Olodumare. Some people call him Shineke. So all those kind of names.
But it is the same.
It is the same God. It is the same God. And you see, they now, where is this man living? Because they believe that anybody that can do anything extraordinary must be a man. So where is he living? Where can we find him? But it's very difficult to find.
Impossible.
It is impossible. Now they now thought that he should be living inside that sun where no living can reach. Even if a plane, the iron, is going there, it will turn to ashes. This was a lecture delivered in 1970 by late Vela Adekulapo in the then University of Ife. When I read that book made by Mampinori, I refused to call the name of Jesus for 3 months. Not that I got to my town, there is a living deity there, talking deity, that was querying some pastors who came there, and they were said, this is one devil they put here that is talking here, that is they use the disciple people to eat. And they were so far away from it. He now threw cola into their midst. They were afraid. He asked them to come up. They were there. They knelt down. He now said that he asked the priest before me that how much have you received from these people? The man couldn't talk. He said, how much did you receive from these people? He couldn't talk. He now asked them, how much have I taken from you? He said, you are pastors. You come here. Why have you ever come here as well? He now told them what each of them came for. They were surprised. He asked them one question. I did 2 questions. He said, when Moses separated the sea, you should give me the date of that day. That day in the week in the month, and the month in the year, and that particular year. He wants to know. They couldn't find the answer to this. He said, yet you still call yourself a faithful person. He said that as he has been into the world, there was no a day before, and there was no one after. It is only one day that a day turned to night. When they killed the truth son of Almighty, Otito Omo Orisha. This is the way Yoruba will call it, Otito Omo Orisha. So he said that the garment of the temple was broken. Then that is when I knew that he was talking about Jesus Christ. This is what may change my mind towards calling the name of Jesus again. Now, if not so, because I discovered that those whites, they really cheated us. Because that religion, why I said that religion started the whole thing, that we lost our identity. The religion was practiced for 5,000 years without allowing any Europe to participate or white to participate. And their miracles were being done. The first person to cure another man on the surface of earth was an African man. He prepared concussion with this what we call cannabis nowadays. and drank to cure that disease of the heart. Now, anything you find as an African person, your name will not be written. Anything I find, my name will not be written. Anything other person, even if you are female, it will not be written. What they will do is they will just say one Africa.
Yeah, but that's what they call patent, so they know who owns it.
So, but and then that was the infection of the words as time was going on. So automatically, they now mistakenly allowed the whites to come and participate. So when they came, they now saw the wonders that Africa were performing. They now decided that if we leave these people, one day they start ruling the world. This was how Africa was started being invaded.
Now you are a Yoruba chief.
Yeah.
So you are deep into the knowledge of the Yoruba culture, traditional religion and culture.
Yeah.
Is there a conflict? Because we are coming to our culture, our identity,
yes,
and our development.
Yes.
Is there a conflict in what the Yoruba religion wants to achieve in human conduct, the way we behave, and what the Christian religion set out to achieve when it came to Africa?
Thank you.
Is there a conflict?
And a serious one. Serious one. Even the most havoc was done by the Muhammad when he rose. You could see the Christian religion, there was nothing like Christian religion before. Even Jesus Christ was not a Christian. Wasn't a Christian. It was after his demise that his disciples started preaching what he has taught them all about.
Or what they understood from what he was teaching.
Exactly. He was teaching peace. It's for peace. And what the people of Israelite was expecting of him then was to be like a Samson, fighting the Philistines, I mean.
The Philistines.
The Philistines. So now, fighting them, destroying them or something, but he started doing peaceful, having peaceful approach. So if you are sick, you go there and heal you. He will even raise the dead. Now it started becoming popular. They killed him because of popularity. Jesus was killed because of popularity. That his behavior, it will not make the king be recognized. There was a time they even asked him, "Are you the king of Jews?" He said no. So he gave them the appropriate answer. But they are not satisfied. What they can just do is to eliminate him. But you see, now I said that he was not a Christian. Even the people will say, if you ask them how many disciples does Jesus Christ have, they will tell you it's 12. They are not 12. They are 72 in numbers. 72 in numbers. But the executive ones are 12. There you have the chairman, the president, the PRO, the secretary, and the treasurers. And so this is what these are the people, the caucus. They do everything in secret as well. So what existed that time was synagogue. And the synagogue was practiced in the way Africans practice their religion. That is a temple where no other person can enter. It's only the priest. And if you want to enter the place, they put sand
probably to clean the sole of your feet.
So to your leg, and they will tie a rope at the
waist.
At the waist. So if the offense of this were much that time, he will never return. So when they don't hear the sound again, now they draw him out with this something. Do you want to tell me is this Holy Ghost whatever that we are doing then? So, and the people, the children of Eli was the one that destroyed that something, and this is what even brought another leadership when he died, they went to Samuel, give us a leader. God was annoyed. But that is their history.
That is their history.
That is their history. That's what they told us here. They came here to bamboozle us with all these kind of stories in order to lose our identity. To lose our identity. Now they made us believe that what we are doing is primitive. Now when they started invading us or something, in Egypt, during the time of Alexander the Great, the Greek Pharaoh was on the throne then. One of his princes ran to Ethiopia and married to King Solomon, one of the numerous wives. That is why the place is regarded as a monarchical region today. That one is
yes, because I want you to come back to the Yoruba religion.
So, not Yoruba religion,
yes.
Not even only Yoruba religion.
African religion. Is it in conflict with...
Then when they came, they introduced the Bible to us, but they were carrying our people away. So they were telling us we should behave well, as if we are not behaving well before. Even before the Moses got something, we've gotten the order that you know that you should not steal, you should not
oppress the poor. You should not lie.
Anything you give, anything you have should be shared. You should be honest. The Father of all God is the truth. The Father of all gods is the truth. But unfortunately, we've lost that God. And that is why we are in disarray. Nobody is ready to say the truth. If you are saying the truth to you, they will deal with you. It is happening to me as I'm talking. It is really happening to me in my community as I'm talking to you. But truth is the father of all God. Is the father of everything. Is the father of all behavior. Is the guidance of all life. But something that should guide our life isn't with us any longer. And it is what from their foreign religion that we got all these things missed. Because our antiquities, which was created, which we believe we will be carrying our message to the Almighty, they started telling us it's not good, and they were cutting it away to their side. The small one, they will now put fire on it. They put explosive on it, and they will burn. They are telling us lie. Most of the antiquities in my place has been in Germany and maybe London, anywhere.
If they were valueless, why did they take them away?
They will tap the power there. These people are so wise.
They are cunning.
It's okay.
They are trickish.
So they will tell. They will get somebody who will tell them the what you're supposed to give to that something that will be bring whatever the something, and when they know all those things, then they will be satisfying them. Up to now, they are still carrying the mommy water. And why are they carrying them? Because they are in another different world. Their technology is more superior than our own. If you could remember the year 1987 or 88, there was a baby fish caught by the Russian. They called them Soviet Union then.
Yeah.
When there was a ship, there was a plane that has dropped into the water for centuries, and they couldn't find it. They now went down deep the sea, and they saw this baby fish, and they carried it offshore. By the time he told them that they should return him. The captain of the ship fainted, became unconscious for almost 5 days. They were surprised. He said they should return me. If you don't return me, the government, the power of the Soviet Union will be in disarray. there will be secessions. And when it gave them 3 years, and when they refused to return, it came to pass. That maybe we said there were part of Africa that submerged into the sea several centuries ago. And they are coming to the surface of earth to see primitive technology that we are doing here. I was surprised then. Primitive technology, computer is there, aeroplane is flying on the something, there are big house on the water moving, and still call it primitive. Immediately I was feeling that if these people can just go and train me for 6 months and return me back, I would have been performing wonders. But you know that one cannot really happen because they will not return someone. So automatically, our religion, they said, is devilish. Anything we do with the blacks is demon. If we describe them, when I was discussing this one with some of my people then, the so-called religion, Christianity, because I was one SU, whatever, that, they said it's a demon. How are you sure you are not the demon? Somebody who is telling you that your technology is primitive, and you are dying just because you don't know God. It's even, that is where I was afraid. Because if they should know God, that somebody is God, and they said we don't know it, that is why we are dying. People will live after 300 years there. And you are still calling us a person in them.
Okay, let us leave the world that we don't know. The world in the sea.
So automatically now, during the colonial eras, this is where we are missing our goals. When they come and introduce all those, they told us that Jesus Christ died 2,000
years ago,
25 years ago. In the history, Muhammad rose up in Mecca 652 years. Subtract that from 2025. It's still just a 1,000 plus. Are you getting my point? Are we not in existence before then? Are we not in existence before? Even unfortunately, even our history is lost because we want to graffiti ourselves. I am this, I am that. They will be twisting everything. This is what is happening, even among our superior monarchs nowadays.
Ambassador, let us. Can we try to? Is it possible, really?
Yep.
For us to find out who we are again. Before we came on set where we were conversing, I told you a conversation that took place in Otta Farm in Abeokuta. And when former president, former head of state, Olusegun Obasanjo asked a very interesting question.
Yeah.
Why is it that culture is always moving from London to Lagos? Fashion, language, food, even politics is always moving from London to Lagos.
Yeah.
Why does it not move from Ibadan, from Ile-Ekiti to Scotland and Ireland and to Washington?
Thank you very much.
Can we get back at least to some measure who we were?
Thank you.
Because you told this story how we are messed up.
Yes.
Is it possible for us to go back? And if we go back, can our original selves, who we are, help us in our development?
Thank you very much. It's possible. It's possible, but it's not just a day work. It should be gradual. Are you with me? And thanks to social media, it's now exposing everybody. You'll be drinking tea with God. You'll be eating eba with your Almighty. is exposing all these gimmicks because because we want to live in affluence, then you will deceive others. They are using Africa to bamboozle Africa. It's not the white that comes to nowadays telling us that it's only one person, unless you follow Jesus. Even in Netanyahu in Israel now, if you even call the name of Jesus, it's a taboo for you to say that. It's offensive. Christian they still maintain their Judaism. They still maintain it. It's their traditional religion. If we go back to our traditional religion, we can find it, because there, anyway, it has been polluted also, because there's something we call LGBT, dubiosity. So it has entered into every looks and cranny of all the African.
Ambassador, calm down. Let me tell you something.
So, but sir,
no, I want you to calm down. I know. I paused because those in charge. I'm going to start from the Yoruba Igbo religion. Every action against the rule, against Eledumare,
yes,
against the innocent,
yes,
has its punishment, repercussion, which is known and visible to those living. It's not waiting for you to die and get your punishment where nobody sees you.
Yes, exactly.
If you cheat a widow in the religion, if you go planting in an orphan's land, which are taken because you are mighty and you're strong, a majority will strike you dead. It doesn't wait for you to die.
Yes, certainly.
But there were processes in that faith. Who can bring them back? You cannot, can you?
Thank you very much. That's why that person, that's President Olusegun Obasanjo. I pity that man so much. He meant well for us. I could remember he organized First Act 77 to bring African culture and something together. What did he get at last? He was blamed that he wasted their economy. People started preaching against him. He wants us to be worshiping idol. He wants us to something of that nature or something. And this idea of this is what this man wanted to return. Even present day, another stage has come, which is Nerisha or Jaja in Ile-Ife. He's embracing all these traditional religions, festivals. They started attacking him sometimes. They made a press conference or something. He just called them that, please come. I will tell you, those people that are using the obvious way of dealing with you, we expose every one of them. In fact, they kept quiet. So if we can have our traditional monarchs embracing the style of this man, we will come back to that stage. We'll come back to, but everything is now, your children will be querying you. How can I believe this? They will be believing what they do not even, where they have not even gone. So I was discussing with, there are some 3 pastors. There was a pastor who came to he always come to my errand. I know they said they should go and be troubling me. You'll be cursing those people that are doing traditional something. You'll be saying the Bible says that their children will be devoured by a lion, by some. Okay. They will be feeling something. I just woke up. I had my prayer and I went to him. Please, sir, what has those one traditional people done against you? Have they ever campaigned against you? He said, why are you cursing them?
Signature TV.
You become the president.
Well, good morning and welcome to Abuja this Friday morning. It's already 10:30. We're not running behind schedule because those controlling the buttons said to us, no, you take from 10:30 till 11:30. So we're just obeying the new programming schedule. But I hope that by next week we return to our 10 o'clock time. My name is Mwabos Njoko, and let me welcome you to Signature Morning. This morning we are going to look at the rising profile of opposition. Is it a rising profile? Is it a resurgence? Are they gathering and regathering? Once upon a time in this country, the People's Democratic Party was the name that represented opposition politics. Of course, once in this country, they were the leading party. But somehow, there was kind of disaggregation. Things started happening, and they say because of lack of internal democracy. Now, PDP has unraveled. And so, it appeared that the opposition was losing all ground. Then suddenly, there was the beautiful bride, the Africa Democratic Congress. Nigerians hailed it, opposition aggregated, and people thought that at least now the opposition has found a common ground to give us alternative voice. Voila! A Balagbombe emerged, went to court, and before you know it, to thy tents, O Israel, and ADC
is withering if it has not withered. And then, I wouldn't say from the blues, a senator with considerable track record in politics came out with the Nigeria Democratic Congress. And for goodness sake, in a matter of weeks, the registration had swollen to over 6 million. That's a record, but the question is opposition returning? Is it rising again? And I have as my guest this morning the former chairman of the Inter-Party Advisory Council, Comrade Peter Ame. Comrade, you are welcome to this conversation.
It's a pleasure to be with you, as always.
Is it true? Can I say for sure that there is resurgence of the opposition? Are they finding their feet? Are they aggregating to give Nigerians alternative voice?
Yes, you got it really right. There's this aggregation, there's a resurgence, and there's a regrouping, ongoing regrouping that today has given Nigeria hope. It's giving a lot of Nigerians hope because the APC attempted to decimate and destroy the opposition. They did all sorts of things. Bala Gombe was a vice chairman. A vice chairman is a zonal chairman of a zone, not east. And happened, eventually got an antebellum that shouldn't even exist in the crossfire of the applications brought by both defendant and the respondents. But eventually the judges were able to put it in. But look at the confusion they brought to the ADC. And these are deliberately orchestrated by people in power to destabilize the opposition. You know, if you look at what happened to the Labour Party, I have told many people who don't understand that INEC is a federal executive body. So any court that must take decision that INEC must obey must be a federal high court. But look at the Labour Party. They brought a court from Nasarawa State High Court to keep Aburede as chairman. And eventually the Supreme Court made judgment and INEC did not obey it. But INEC eventually, after knowing that Nigerians came heavily on them for their misadventure by removing David Mark's name and Aregbesol's name with misinterpretation of the statute antebellum statement, they replaced that name without even seeing the certified true copy of the judgment from the Supreme Court. Because they now have people now have a very bad perception about them. And perception is reality because of the actions that INEC have taken. So you now look at the bet of a new opposition group led by Dixon. That rebate, that resurgence is what will save Nigeria, because the people who are gathering there today are people of integrity, people who have competence, people who understand the tenets of democratic principles, who will be able to work with them. And the federal government is in panic mode. They are afraid of what will happen. They know what will happen. And they know the consequences of what will happen. Because today, Obi have left the ADC. You can see almost all the leaders of the ADC are behaving like cheated lovers, and they are angry, they are saying all sorts of things. Why they should concentrate on selling their own candidate, if they have any, that has public support or public enthusiasm. But they are concentrating on the man who, even leaving, did not use any disparaging words against those who were there. He said, I'm leaving because of this instability, the court cases, and they refused to zone this ticket to the south, which the injustice that has broken the ranks of the opposition is that injustice that the refusal by any party to zone to the south. It happened in 2023. It is happening today in ADC. And I think that people like APC and NDC and other parties have taken a cue from that misfortune that befell this other party and have zoned their ticket to the south. That anybody who is from the south who wants to be president, please come and contest in the primaries, so that this injustice and this thing that kills Nigerian democracy and our unity, a fragile unity, very stable, which is the rotational presidency from south to north, should be maintained and be respected. I'm from Kogi, that means I'm from the north. And I believe that the northern Nigerians should give that opportunity to those from the south to complete their 8-year term. And somebody who is very fond of Peter Obi, who is very, connected to him personally, because I've seen his capacity, I've seen his principles, I've seen his discipline culture towards, monetary management and other issues, which is what Nigerians like today, lack of fiscal responsibility. I think his movement to the NDC is a master stroke.
Now, comrade, I was going to apply a break on this part of this conversation and return to it presently, but you raised a matter for which I need both explanation and education. just last night at an event where the minority leader of Edo State House of Assembly, one of their lawmakers, Natasha Idibia, the former deputy governor of Gombe State, and some other people defected to NDC. The deputy national publicity secretary of the party had a line which seems to raise worry about what he just said now. He said that there are publications in the media that the NDC has zoned its presidential ticket, has allowed only southern candidates to vie for its presidential ticket as a matter of fairness, equity, and of course the north-south swing. That line of reportage is not true. That the NDC is talking about the handling of its presidential ticket, and that no decision to that effect have been taken. Now, if what you call inequity in ADC was one of the factors, is it not going to replay here, and we're not going to suffer the same thing?
My prayers and my advice to the NDC leadership is to look at history and look at what has happened to other parties who have refused to follow this line of equity and to follow
Malawi women's national under-20 football team head coach Maggie Chombo has strengthened her squad ahead of the decisive FIFA under-20.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Here to remain here for the rest of that day. And if he promise you that you come back and meet, you come back and meet. This is a man with his own right words. Obi has every reason. If Obi was a normal politician, he has every reason to attack people. But he has remained on the issue. It's difficult in Nigerian police to remain on the issue, despite all the misbehavior by people you have helped. People you have given appointment as spokesman, people you have helped with to try to contest governor, where you put your weight behind, and they come on TV and say things. If it's some other leaders, they would have recruited people to be attacking, but he will never do that. Even if you go to him with such, he say, you have only one product. You know me. You trust me. You have known me for 16 years. Talk about me. Don't talk about those people. Don't insult anybody. He tells you privately. So we focus endowed with so much natural and human resources. And we're a crawling nation. Look at China in 1960. Look at China today. I have friends in China as of this week. They're sending me videos and they are perplexed. These are friends who have stayed in Canada for 22 years. Imagine a man who lives in Canada for 22 years, goes to China and is confused with the level of development. And he says China is ahead of Canada, America over 100 years. So you could imagine that kind of a thing, that leadership brought them to that level. And for us to get that kind of level, we must stop looking at where Obi comes from. Because he himself does not want to look at that. He wants to save this country. He knows the potential that is buried in the northern soil. He knows the potential that is buried in the energy of the northern youth. He knows the potential that is buried in the energy of the Nigerian population. So what he wants to do is to harness that transform it, rebrand it, and put Nigeria on the trajectory to success, and do like what other benevolent leaders have done, in creating a prosperity that will affect both the poor, the rich, and the mighty. Today we have an elitist kind of government under the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu regime. There's no compassion, there's no empathy, and there's no sensitivity to the plight of the masses. You can see there's no connect. There's so much disconnect. He doesn't even know what is happening, because most times he's either in France or in Canada, and even when there's crisis and people die, he doesn't go to the site of those crises. Despite he enjoys the highest level of security, presence around him. He will not go there in Benue. He met them in the gathering that was decorated with flower when people lost over 200 and something people, and made a statement that he's still fighting. In Benue, that was the statement he made, that he's still fighting. These are people who are being killed because of their ancestral lands and their community. He went to Plateau. He met them at the airport, and he was even complaining that there's no light. The man was elected to make sure that there's light. He has forgotten that was one of the primary promise he made to the people, that if I cannot provide you electricity with you, don't vote me back. He made that statement in an open, and told some of the injured in that Plateau crisis were in the hospital. They were attempting to put some of them on stretcher before families rejected. He didn't go to see them, and they brought buses and brought others to meet him. So this level of insensitivity should not be allowed to continue, because if he has a second phase of 4 years, the disconnect will be more on the extreme, because today he's looking for a second term and he's behaving like, imagine when he has a term that does not need to be renewed, he will just abandon us to our fate.
There's something Tinubu says which I seem to accept, even in my own private time. I'm looking at Nigerian situation. Tinubu says, I have the courage to look challenges in the face and take hard actions to remedy them. I'm not emotional about policy. I am result-oriented to fix the matter. It takes courage to take hard decisions, doesn't it?
It takes courage, and it takes planning. It's not just courage. If you take courage and everybody dies, why are you courageous on their behalf? When I studied economics, I did journalism, international journalism, I did other diplomas, then I have BSc in economics. And my PhD is in political economy and developmental studies. So I know what it is to plan, and I know what the essence of mitigating effect of whatever policy you are putting together, how necessary it is for people not to die of hunger. Tinubu cannot be saying that and people should praise him. No, he didn't take a decision. He took a decision without considering the consequences it will have on the masses. Because the essence of governance is to make the people breathe well, so make people live comfortable life. It's not to continue to ask them to tighten their belt, suffer from your unplanned policies, and then you live luxurious life. You bought a jet. Why you are doing that? He bought a jet for 150 billion. He was repairing the government house in Lagos and a presidential suite in Abuja with billions of naira. He was still providing money for buying of vehicles for the National Assembly, brand new, just to placate them. About hard decisions, it's about lack of proper planning. If there's no, in a country without national vision, without national developmental plan, can never succeed. You must have this vision. Where are the vision? Your vision is not to come as a president and you stand on the podium and say subsidy is gone. If subsidy is gone, that day I have staff. The day Tinubu made the statement that subsidy is gone, transportation costs in Nigeria skyrocketed by 400%. So you tell me a man will receive 100,000 now, will use all the money to pay transport, and you say you're happy? The reason you see most people in offices today that they'll say, my God, is because that their money cannot take them home. People who are not sleeping in the offices are sleeping in the offices today because they don't want to be. The people come, you can see people. See that people can see that you live by example, not that you are living very lavishly. You are feasting and you are telling people to fast. These are the challenges of his government, and he must be able to look at why people call him that he's insensitive. It's because of something like this, because of how he lives does not reflect what he expects of Nigerians to go along with him. See, everything in an economy revolve around transportation. Service and goods revolve around because of transportation. If I was bringing tomatoes from Kano and it was 10,000 before, and now the transportation that I was paying was 3,000 and increased to 25,000, then I'm going to transfer that cost of that transport to the end user, which is the consumer. If I'm a laborer today medicines, we used to earn 3,000, 4,000 before Tinubu came, and I'm being paid 15, 10,000 naira because they're telling you they have to go to the same market. So the cost it affects the economy in a way. So if medicine is more costly and laborers who are paying 4,000 are getting 8,000, that means the cost of building has gone high. So what can most people own home? It will be less for more people to own homes because government does not have a federal mortgage system that is responsible and that accommodate the masses. But still, this is federal mortgage system, federal mass housing scheme, still accommodate the most rich and the elitist few in the society. So people cannot give you one policy that have worked without impoverishing the people. People cannot point to one decision that is taken to soften the level of poverty in our country. Look at the borrowing. Where is the borrowing going to? Where is all the money? The lies that Tinubu tell that annoys me is to say Tinubu gives more money to state, we should go and hold the state. Tinubu gets more money than what the normal every president have gotten. Because the federal government alone has about 52% of the federation sharing formula.
That's a huge amount.
It's a huge amount of the money. Where is it going to? A national hospital is not somewhere you can go to. It's dilapidated. You can't go. All the Abuja alone, let's say this federal capital territory, the Wuse General Hospital, Garki General Hospital, all of them are dead. If you go to Gwagwalada Specialist Hospital, there's no equipment, no information. The doctors are not living well. So where is he investing the money? People should ask. Because there's so much money now. Even the current Iran Gulf resources that have windfall that have increased skyrocketed our earnings. Where is the money going to? So I can't believe that, even not because we are where people like him will refuse to debate. Even though we're in some country where he will not debate anybody, he will want to re-roll people and put himself back in office. I don't think there's anything the APC can campaign with. I'm very sure of that.
Now, Comrade Peter, we have, this topic we are looking at the resurgence of opposition, and so in doing so, you've been looking at also the performance of the government. You've been looking at personalities that are likely to take up the mantle for the opposition, the flag of the opposition. There was an Ibadan conference of the opposition. They aggregated, and Nigerians seemed enthusiastic. After all, the opposition was trying to give a strong alternative voice, so that when we put the two together on the table, when we look at the APC offer against what other parties are offering, and if they come together, and they even say that they will come with one candidate. But with NDC emerging, do you think that NDC is likely to aggregate other political parties? I didn't talk about personalities. To create a platform that accommodate in a kind of, not a merger, a coalition.
An alliance.
Are you getting such whispers? Is there, not just whispers, the mood, the friendship, the vision?
See, people will be outside. We did a coalition in 2019 for the OB article campaign organization, which is COP. The former governor of Osun State was the chairman. Yeah. I was the secretary of that coalition. And we did a lot of work. We brought over 30 political parties, close to 40 political parties together. And we could not get it right because we didn't have a candidate that could have, energized the atmosphere the way we did in 2023. So that, but yet that ticket won, but it failed. But the current atmosphere where we are in, the most opposition political parties are living in fear of the registration, because they don't. I'm not saying this, but the kind of courage we have pushed when we're in the party management system, most people can't try it. Because I was almost sleeping at the police headquarters during the Buhari regime. I was sleeping there every day because they say I wasn't supporting Buhari. I was there every day. Chikai Beneme, You know, all these people, you can ask them, Chivokera Fumoso, Emeka Okengu, all these people, you can ask them. They were always there with me in the police station because I wasn't supporting Buhari. So most of the current opposition chairmen, what happened to be some of them my younger brothers, some of them my friends, some of them my old colleagues, I do not are afraid of the current government or what they will do to them. They register their party or bring funny allegation against them and create divisions in their party. So I do not really see that most of this opposition party will come on board to the NDC. I think NDC will go we cut them, but they will not come. Most of them will not come because of the way the APC, the fear of the known, of the way APC have stationed themselves as obstacle to multiplicity of inclusivity driven political arrangement. So they will not come. They already know. The fear of the known is what I already know as it is. So, but I think with the level of acceptance that the NDC is getting, and that people who formed it, have not have any kind of information in the public that will damage their reputation, that will undermine the faith of the people in the party, then I think the people will be able to put themselves around the interest that matters. And for me, the only mistake the NDC will make is if they do not go along with the popular demand. If they don't go along with the popular demand, they will come and they will go just as they came. But if they go along with the popular demand, the APC will have a sleepless night and could be defeated, because Bola Ahmed Tinubu's struggle is to make sure Obi was not on the ballot. Why? Because he wanted to have the whole South to himself. But today, Obi is the king of the South. In the last election, Obi defeated Bola Ahmed Tinubu in the South. He had 48.something% of the vote cast in the South. That's what Obi scored. Bola was struggling with 40-something. So with lesser point, and Atiku came third in the South. So if you the Bukoka also came fourth in that ranking. So if you look at it, the South today, which Obi is going to still do very well with the addition of where he failed before, which is Bayelsa. So Obi has a better advantage to be able to, galvanize the aspirations and wishes of the people on the ballot and transform it into a presidency. See, I think the greatest mistake this country has done is for a group of people to feel marginalized. It's for a group of people to feel, abandoned. And in a justiciable society, what you do is to drive to create that balance and say, no, this is not it. This misinformation, these lies cannot stand. I was on a sister TV station yesterday, and I saw somebody coming out from the station who have been telling all sorts of lies that will be issue ID cards for Northerners to come from Northerners to leave the North or the Anambra or take ID card. And I confronted him. I said, Prof, at your age, I'm younger than you. I will never be irresponsible to tell lies. I never do that. And I don't talk about people on TV, but you are behaving in a way as if you are so angry that you can tell lies that what to be the person who attempt to do that was even Rochas Okrocha in Imo. So this thing you are doing against this man is unfair. He's a good man, you know it, but it's just that you feel that your brother should be the president. And are you forgetting that this other person have people? We need to create a balance in this country. Obi is qualified, Obi is kind, is compassionate, is disciplined, is firm, and is sincere and morally upright to be able to take this country from the current political economic quagmire that we have found and said, I'm not going to be ambivalent at this point. I'm not going to stand and that I'm not sure what I'm going to do. I'm not going to whether or yeah. No, I'm all in. I'm all in with him. I'm all in with the aspirations of a discipline, of a sincere person. I'm all in. I'm not leaving anything on. But I could do like politicians are doing. Try to trade. Try to look for where I will get something to make money. There are a lot of opportunities. You can see them doing it. But I will never do that. I will continue to be consistent and make sure that we fight a way that this country succeed. My children should not come and meet this kind of dilapidated, failed economic policies again. What I went through as a young man, and I'm still going through as a young person, I don't want my children to pass through those phases.
Peter, there's something you just said now that maybe some of these parties may not want to join in an alliance because they could be afraid of the no.
No, you're using could. I know they're afraid. I'm also former chairman of Right Park. I was former national. I speak to my friends. They're afraid. They can't. They couldn't even go to a Ibadan conference.
Yeah, but are we implying now that a group of politicians have captured the state institutions to the point that the police cannot function dispassionately, the judiciary cannot function dispassionately, to the point of say, oh, if I join Comrade Peter in his party, an institution can be used against me?
No, that's true. That's true. That's where we are. But in all such situations, courageous men will rise up. In all such situations, resistance by the people who want what is good for their own children, what they never experienced, what they have seen other countries enjoy. It took 30 years for Singapore to change. We need to lay the foundation now. We can't just do it. But somebody has to lay that foundation. If that person, and that, as it sits today, the only one person I know is Peter Obi. So we need to be able to lay that foundation and make sure that foundation works. People should keep away their funny interest. People should not throw Nigeria into the level of lies that we're experiencing. So I wish that we can get it right, and I know we are going to get it right. I have seen something. In fact, there's something that gives me hope, that no matter what you say, no matter how much you insult Peter, no matter what you say, he will never respond to your insult, because his focus, his macro focus on one thing, that we must make Nigeria work for the next generation. Peter could have stayed in London and not come back. He's a former governor. He's a multinational businessman, both here and abroad. He could have just gone and live his life, live on a yacht and travel. Just they are using our government money. There are things that Peter will not use government money to do. He won't use it to favor me. He won't. He won't give me an appointment if I'm not competent enough to handle it. He will explain to me, say, Peter, my namesake, you can't hold this one. I don't believe that you can handle this. And please do some other things. This is what I know you can do. He will tell you. This is how he is. Even in the banking sector, the private sector, the people he has made, well, it doesn't look attractive. There are personal things I know that I can't say because I felt offended when something happened in Labour Party, but I will never come and insult anybody. I won't. You had an agreement with me, you didn't keep it, I leave it. You will suffer the consequences of your decision.
Now, Peter, I thought that we were going to close this conversation on that, but you just brought it up. Allow me to permit me to do that. I've always known you and associated you with Labour Party. And I know that up until the National Convention of Labour Party in Umuahia, you and I were talking.
We're talking. I replied you.
You and I are talking now, and we're talking NDC. I just saw a resignation letter from you to Labour Party, resigning your membership of the Labour Party. That was shortly after you came back from Umuahia National Convention. Are you now a member of Nigeria Democratic Congress?
Yes, that's where my thoughts are right now, and that's where my intentions are. Because I'm moving a meeting with some of my members in the next 1 hour to do official declaration. The national chairman of NDC, who happens to be a friend and a brother, the other brother, like I said, is like a mentor to me, somebody that I've known me all my life, Major Clopas. So they are like family to me, and I know their character. They are very principled people. So, and I believe that with the joining of hands with P2B, the reason why I didn't follow eventually P2B to ADC, he knows that I've always wanted to be a one-party man. I wanted to just serve and go, but I can't be that qualified. And the things I've done over the years, I'm not just a party chairman. I've done a lot of things in party management. I've been national chairman of PPA and all of that. So if age is used as a consideration against me, maybe I'm 50 years old and you use it, it's unfair. So I think that my contribution to the party would have brought a new energy into the party. It would really expand the party. But for now, I don't talk about spilled milk. I don't talk about things that have passed. What I want to concentrate on is to put my energy the way I put my energy for the Labour Party and put it for the NDC.
Okay, because I want our viewers to understand me clearly. One, Comrade Peter Ame, former chairman of the Nigeria Inter-Party Advisory Council, has resigned from Labour Party. Will I be right?
You are very correct.
Thank you. Can I make a second statement? That even though I have said that you have joined the Nigeria Democratic Congress, you say you and your colleagues and friends are meeting in the next 1 hour.
Let's just say this way our intention. How we are joining the Nigerian the NDC. We are joining the NDC, and we want to be able to help our principal, the God-fearing man, to be able to help Nigeria to work. We are going to the NDC.
Will it be unfair? Because the things were jolly before you went to Umuahia. Will it be unfair to your principal to ask you whether it is as a result of unrespected ideology because you've been convinced about the Labour Party ideology for a very long time. I know that. Or is it because Labour Party was no longer keeping to the principle of fairness and equity? Or did you think that the party was no longer viable enough to deliver on your expectations in politics? Why did you accept?
All of the above. One, I wrote in my resignation process that whatever discussed in private, I keep to them. I'm a very principled.
Was anything discussed in private that you kept?
Yes, a lot of these were not kept. Look, I don't go to court over issues. I allow people to do their thing. The Umaya Convention was just not the way I have no convention to be, but I congratulated the senator, former minister who won, who was elected, who was appointed by the convention as national chairman, and I wished her well. But I think that the next you should do is to make sure that you expand the process. A lot of people are angry, and I don't want to talk about their interest. My interest is that I had a discussion prior with some of the leaders of the party, including the governor, who said that those who are going for the interim leadership will not contest in the convention. And for that reason, I was a member of the interim leadership. When the list was released, within 30 minutes, he told me that I resigned from the interim leadership. That no, I will not be part of the interim leadership. This is what you have said. But things change, and he has a reason why things change, and I want to respect that. He's a man I like. I love him. Not as much as I love Peter, but I love him because he's doing well for our people in Abia. And people want to talk, oh, you are from Kogi. Every time you say Sokoto people, we're Nigerians. We must love ourselves. That's the only choice we have. I've been in Abia several times, and I've seen that what he's doing, and I wish him well. But this is his decision. He will live by it, and at the end of the day, maybe there will be epiphany, and he will say, oh, this is what I would have done, and this is what should have been. So let's watch.
Do you think that the Labour Party, which you know inside out, will be minded to joining forces with the Nigeria Democratic Congress?
No, they won't. They won't. From what I know, it won't. I think that's part of the things I suffered. But I hope they change their mind. But they won't. And it's not even their fault. It's still part of the state. The
fear of the known,
the fear of the state, the fear of the known, they know these things that this will come. So it's not their fault. I don't blame them. But if I was leading the party, I don't mind the worst happening. I would have taken my decision and follow those who want to save this country. I wouldn't mind. It has happened to me in the past. It will always happen. We can't just coward ourselves and run into our bedroom anytime those who empower threaten us with something. We can't. They won't. There are a lot of parties that I don't see parties. I just see only one party, maybe the DLA. He's a young man running it. He doesn't know the consequences of all this yet. But maybe because he was only party registered by ENUGU. And so, but the others, I don't see. I don't envisage any one of them.
Okay. My producer says, look at your time. We just have under 5 minutes to be here. But Peter, I'm going to make you become a native doctor right here. Because if I use the word Ogura, I would have sent you to Europe. But here now, I'm going to make you a Babalawo, a native doctor. I'm going to make you play the role of Ifa.
An oracle.
Look into the oracle. Just look at the seeds. Put them on your grandfather's mat. Are you likely to predict the outcome of the 2027 general election?
Yes, I can. The electoral amount is
Calm down and ask your grandfathers again what is likely to be the outcome. And don't forget that Nigerians will quote you.
Let them quote me. If you throw Ifa like this and you look at them, you look at how they drop and what they speak from the ancestors, you look at the reshaping of the electoral map of this country and how it was greatly impacted by the emergence of Peter B in 2023. And for me, I believe Peter won the election. No, you can take me anywhere. I would defend it because if you look, the only organization, two organizations, Premium Times, BBC, that went into the IRF to try to do a little bit of investigation, which the result is still getting today. It shows that Peter won Rivers. Was it recorded for him? No. The PDP came to TV that from EC8A they have, all the forms they had from Lagos showed that Peter had 900 and something thousand votes in Lagos. They recorded 500 and something. So if elections are free, if elections become credible, if elections have passed through the integrity test, And if Nigerians are committed, like what they did, if they can do double of that, they should not be disillusioned. They should not disengage from the process. They should not surrender this process to bad leaders who force themselves on us. They should go back and do what they did before, because more people have joined. So the fight and the struggle today will be super. And they should go back and do what they have done so that we can defeat this system. It is for the system, because now party politics has been hijacked. We became chairman. We work with people like Ojizo Kalu. We became chairman when party leaders can take decision. Today, it is not like that. The party belongs to those who have been elected. So we need to change that. And if you continue like that, that means a child of the poor man can never be national chairman the way they are going to. It must be anointed. If you continue like that, you cannot get elected, because you have to come through the party system. It becomes the big man affairs. If my son will go for this, your children will go for this. They are already mapping it. It's already showing it. But it takes a long time for it to become a full force a system. So we need to do that. But I know in 2027 coming, with the emergence of the NDC and the people coming around it, people working with it, I told you, I just saw Natasha wasn't with the Labour Party. Look at what she did in Kogi Central. I just saw her move to the NDC. So Kogi will have a lot of advantage for whoever emerges at the end is presidential candidate, which I wish it should be Peter, because he's the only one that can deliver that for them. So I believe that with Atiku running, Peter running, and Bola Tinubu running, 2027 will be for Peter Obi. And the Southeast will produce their first president in this current republic.
Have the gods spoken?
They have spoken. And the people have heard my voice. They are the voice of the gods for me.
Well, Comrade Peter, I'm a former chairman of the Nigeria Inter-Party Advisory Council. He has thrown his seeds on the mat, and he says the gods have spoken. And I've told him Nigerians will quote him. I'll remind him of this. In the past 55 minutes, I've been conversing with Comrade Peter Ame, the former chairman, Inter-Party Advisory Council chairman, the former chairman, national chairman of APP, PPA, former presidential candidate. And as I just reminded him, up till a few days ago, we were conversing on Labour Party. But he says he does not want to discuss people and discuss what is gone. Let what happened in the night happen in the night. This is daybreak. But now, in the next 1 hour, and I'm getting it for the first time on this program, he and his party members and friends are headed to the NDC. Let's wish him well, and let's keep reminding ourselves that we call him back here to throw the seeds and converse with his fathers. Peter, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me, sir. Thank you very much.
My name is Mwabos Njoko. That's how far you can run this morning. I hope you had a good time with us. Let's meet tomorrow, Saturday. And, oh, by the way, do not forget that tomorrow will be the National Convention of the NDC. We hope to be at the venue, and we're bringing you live coverage of that event. My name is Mwabos Njoko. Please have a great day and good morning.
News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Welcome to another edition of news on Signature Television. I am your chief newser, as it were. That position you, by either was by selectorate or by electorate position, you have put me there. Whichever one, I find myself being the chief newser on this program where we muse, and the muse is where we think and talk. And as usual, I say always in Nigeria now, we are advising that people should think before they talk. But if some people choose to talk before they think, well, we go on, like the Igbos will always say, where if a goat is lying on the ground, is lying on his skin. So let's get going with what we have to muse about today. There are so much in the Nigerian news headlines that will draw attention to thinking and talking, but we have only selected few. So might not be exhaustive in the topics we want to think and talk about today. But one of them is that one that has been trending and is top on the agenda since the last 2 decades in Nigeria is the issue of bandits and terrorism. And recently in the news, you find out that they say all the thriving communities in Nigeria are empty. Many people are running away from their communities, their homeland, and their inheritance, because some people that have been described as bandits and terror are that's chasing them away, burning down their communities, killing them, beheading them, raping, disarming, doing so much things that are tragic to them. And quite recently in the news, we also read about how almost 30 communities in Kwara State, their traditional rulers have run away with their families because they can't stay any longer, meaning they are submitting, they are throwing in the towel. It's like, let's run away, save our lives, let whoever want to take over the land, take them. And of course, those who are taking over the land are the bandits and terrorists. And it's not talking, it's not, saying, it leaves a lot of sour taste in our mouth, and everybody who is right-thinking Nigerian, who is peace-loving, who has been a Nigerian, the resilient Nigerians, one of the happiest people on earth, have turned to become one of the most, what do we say, the most sorrowful and the saddest people on earth. And how did this, how did this turn? How did it turn around that in Nigeria, blessed with so much resources, human and natural and material, now most of the communities are living in IDP camps? And you know what that means. IDP camps where people line up for rations in the mornings with their families, that is surviving ones, those who are alive. And when it has taken this turn, it started with bombings and setting bombs on mass transport vehicles in Abuja. It started with kidnapping of children in Chibok. A lot of campaigns were done, a lot of things were done. Where is the Chibok? Now, nobody, even the Chibok people are going to voicemail. Chibok girls who have been kidnapped are going to voicemail. And now, what are we talking about now? We are talking about that the communities, even their traditional rulers, are taking off, going into exile and leaving their communities and the people to their tent. It's like, to your tent, all Nigerians, to your tent, all community members, those who used to be my subject, I am throwing in the towel because I can't survive there. Nobody can see death coming and want to stand. He said, no, it's only 3 that we hear that it will cut down and still stands there. The Igbo say, no, 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 so even the traditional rulers who are running away now is because of what happened in the past, continuing in the recent, present, and in the future. And you find that there have been this idea of doing kidnapping and mass abduction of ordinary, innocent Nigerian citizens, and it has gotten to traditional rulers. We have had some side instances of school children, and now the bandits and terrorists are updating their games. They are upping their games to the point of taking over. And you know, the Igbo say that when the big tree falls down, all the birds will find, they will scamper and find whatever, where they will find a tent, where they find safety. And that's what is happening. Now we are saying, for how long will this continue? So many communities up the north have been taken over by terrorists and bandits, and Nigerian security apparatus is doing all they can to fight these menaces, and it's even becoming overwhelming. We are saying the Nigerian security forces and the agencies and all the establishments are doing whatever they can do. But there is something that will happen when it gets to a point where something becomes overwhelming. It becomes a full-blown war. And you ask, with this number of Nigerians in the den of, in the camps or in the hands of bandits and terrorists, how many are left for the 2027 election that we're preparing? And for some other developmental things that we want to do in Nigeria. It calls for attention. It calls for serious attention. And the question has been, do we as Nigerians call for international communities to come and assist us? And do we then need for us to call them to come and assist us when Nigeria has been in the forefront of helping other countries of the world who have one kind of problem or another? Nigeria has been in the forefront. One of the achievements of the great Nigerian nation has been to contribute gallant soldiers to peacekeeping forces. And now Nigeria has found itself in this kind of war, whether declared or undeclared. And the international communities are watching Nigerians being decimated, being kidnapped, abducted, mass killing. And some of the things that have thrown back for us is to start arguing whether people who are mass abducted, kidnapped, or killed, or whatever, those harmful situations that people are going through. People are now going to the argument of whether are they Christians, are they Muslims, are they pagans, are they atheists, or do they even have anything, and we leave that. And every day in Nigerian newspaper headlines, people are being kidnapped by terrorists and bandits. Now our traditional rulers are on the run. For how long can we do this? And we are calling for attention. I am not the spokesman for Nigerian nation. We have Minister of Information. We have Ministry of Information. We have other agencies that are handling our diplomatic relations. Is it not time we call for assistance? Let the people who can help come over, like the Bible said, come over to Macedonia to help us. And in this case, we are saying, come over to Nigeria to help us, because we are in dire stress. And it's time that the international community, United Nations, we signed agreement to be a member of that. We signed agreement to be a member of EU. We have a bilateral agreement with the AU. Of course, AU is our African continental union. And what are these organizations doing? A lot of international communities that have business dealings with Nigeria, are they saying that the bandits and terror will take over Nigeria, that they are comfortable to do business with bandits and terrorists? Is it that they are not comfortable doing business with ordinary Nigerians and the government and the establishment that have been doing these businesses with them? Because we know Nigeria have a lot of things that international communities want. Can there be something be done? Is there a way to negotiate and we stop these killings? Why are we crying for killings? Because whenever any slave sees how a fellow slave is buried, he will eventually know that's how the same fate awaits him or her. We as Nigerian ordinary citizens are crying. Let something be done. We don't know who next will be kidnapped, abducted, beheaded, or raped, and we don't know whose people would have been taken into the dens of bandits and terrorists, and the ransom demand will be made. We even heard that for traditional rulers, their ransom money now has risen up to 400 million. I don't know whether it's for one person or for the whole royal family. But when that has happened, you know, this greeting has passed the ankle. Because the Igbo say, once a kenega fe nkwaka, once greeting passing the ankle, he has turned to fight. This greeting that we started almost 2 decades ago with the bandits and terrorists has passed the ankle. It has now turned to fight. Let whoever want to separate that fight come now. Or whichever strategy we use to stop this menace is welcome. Nigeria needs to be helped by everybody who loves Nigeria and by all peace-loving Nigerians. Let's put our hands together, whether we are Muslims, whether we are Christians, whether we are atheists, whether we are traditional worshippers, or whatever we believe in. Even if we don't believe in anything, I'm sure we believe that life is sacrosanct. Life is a right for everybody, and nobody has the right to take the life of another person without it being discussed. Well, that's about it. In Nigeria now, as a broadcast journalist, you hardly talk about any news, discuss anything on air without talking about bandits and terror. It has become top trending issue in Nigeria for the last going to 25 years, and we said it's high time something be done. Well, that's about that. I've talked several platforms about this issue. Can somebody add their voice? Let's see whether that will help. Well, the next thing we will talk about today on the news, a platform where we think and talk, is Nigerian National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, has recently issued a directive to all the broadcast media in Nigeria, talking about defaulting the broadcast code of Nigeria, that Bible that all broadcasters and people on the glare lights and the microphones and the people who use biros to write about information in Nigeria, but this is about broadcast journalists. And our regulation has been there. We recognize our regulator, the Broadcast Commission. But whenever the elections are coming, they find out that their constituency, that's the broadcasters, have the penchant of doing things that are also heating up the politics. But I say, if you think the broadcast media are talking and doing too much about happenings in Nigeria and going overboard to even commit offense or going beyond the code and doing things that are not contained in the code, which becomes an offense, let's look at even the situation and the environment of Nigeria. Is it promoting, forcing the broadcast journalists to begin to do things ordinary way? Remember that when wrong things stay too long in a community, it becomes a culture. The Igbo say it becomes a culture. Does it mean that some of the people who do the things that broadcast journalists complain about have done it extraordinarily out of shape, so making it impossible for the broadcast journalists to talk about these things and report them the normal way that is written in the code? It takes two to tango. If you do too much, there's one warrior adage, they say, if you do too much, you see too much, you get too much, whatever the way they say it. Does it mean the Nigerian community and the people of Nigeria are now doing too much, making the broadcasting commission, National Broadcasting Commission, to regulate the broadcast journalists to say, you are now doing too much, you are talking too much, you are saying things out of the ordinary? But let's be very frank and serious. It requires that the broadcast journalists in Nigeria become very cautious, because you are not going to throw away the baby with the bathwater. If things are going offhand because of the way most Nigerians behave now, politicians, ordinary people in all sectors of Nigerian life are doing things out of ordinary. There are people who are not supposed to lose their heads even when others are losing theirs. And the only people that cannot do this, they put it to us, are broadcast journalists. So the broadcast journalists, you have a duty that even when others are going out of overboard, doing things that are not required of them, that you are not supposed to join them. So only Nigerians are the people who cannot join 90 million flies to eat what they eat. That's a tall order, very tall order for us, but we have to adhere to our regulatory body. The only thing we're saying, whatever we are doing in Nigeria, let's do it the right way. Let's also be able to stop any fight before the push. If you want to stop fight, let's stop the push. So Nigerians, the politicians, the political environment, the economic environment, all other environment, the ecosystem itself is overcharged with a lot of ordinary actors, and we think that it's time for Nigerians to move on to do. So now the next item we have here to talk about is something that concerns every Nigerian, every African, every black man. We're talking about malaria sickness. The thing is alarming when they say that malaria defies medications despite ongoing eradication practices, activities that are feel everywhere. We are growing up, we heard about kick malaria back in 2020 or 2030, fight malaria, eradicate malaria. All those development organizations overuse words of eradicating, stopping, doing things. They use words like things that we are used to. But when we are hearing about vaccines for different diseases in the world, we are asking the question, why is it that those people who have the wherewithal to manufacture vaccines, develop vaccines, have done for HIV? HIV came into Africa and of course touched the whole world, and then the vaccine has been worked on over time, and then a vaccine in practice and in circulation where trials have been done, and there are some medicines that can even hold it up and shift up the HIV virus in the system for a very long time and make the person to live healthy. Why has malaria become the area of life where the people have said there's no vaccine over time? As maybe they're still working on it. But we said, for how long will it take these people, the medical world, in the medical sector, the World Health Organization, and all the big pharmacies, pharmaceutical companies of the world, to come out with vaccines that can stop malaria? And then somebody on the side said, if they stop malaria, how they could make money from Africans from the health sector? When they say today we started hearing malaria when we were growing up with simple 5 kobo chloroquine tablets. You swallow about 10 of it, and the way doctors will recommend it, before the 3 days runs, malaria is gone and you go hit the street back. But now we have combination therapy that is costing more than, going at the very average of 30,000 naira for an average Nigerian to treat malaria. When we know that if we are 240 million Nigerians, we have over 250 millions of them having malaria in their system. And the mosquitoes are they mutating? Do we have species of malaria now that give of mosquitoes now that bite people, and the malaria will be difficult to cure? The question we were asking is: the malaria those mosquitoes imported? Are the big pharmaceutical companies across the world, are they interested in making Africa, Nigeria, where I'm coming from, to come out of malaria epidemics? Or is it that it's part of the business, business as usual going on, so that get malaria? If 240 million Nigerians is a big market for malaria tablets and medicine, then it might be a tall order to tell somebody to find a vaccine that will stop that. But then let's look at it. Let us look at it very well. Which one is more? More Nigerians are dying now. Even malaria we have in Nigeria now are defying medications. Which way? For a Nigerian, you say, they say, the Igbos, my father will always say, he said, "Now yezu okay, asonya dari bitoafo." So the sicknesses have not gone round, and you are now asking the man who has swollen stomach to also have swollen scrotum. That one. Is there nothing that can be done? I know the international community, the whole world has gone digitally and gone in a lot of high level of development across the world. We are calling for vaccines to eradicate malaria to be introduced so that we will stop. Now there is a very interesting thing for all motorists that have been going on in Nigeria. When the policeman stop you and say, "Yes sir, park here, bring out your papers," and they will flip through the papers and they will tell you third class insurance, third party insurance, you are still having it. Nigeria said you must have first class insurance, and that means comprehensive insurance to use your Tokumbo cars that you have managed to buy 1,500 naira fuel to put in it, and they will either impose fine or impound your vehicle, or you have to go to the station to explain to the oga, or if you are not able to do any of those things, you know what I'm talking now. Because in Nigeria, every offense, whenever you run into the hands of our friend, the police is your friend, I know. But whenever you run far or run into their net, I follow, will cost money. I don't follow, it costs money. So which way? Nigeria. But it's a good news that SIN, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Falana, has gone to court and they has gotten judgment, and they say court now stops police and the Federal Road Safety Commission from imposing fines on defaulting motorists in Nigeria who do not have who have third-party insurance, and that means we can now use third-party insurance to drive our cars. It's some kind of so-called, knowing the hardship and hunger in Nigeria, what it takes an average Nigerian to survive. That is the few that still have their vehicle on the road, because 95% of Nigerians have parked their vehicles. Only the politicians and people working in government can use government cars, but with our tax money, our resources to move around with sirens, and some of the cars are even armored vehicles. No policeman can even stop them with in that convoy to say whether you are using third-party insurance or whether you are using comprehensive. The world is not straight. This one is not fair. But whichever way, whenever there is a move to help cushion a little bit the suffering of Nigeria, we welcome it. So, Nigerians, kudos, you can now drive your cars according to the report we have with the third-party insurance on Nigerian roads. Good luck, and let all the people who will fight for more rights for the ordinary citizens of Nigeria keep on fighting, because it's like we have two worlds now, they and us, and somebody need to be the middleman who will talk for the ordinary Nigerians, because if they don't talk for us, who will talk for us? Because even the rich now also cry. So imagine what it is for the poor and the wretched of the earth of Nigeria. I am not promoting defaulting. I am not promoting lawlessness or anything. But even in madness, they told me there's an order. Let's put order, even a hardship and hunger and the economic system of Nigeria, how we can survive. Let us shield ourselves from some of the suffering. Because, like they say, are we going to all to die and cry and squeeze us to death before certain cushion is introduced into the system? Thank God we cannot drive with third-party insurance in Nigerian roads. Well, that's if you can afford to buy the fuel. And somebody was saying engineering and other accessories they used to drive car in Nigeria. But most cars in Nigeria are second-hand. Some of them are third, 10th hand. And we are still managing to drive them. But when the condition of driving them is adding up to hardship and hunger, it makes it so difficult for us to survive. Well, that's about it. The next item we have here, because we are running it up today, you can see that Muslim today is taking a fast lane. We are moving. NNPC has cleared the air. He said, we do not say that the refinery is now a scrap that is now standing for sale. That they are warning people because Nigerians, let them not find themselves into the hands of 419s who will come and tell you that Port Harcourt refinery is up for sale because it's now a scrap, or that the Warri refinery is now up for sale because it's now scrapped, or that Kaduna refinery is now up for sale because it's now scrapped. NNPC said, we not talk about one more. So if somebody comes to you, for the international communities where Nigerians, they think they will come and tell you, I am the minister of oil and gas in Nigeria. I'm coming on behalf of Nigerian government, and we are selling our refiners. Who can buy? They put a caveat. NNPC has put a caveat. If you buy, buyers are buying at their own risk. Owners, if you park your car in certain hotels and some joints, they will tell you cars are parked at the owner's risk. That's why I stopped when I was able to buy fuel to use my car. I stopped going to such places with my car. If you stop to buy one bottle of beer at expensive price or buy any drink you drink, and you look around, you see a signboard saying that you are parking your car here at your own risk. Even in somebody's premises, you is running business, you say your car is parked at your premises. So everybody in Nigeria is on their own. So just like the NNPC is saying, if you go to buy, anybody approach you and say he's buying our refineries, they may be scrap. But then the NNPC and the Nigerian government has not declared them for sale yet. Probably they further notice. And somebody said maybe when it becomes scrap of, you have A class of scrap, you have B class of okreka, you have C class, until when you get to Z level of scrap, that's when they will say. Now, I'm not talking on behalf of NNPC, but they know when they scrapped or whatever looks like refineries that cannot turn around money into it. We have turned them around with a lot of budget in Nigeria for the last 28 or 30 years, and nothing happened. And some people have said, let us not put more money there again. It's as good as scrap. But even at that, a lot of decisions will be made across board before we decided whether our refineries will be up for sale as scraps. You are moving around a lot of, in the cities, you find a house that looks old and dilapidated, where people, maybe the owners are managing to still only collect the rent from tenants living there. And you find on the wall big written text saying, beware, this house is not for sale, beware of 419. I got a joke of one, they wrote, one man was very clear when he wrote, beware of my first son. This house is not for sale. Nigerian young men, because of lack of employment, say Nigeria has up to 80% of unemployment rate in Nigeria. That's what they told me, and here you can confirm from the Ministry of Employment and Labor whether Nigerian youth are employed. So they are looking for way of surviving. They say, when the land is not good, those ones who are positioning as peacemakers and keeping peace, they are the ones who are thriving. In Igbo land, when Indians come to settle talk for you, you have to buy drinks and buy cola and even buy goat and kill. And before they settle, probably you have an issue, you are struggling to settle an issue of 200,000. It will take you about 200,000 to bring Indians and also the India and Aladimma. Those people who talk about Aladimma, when you hear Aladimma in Igbo land, is about let the communities be okay. What you take them to bring them as alternative dispute resolution platform is costlier than even what you are trying to settle. And you think Nigeria is going to be better? I'm not talking about when I talk say make there be crisis. So when there's crisis, they will invite Indians and also to settle. And if you bring the red cap chiefs to come and settle issues for you, they must chop something before they talk about the issue, and that's about it. So on that note, that's where we can draw the curtain on today's edition of the Muse, a program on Signature Television, a global TV that is pushing the voice from the Southeast for the world to hear. We'll go to our social media handles, it's on your screen, comment and share, and let more people know what we are doing. Let's continue to do this together. As we grow together. So when we get there, we all share the profit. Thank you for having been with us today again. My name is Christian Chibuzo Maduka, your chief muser. Thank you for accommodating me in your sitting room with all my excesses. I will come again next time with another edition of Muse. Keep watching all the programs on Signature Television. Don't go away. Thank you for being here.
Every second, Every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language. All with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never heard what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
Oh.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, House of Reps passes FCTA and NDDC 2026 budgets. Senate reverses Standing Orders Amendment, reopens leadership contest. Amid Ukraine's daring assaults, Russia scales back Victory Day celebrations. Indonesia volcano kills 3 as search for 20 missing hikers underway. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. We are local.
International communities observing every
When the meat market is in chaos, people
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The Enugu State government plans to establish a 660 megawatt coal-fired power plant in the state to ensure cheap and uninterrupted power supply in the state. The state governor, Peter Mba, who disclosed this during an engagement with members of the organized private sector, said the government will also institute a 100 billion naira venture capital fund to encourage startups and transform the state's investment climate. Correspondent Chinemerem Ikebunam reports.
Governor Peter Mba says his administration is focused on eliminating barriers to investment and building the infrastructure needed to support businesses operating in the state. To achieve the objective, the state government is to establish a 660 megawatt coal-fired power plant to ensure regular supply of electricity. Governor Mba, who played host to members of the organized private sector at the Government House, ENUGU, disclosed that the groundbreaking ceremony of the project would take place in July this year, while the project would be completed within 18 months. Mba said the power plant will leverage the abundant high-grade coal reserves in Enugu, which is known for its low sulfur content and high energy output that makes it suitable for efficient power generation.
We've since gone beyond just setting up the electricity market. We're also now interested in building the electricity here, producing electricity here. And I'm pleased to inform you that in July, we're going to be breaking ground. We're going to be installing a 660 megawatts of a coal-fired power plant.
Mba revealed that the government has secured a single-digit interest loan in conjunction with the Bank of Industry to enable it to institute a 100 billion naira venture capital fund to support micro and small enterprises to grow their businesses. He also announced his plans to build an incubation hub and an artificial intelligence institute, as well as a digital industrial park that is expected to host over 200 business process outsourcing firms and position Enugu as a hub for global ICT and administrative services.
As part of our strategy to support these small businesses, we've assessed some loan from BOI at a single digit, and we're happy to pass that on to these small businesses. And you just need to go to my SPA SME, Chilo Ofia, Arinze Chilo Ofia, and he will provide you with the information you need for small businesses, and I like to emphasize small businesses.
Stakeholders at the event commended the governor's vision, especially his plans to address the power situation, which they said will reduce production costs and inflationary pressures.
We particularly commend your administration's significant investment in security, because we all know that business only goes to secure and peaceful destinations.
Electricity is a huge challenge, and it's even getting worse with what is happening globally with the US-Iran war and all that. The price of alternative power, which is diesel, has really gone up.
Over 100 investment opportunities have already been developed in the state, with feasibility and financing models already spelled out to guide the private sector. Analysts believe that the successful execution of the projects and initiatives would further add momentum to the industrial growth of the state. From Government House, Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
The House of Representatives has approved 2.28 trillion naira as the 2026 budget of the Federal Capital Territory Administration. The approval followed the consideration and adoption of the report of the House Committees on FCT and Area Councils at the Committee of Supply. Of the amount approved, 1.74 trillion naira is earmarked for capital projects, while 165 billion naira is for personnel costs and 378 billion naira for overhead. The House also passed the 2026 budget of the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, put at 1.75 trillion naira. Outside the chamber, former Delta lawmaker Nicholas Osai described direct primary as the most democratic process for political parties, saying it encourages wider participation by party members. The former lawmaker, who declared his intention to return to the House under the APC, also defended the role of money in politics and said his ambition is aimed at attracting development projects and improving infrastructure in his constituency.
Consensus can be built up when a family in a political party believes that we should give peace a chance to allow one of us to go. But the most democratic aspects of the lawmaking and the clause that the current 10th Assembly have put is a direct primary. And APC National Working Committee has aligned with direct primary. You could see when the national chairman spoke, that was 3 or 4 days ago, he talks about that APC National Working Committee has adopted direct primary. I think direct primary brings about what we call participatory democracy. And under a participatory democracy, you could see that whoever emerges victory, there's always that joy, that you receive when a lot of people voted for you from the beginning who are party members.
The House of Representatives is set to investigate alleged debts owed the federal government by agencies, parastatals, and other bodies within and outside Nigeria. The probe followed a motion sponsored by Katsina-born lawmaker Salisu Majigiri and 5 other lawmakers who raised concerns over Nigeria's rising debt profile. The lawmakers noted that as of September 30th, 2025, Nigeria's total public debt stood at over 153 trillion naira, driven largely by increased domestic borrowing and currency depreciation.
Aware that while the federal government has been diligent in servicing its debt, less attention has been placed on debt recovery as tool for show-off of the revenue profile of the federal government of Nigeria.
Honorable Zanna, Honorable Shetima, Honorable Ibrahim
is owed huge sums of money within and outside the country.
Order!
Including judgment
please.
debts.
Order.
These sums are held by state and non-state actors, ministries, departments, and agencies of government.
In another motion, the House called for an investigation into the persistent increase in the prices of building materials across the country. Sponsor of the motion, Bayelsa lawmaker Oboku Ofoji, argued that despite local sourcing of major raw materials, Nigerians continue to face high construction costs.
Concerned that the price of 50 kg bags of cement has risen sharply from above 7,500 in the late 2025 to between 11,500 and 12,100 in 2026, representing an increase of approximately 50 to 60% within a short period of time. As further concerned that within the same period, steel prices have increased by 20%, chap sand price by about 25%. Other materials such as granite and timber have also recorded significant increases.
Bayelsa lawmaker Marie Bikake urged the House to intervene in the alleged failure of O&O Nigeria PLC to fulfill its corporate social responsibility to some communities in her constituency, including the provision of electricity.
Worried that given the sensitive and often fragile relationship between oil companies and host communities in the Niger Delta, Such conduct could trigger adverse reaction with far-reaching and potentially destabilizing consequences if not urgently addressed by the House and relevant authorities. Convinced that the prolonged blackout in these communities has significantly disrupted social and economic life and has contributed to increasing distrust and tension between the host communities and the company.
The House also tasked the federal government to urgently resettle over 10,000 internally displaced persons from Mate, currently taking refuge in Monguno local government area of Borno State. Following a motion by Buka Tauba, who said the displaced persons have remained in difficult conditions after fleeing attacks in their communities. The Nigerian Senate has reversed its controversial amendment barring first-time senators from contesting presiding offices, reopening the race for Senate President and Deputy Senate President ahead of 2027. The amendments introduced on Tuesday senators adopted a motion by Senate Leader Opeyemi Bamidele rescinding the rule.
That the Senate recalls that the Senate standing orders were considered and amended on Tuesday, 5th day of May 2026. Senate observes that upon further legislative and constitutional review, certain provisions introduced under Order 2, Subsection 2, and Order 3, Subsection 1, may give rise to constitutional inconsistencies and unintended tensions with the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as altered, particularly Section 52 thereof. Senate notes that it is necessary to ensure that the standing orders of the Senate remain fully consistent with constitutional provisions, establish parliamentary conventions, and legislative practice. Senate further notes that the Senate possesses the inherent parliamentary authority.
Senator Adams Oshomole had argued that there was no need to rush the amendments, stressing that divergent opinions should be allowed in the lawmaking process.
I believe the average age in this Senate must be over 40. And so we don't have excuse for youthful exuberance. So when we are making a law, we should accommodate divergent views. That way, what one person forgot, the other person will remember. The way we rush the rules, because certain people wanted certain things concluded, is what led to this error. That is just the point I want to make. That next time we should allow debate. That's it.
Well, point of order.
However, the Deputy Senate President ruled him out of order, stating that the issue had already been resolved. He further urged Senator Oshomole not to continue what he described as drama on the Senate floor, following exchanges during the previous day's proceedings.
A budget that you have total is 2.2 trillion. And out of this, 1.7 is going for capital, side of the budget. That is for infrastructure, for development.
About 20 governors who are members of the Progressive Governors Forum have named ENUGU State Governor Peter Mba as chairman of the forum. The decision followed the reported removal of the Imo State Governor Hope Uzodinma as chairman of the forum, during an extraordinary meeting of about 20 All Progressives Congress governors held in Abuja on Thursday night. A statement issued by the Director General of the Forum, Folorunsho Aluko, however, denied the report, describing it as false and misleading. Aluko stated that no such meeting was held, insisting that the Imo State Governor remains the chairman of the body. ENUGU State Ministry of Transport has refuted reports that a road crash resulting in an inferno at Ugwu-Onyama axis of Enugu-Onitsha Expressway claimed over 50 lives, describing the report as totally false and misleading. In a statement issued by its spokesperson, Odumegwu Chiwendu, the ministry explained that the images being circulated as Ugwu-Onyama does not depict any part of that axis and the current reality on the Ugwu-Onyama corridor. It added that the image shows clusters of residential buildings along the roadway, a feature that does not exist on the actual Ugwu-Onyama axis, where there are no such residential structures directly adjoining the corridor. Chiwendu maintained that while the Ugwu-Onyama area was notorious for road carnages that had unfortunately claimed many lives, the infrastructural intervention of the federal government has considerably improved road safety and vehicular movement in the area. The ministry therefore appealed to the public and road users to disregard the false reports currently in circulation and to continue to cooperate with traffic and safety authorities by adhering to speed regulations and using the designated lanes responsibly. Activist Aisha Yesufu has announced her resignation from the African Democratic Congress, ADC, and joined the Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC. Yesufu disclosed this in a statement posted on her X handle, linked her decision to what she described as a clearer understanding of Nigeria's future, and her continued alignment with former presidential candidate Peter Obi, who also recently defected to the NDC. She explained that her earlier support for Obi informed her initial move to the ADC, adding that her latest defection was a continuation of that commitment. The activist also confirmed that she would be contesting for the FCT senatorial seat under the platform of the NDC. Yesufu said she had concluded her responsibilities in the ADC, describing her exit as a clean transition, and expressed gratitude to party members for the opportunity to serve in various capacities. Russia-Ukraine trade fire blamed despite Victory Day ceasefire. 2 men found guilty of spying on Hong Kong dissidents in UK for China. Details of these and more on our foreign stories.
You don't tire for this picture? Oh yeah, make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they with you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey. Whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get to get free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, now our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
May 9th is a venerated day on the Russian calendar, the anniversary of the Soviet Union's victory over Nazi Germany in World War II. Is usually commemorated with a grand military parade outside the Kremlin on Moscow's Red Square. According to Oleg Ignatov, senior Russia analyst at Crisis Group, for modern Russia, it's the main holiday of the year alongside the New Year. This year, however, for the first time in nearly 20 years, there will be no tanks, missiles, or junior cadets in the parade. The decision to hold back on showcasing military equipment comes as a result of heightened security fears over the war in Ukraine. However, personnel from higher-level military academies will still take part in the procession on foot, while the aerial portion of the program will remain unchanged. Meanwhile, Russia and Ukraine have accused each other of breaching a short ceasefire announced by Moscow to coincide with Victory Day commemorations marking the Soviet Union's defeat of Nazi Germany. The Kremlin said its forces downed 264 Ukrainian drones early on Friday, with officials in Moscow reporting attempted attacks on the capital and in the Perm region in the Ural Mountains. The truce, declared from May 8th to May 10th, ended to cover annual celebrations that include a military parade in Moscow. Russia has warned that any disruption would trigger a large-scale missile response against Kyiv, urging foreign diplomats to leave the Ukrainian capital before potential escalation. In a separate announcement, the Russian Transport Ministry said on Friday that 13 airports in Russia's south halted operations due to drone attacks. There were no casualties, it announced. Indonesian authorities are searching for 20 missing hikers after the eruption of Mount Dukono on Halmahera Island killed 3 people. Mount Dukono, an active volcano, erupted at 7:41 a.m. local time on Friday, spouting a tower of volcano ash as high as 10 kilometers into the sky, and was announced by a weak to strong booming sound. Indonesia's Center for Volcanology and Geological Hazard Mitigation said in a statement. 3 hikers, including 2 foreigners, were killed. Police Chief Eric Lishin Barasaribu of North Halmahera told Compass TV, according to the AFP news agency. The area have been closed to visitors since April 17th, after scientists observed an increase in volcanic activities. 2 men, including a British immigration officer, were found guilty in a London court on Thursday of spying on behalf of Hong Kong and ultimately China, targeting prominent pro-democracy dissidents now based in Britain. Sheng Bilbil Wen, 65, and Shi Lueng Peter Wang, 40, who worked for the UK Border Force, were convicted of assisting a foreign intelligence service by carrying out surveillance on targets between December 2023 and May 2024. The men, both dual Chinese and British nationals, had denied the accusations, while the Chinese embassy in London has accused Britain of fabricating the charges against them. They are believed to be the first people to have been convicted of spying for China in Britain, local media reported. Wei and Huan will be sentenced at a later date and face up to 14 years in jail. And that's it on the foreign news. I am Princess Ken Ochomma.
Next is sports news with Christopher Lele.
Nigeria by calling up foreign-based players. Nigeria is set to host the 3rd Confederation of African Cycling (CAC) Para-Track African Championships and the 12th CAC Track African Championships in Abuja from May 9 to 17, 2026. The championships will take place at the Moshood Abiola National Stadium and will feature some of Africa's top cyclists and para-athletes competing for the continental honors. Countries including South Africa, Kenya, Algeria, Zimbabwe, Ghana, and Benin have already confirmed participation alongside host nation Nigeria. Meanwhile, Team Nigeria cyclists are currently in camp following the conclusion of the national trials held in Abuja as preparations intensify ahead of the Continental Championships. Morocco has once again positioned itself as the forefront of football innovation in Africa after becoming the first African country to introduce referee body cams in domestic football. The Royal Moroccan Football Federation, FRMF, confirmed that referee body cams will be tested during the Botola Pro clash involving the Casablanca derby and what has been described as a pilot phase for the technology. Morocco previously became the first African country to implement video assistant referee (VAR) technology and is now set to break new ground again with the referee body cam experiment. Crystal Palace will take on Rayo Vallecano in their first ever European final after a 2-1 win at Selhurst Park and a 5-2 aggregate Conference League semi-final victory over Shakhtar Donetsk helped the Eagles book a place in Leipzig. Ismaila Sarr put the tie beyond doubt after Shakhtar had teased a comeback when Iguainado's super effort cancelled out his side on goal. The win provides a potential fairy tale ending for the ongoing Oliver Glasner, who has presided over the most successful spell in the club's history. In the space of a year, Palace will have the chance to add the Conference League trophy to a cabinet that includes the FA Cup and Community Shield. In golf, Rory McIlroy made 17 straight pars on his return to PGA Tour action at the Twist Championship, finishing his opening round carding a 1-under par 70. The Northern Irishman, who has taken 4 weeks off since his successful defense of the Masters in April, has fond memories of playing at Quail Hollow, having won his event 4 times previously. During his first victory in 2010, McIlroy made 23 birdies and 2 eagles across all 4 rounds. In tennis, Jannik Sinner considers it tough to say whether he would ever boycott a Grand Slam over prize money, but the Italian claims players are not getting the respect they deserve. His fellow world number 1 Aryna Sabalenka said on Tuesday that she believes players will at some point boycott one of the majors. The top 10 players are demanding a higher percentage of the revenue generated by the 4 slams, as well as benefit contributions and a greater say in areas such as scheduling. That's sports news on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lele.
Entertainment news is next with Gwyneth Wokonta.
Veteran Nollywood actor Roy Dinani has opened up about some of the painful experiences he has faced in the movie industry and the personal tragedies that have marked his life over the years. Speaking on the Where is the Lie podcast, the actor alleged that he was at one point unofficially blacklisted from getting acting roles in Nollywood. He claimed that a powerful figure in the industry instructed producers not to offer him jobs, leading to years of missed opportunities and cancelled appearances even after he had already begun filming. Roy Dinani also spoke about the emotional pain he experienced following the death of his brother, noting that none of his colleagues in Nollywood came to support him during that difficult period. The veteran actor further revealed that he later lost both his son and daughter after he was unable to afford the blood transfusion they urgently needed. According to him, the children were living with sickle cell disorder and depended on regular transfusion to survive. He lamented the lack of support he received from the Nollywood community during those challenging moments, which many people may not fully understand because they have not personally experienced such hardship. Controversial Nigerian singer Speed Darlington has criticized the re-election ambition of Bola Tinubu in the face of the current economic situation in the country. In a video shared on his Instagram page, the singer questioned the president's achievements since assuming office in 2023 and expressed dismay over the administration's handling of the economy and security challenges. Speed Darlington accused the government of policy failures, economic miscalculations, structural challenges, and worsening insecurity across the country, insisting that another term under the current administration would be difficult for many Nigerians. The singer criticized the removal of fuel subsidy shortly after Tinubu assumed office, which he said led to the increase in fuel prices and rising costs of living because the daily life and business operation of Nigerians are tied to petroleum products. He further maintained that the administration had not done enough to address insecurity and insisted that the president had not demonstrated reasons why he deserves a second term in the office.
Mr. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, you are here breaking your neck to be next president of Nigeria, but you are not qualified to be president again. From your first run, we know, say, your second run is going to be hellfire. You enter office, the first thing you did is remove subsidy, knowing very well everything about Nigerian life is attached to petroleum. My fellow Igbo people and the Hausa and the Yoruba and the other tribes in between, they use prayer, they use mind, they beg God, give us excuse to raise price. Give us a reason to raise price. Now you can't give them reason, 1,000% reason to raise price. People, Nigerians that are naturally greedy. Now you can't remove subsidy. Now all the merchants in the country just toll off for Honjele. Now we can skyrocket price. If somebody asks me, I will point fuel, petroleum, fuel. And that's exactly what they do. Merchants where they look for reason to buy 3 Mercedes at once. Now they have the perfect excuse. Fuel no day, fuel no day, fuel no day, fuel no day. You look around, it's true. Price of fuel is high. Just tell me what qualifies you to be president round 2. What exactly qualifies you? The first time when you run for president, I was in the USA. I beg you, I said, please, dismantle this republic. I will erect a 20-feet statue in my compound in honor to celebrate you. I stand on business 4 years ago. I still stand on business 4 years later. Dismantle the republic. Let everybody go their own way. I promise I go celebrate you till I die.
Nollywood actress and filmmaker Yvonne Jegede has appealed for the release of social media blogger Justice Crack, who is reportedly being detained over comments and online content considered critical of the military. In a video message, the actress acknowledged that the blogger had acted wrongly, stressing that civilians should refrain from interfering in military matters. She said those close to him had accepted his mistake and were now pleading for mercy. And leniency from the authorities. Jegede appealed on behalf of Justice Crack's wife, children, and associates, urging authorities to reunite him with his family. She described the prolonged detention as unfortunate and embarrassing, noting that the situation had escalated beyond expectations. The actress also pointed to the prevailing economic hardship in the country, arguing that keeping a family breadwinner in detention for an extended period was unfair and inhumane to his dependents.
I'm making this video addressing it to Brigadier General W.A. Adegoke. Good morning, sir. I am humbly begging for the release of Justice Crack. We have come to understand that he's done wrong. We have come to understand that the civilian should not dabble into military stuff. We have come to understand that, and we've established that. And because of that, I'm coming to say on his behalf, his family, his wife, his kids, brothers, sisters, friends, associates, I've come on their behalf and everybody's behalf to say, please release him back to his family. Release him back to his family. We've established that he's wrong.
That's the entertainment news. Queeneth Wokunta, Signature TV News.
That's the size of our package. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
We are local.
International communities observing
Where the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken it by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
You don't tire for this picture? Oh yeah, make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they with you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey. Whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get Ogbonge free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, now our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
Oh.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff. It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language. All with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on E-Vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing health.
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. We are local.
International communities observing health.
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obitupo were from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Good day, Nigeria. Welcome to another beautiful day in the month of May. This month, I literally have 2 family members that are born in the month of May. That means I need to prep birthday gifts for them. Anyways, if you're born in the month of May, happy birthday to you. And of course, go get your pictures done. Go get all the glams you need because it's another beautiful year for you. This is E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. I'm pretty hyper today. I don't know why. I think it's evidence of good living. Anyways, here we tend to give you interesting stories making round in the entertainment industry. I have interesting stories for you today, and of course today we wouldn't be looking at celebrity peak. We'll be looking at the Met Gala that happened yesterday. So we'll be reviewing some outfits and some of the people you want to see on our screen. But first of all, Whiskey, stating that their disagreement is permanent. The fallout between the two artists began after Whiskey claimed he was greater than Afrobeat legends Fela Anikulapo Kuti. This came in response to Seun Kuti's earlier appeal to fans to stop comparing Whiskey to his late father. Speaking on a recent podcast, Seun Kuti stated that the conflict remains unresolved and will continue indefinitely. He explained that he cannot move past the situation because of the perceived disrespect towards his father, adding that such remarks have created a point of no return between him and Wizkid. And we could remember when this happened, that was a very pretty long month, because it was going on and on and on and on. And Wizkid had to make a statement that literally caused chaos, because people were Wizkid is actually a great artist. He's going to be a legend too when maybe he retire or is done singing or something like that. But the truth is, the statement he made about himself, comparing himself with Fela and Anikulapo Kuti, or even saying he's bigger than Seun Kuti's father, made this whole thing escalate on social media that period, that people were literally coming either at him or even agreeing that he is a legend of this time, while Fela was a legend of that time. But the truth is, Fela is the legend. He has always been the legend. Even while in death, he is being given the stars and honors that is due to him. So that statement actually made them to fall out, made them to have this whole disagreement, made them to be in this whole fight. And he has said, Seun has said that this is permanent, that he is not ever going to resolve this. We don't know how true this is, because let me sound like a friend. He said life is a fickle, life is like a fickle or something. Because you will be surprised that a time will come when maybe you will need Whiskey to do something for you, and you'll find out that you tend to maybe just speak to him or reconcile with him. We know that whatever he said he's not supposed to say that. It's more like an insult to the late artist, you know. So let's just see. But to him right now, he's not interested in resolving any conflicts between the both of them. A Nigerian doctor based in Canada, Arinze Omumelu, has urged singer Portable to undergo a medical brain examination following his recent celebrity boxing match with skit maker Kata Ife. The bout, which took place over the weekend in Lagos, attracted widespread attention online and among fans, especially after Portable, popularly known as Zazukrona, ended up on the losing side. In a social media post and a video shared on Monday, Onwumelu, also known as Dr. Zoe, recommended that the singer undergo a scan such as magnetic resonance imaging to assess any possible internal head injury sustained during the fight. He explained that Kata Efe appeared to land multiple punches to sensitive areas of Portable's head, raising concerns about the risk of a subdural hematoma, a potentially serious condition involving bleeding in the brain. The doctor also called on organizers of celebrity boxing matches to prioritize safety by making protective headgear mandatory for participants in order to minimize the risk of severe head injuries. Now, prior to the match, Portable had expressed strong confidence in his physical readiness and chances of victory, citing that previous wins over Speed Darlington and Charles Okocha in earlier celebrity boxing encounter. Listen to what the doctor said.
Not get the memo, but that's so and the money did not explain to you very well. This is an exhibition match. Exhibition match is meant for entertainment. You just come, touch Portable small, you touch it small, they give you the money and I go. Just like Portable and Charles Okocha, just like Portable and Happy, just like Portable and even Kiss Daniel bodyguard. It's an exhibition match. They don't say make kill him. They don't say make you murder Portable. You know, everything For Nigeria, everything is just fun and games. So, hey, I will do this one. I watched this video, and everybody should watch it closely. I'm telling you from a professional point of view, the kind of punches you throw this guy, he has not recovered from it. Anybody when no portable supposed carry and go do MRI of the brain. Tell them, say, one doctor so for Canada say may they do MRI of the brain looking for subdural hematoma. They get some artery where they here, where they hit them several times, here and here on the temple region. If he bleed small. Boy, one day he has a person on drop. And and e-money. I know you guys don't mean any harm to portable. But please, next time, if you're organizing this kind, give them head guard. Whether you did not get the memo, or whether and the money did not explain to you very well, this is an exhibition.
With that being said, I mean, he meant no harm. He is literally very, very right, because we saw the punches that Carter Efe gave to Portable, and I mean, this is not the first time that this boxing ring entertainment competition has been going on. And yes, truth be told, Portable has been on the winning side. This is the only time he lost to Carter Efe. So the doctor was able to point out the part. It looked like, oh, he's punching him that maybe he had previous what do they call it now, he had this whole feud with him, he had this whole misunderstanding with him, so this is the only time he could be able to beat the hell out of him, right? So it felt like this is more personal than an entertainment thing. So the doctor saying that he needs to go for his scan is actually right. You've received more than how many punches, despite the fact that you've won the other one. So it's very important that you tend to go check yourself, right? Before we would hear, oh, one day someone woke up and slumped and he died, we'll start looking for who poisoned him and who didn't poison him or her. So it's important that whoever that is close to Portable, we're not saying that he's weak or some sort. It's not like they are shading him or something. It's more like health first. We know that he has already made a statement that he'll want to contest for Happy Forex, right? With Happy Forex rather. So it's important that he goes to check himself before he continue this boxing competition. And yes, like he also said, organizers should make it something important that people that are competing could be able to wear a head guard, right, so as not to injure their brains. This is boxing we are talking about, so as not to injure their brain, to get internal injury or even have brain illness and all that. It's health first before entertainment. Let's get that into our daily thinking. All right, so the Federal High Court in Abuja has scheduled May 28 for the hearing of a suit seeking to compel the Nigeria Police Force to reopen its investigation into the death of singer Mohbad. Justice James Omotosho fixed the date after confirming that all respondents, including the Inspector General of Police and the Lagos State Commissioner of Police, had been served. The suit filed by the Break Silence Foundation seek an order of Mandamus directing the police to carry out a thorough and impartial reinvestigation into the circumstances surrounding Mohbad's death in September 2023. The group is also asking the court to compel the police to question individuals who were last seen with the singer, including his wife, Omowumi Cynthia Aloba, as well as close associates and his father, Joseph Aloba. It's further urged that anyone found culpable be arrested and prosecuted. Mohbad's death sparked nationwide protests and the hashtag Justice for Mohbad movement amid widespread public concern over the handling of the case. So it is reopened, and I hope that right now, as it is open, they would finally give justice to him. He will finally get the justice that he deserves, because everything surrounding the death of Mohbad is looking like a horror movie. We are not understanding it. It's going in circles, and we are not even able to point out who exactly has a hand in this or knows something that could be the cause. Even when VDM had interviews with so many people that possibly are close to him, or maybe he had a fallout with or something, it is not pointing at, it's as if it's pointing at every single person, right?
they've all gone for what do they call it now, DNA test between different hospitals, from Omowumi and from his father, right? We've not heard the results anyways, but the truth is this: we would actually want this to be the last reinvestigation, that at the end of the day we can be able to find out, okay, this is what happened, this is what killed him, this is what led to it, and we will be done with this, and he would finally be given the justice he deserves. Because trust me, if that boy grows up, he'll want to know what exactly happened to his father. Anyways, moving forward, Uche Montana has achieved a major digital milestone as her latest film, Monica 2, surpassed 10 million views on YouTube 2 days ago after its release. The sequel, which premiered on May 2nd, 2026, on her channel, Uche Montana TV, quickly gained momentum, reaching out to 1.2 million views within 4 hours, over 4 million in 12 hours, and crossing 6 million within its first day, before hitting the 10 million mark by May 4th. Now, reacting to the achievement, Montana expressed gratitude to her audience, attributing the success to divine favor. Monica 2 continues the story of Monica, played by Montana, as she navigates family tensions, particularly with her mother, portrayed as Blessing Onwukwe, while adjusting the married life with her husband, played by Joseph Momodu. The film also features John Ekanem. The film's strong performance highlights the growing influence of YouTube as a distribution platform in Nollywood, with digital releases increasingly revealing traditional cinema. Similar success has been seen with Omonyo Boli's Love in Every World franchise, which has also recorded impressive online viewership with this milestone. Montana further strengthens her position among a new wave of filmmakers, leveraging digital platforms to reach wider audiences, and we are super proud. I was having a conversation with a colleague, and we were like, don't you think this movie would have been in the city? Oh, it would have been so long. Oh my God. Because part 1 is about 2 hours. Part 2 is about 2 hours. That's like 4 hours. But maybe if she had, God have a way of blessing people, right? Yeah. It's possible that if she had put that out on cinema, it wouldn't have gotten the, traction and everything that it gets now. So let's not say it would have, right? YouTube was the best platform for her, and she got the view. In fact, as of the time when I checked in the morning, it's about 11 views. I don't know for now. Maybe it has already surpassed 12 million views. It's about 11 million views in the morning. Now, what are we saying? One thing about storytelling is it's telling our own story, real life story, because Monica is a real life story. Even though we know that movies would always exaggerate some kind of stories, right? They'll always make it too stretch. They'll make it look so emotional that you would have to believe, you have to feel it, you have to cry, you have to smile, you have to live in it, right? Because this particular movie has been making people put out their tripod, their phone, and they're giving reviews of how they felt. People are creating content and all that. In fact, Monica's mother, it looks like she has taken the crown from Patience Ozokwo Susu, as we know her, right? It's as if she has taken over, because it looks like the role she played gave the highest grossing wickedness we've ever seen. Because I don't understand how, of all people, you're wicked to your own first fruit, your first child, your first daughter, all because you passed through the same trauma. So it's more like you expect it to be a generational thing, from mother to daughter to grandchild. It's meant to pass from generation to generation, instead of you to be the one to break the course, right? Yes, and the fun fact is this: that movie would literally teach you a whole lot. First off, choose yourself first, because even the fact that she had to sacrifice a whole lot, her time, her age, her money, every single thing, she sacrificed every single thing for 36 years, for 36 years of her life. Everything she did was for her family, father, mother, sibling. She didn't complete secondary school. She didn't get to go to university. Even the money that was given to her to get a sewing machine, she gave it to her mother to be able to further her siblings, education. She didn't get a good education. The good thing is, yeah, we didn't expect it to end in a very sad note. I mean, I would have been so heartbroken if Monica did not Oh God, if at the end of the day God did not bless her, that would have pained me so much, right? I'm even seeing people saying they need a patri. There's nothing we don't need patri. It's over. They got the karma they deserve. I know we expected more wickedness for them. It's over. We don't need patri. All we need to do is understand that there are lessons to learn from this, right? Trauma you had as a child or as a mother, you shouldn't pass it on. In fact, you should break that curse, right? You should break that curse in your own generation that, oh, I wouldn't do this to my own child. Secondly, choose yourself first. And this sense of entitlement, we should stop it. Everyone should go work for themselves, right? Because I got more furious and pissed when Chika had to marry Uche Montana's boyfriend. Yes, I know people will say, oh, she broke up with him. Didn't she break up with him? Her mom told her not to marry him and she agreed, right? Yes, I know, but at the end of the day, you know that this person was in a relationship with your sister. In fact, she lured herself into him, because I had to repeat the part 1 yesterday, and I tend to see how she was, oh, you know, she doesn't like growth. She's still working in that tailor shop. I've always spoken to her and she doesn't want to listen. I've told her to choose herself and she has refused, you know. But look at me, I'm a graduate, I work in the bank, you know, statements like that. And of course, this guy just came back from America. He will be looking for a girl of the same class with him. So Chika was there and he had to go with her. I was so angry at that point. He got her iPhone 17 PM. The mother did not say anything. The fact that the mother keeps saying Uche Montana, Monica as a jealous person, as someone that is how do I put it now? When she complains, it's as if she's doing too much or something. Like, it's more like you're meant to do whatever you're supposed to do as an elder sibling and not complain. There's this whole sense of entitlement that the responsibility must rest on your shoulder. So if you're not able to do it, no one is saying you shouldn't do whatever responsibility you're supposed to. But while you're doing that, choose yourself, because at the end of the day, every single person knows what they're doing. And are you being acknowledged? Are you being motivated? Are you even being thanked for the little things you do to start with? Because if you are able to give somebody 20,000 naira from a little money you have, and the person is more like, oh, this is too small or something like that, how would you feel? Personally, I don't think I'll give you money again, because you're not appreciative. You think I don't have other things. What happened to buying handbags and shoes? And I squeeze out my 20K to give to you, and you're telling me it's not enough. Anyways, congratulations to Uche Montana, and I'm sure she didn't expect this, because she made an emotional video where she was like, oh my God, she had to be so appreciative that what? She didn't expect it to get to this point. Imagine getting 11 million views in 4 days. No, it's not up to 4 days. 2 days yesterday, right? 3 days today. That's actually very huge. Congratulations to her. All right, this one is quite sad. Doris Fisher, the co-founder of Gap Inc., has died at the age of 94. The company announced on Monday she passed away peacefully while surrounded by her family. According to the statement, which did not disclose the cause or exact date of her death, Fisher and her husband, Donald Fisher, launched the first Gap store in San Francisco in 1969. Together, they helped shape modern casual American fashion by focusing on accessible, ready-to-wear clothing such as jeans, t-shirts, and sweatshirts. Now, Doris Fisher is credited with naming the company Gap, inspired by the generation Gap. And the younger audience, the brand initially aimed to attract, as noted by the New York Times. The Fishers also emphasize a simple but effective retail approach, making shopping convenient by keeping stores well stocked and sizes clearly organized. Under their leadership, the company grew into a global retail powerhouse, expanding its portfolio to include well-known brands like Banana Republic and Old Navy. So today, Gap operates around 3,500 stores worldwide through a mix of company-owned and franchise locations. So Doris Fisher is survived by her 3 sons, Robert, Williams, and John. This is celebration of life. Honestly, this is a celebration of life. Looking at the achievements and how long she has lived. This is a celebration of life. Well, she has lived a good life. She has left a legacy, and she has gone to meet her creator. We pray that may her soul rest in perfect peace. Well, that's all I have for you in the news segment. We'll go on a short break, and coming up next is the fashion review. So stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So,
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. Today we're going to be talking about the Met Gala that happened last night, So the Met Gala returned a spectacular fashion yesterday, drawing some of the world's biggest celebrities, designers, and cultural features to the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York City. The theme for the Met Gala 2026 is costume art. The official dress code for the night was fashion is art, encouraging guests to... Anyways, having this conversation or this analysis with me is Franklin Sochima. He literally loves analyzing people's fashion. Why? Because he is a fashion designer. He's been here before and he decided to join us for this whole review. He's going to be maybe the second or third Kenzie right now. So thank you so much, Franklin, for joining me on this show.
Thank you for having me. It's been a while.
Yeah! Is it up to a year?
It's
not up to a year.
Next week we make it a year.
Are you serious?
I was here actually after the AMVCA.
Yes.
Yeah, that was the last time I was here.
Oh.
Yeah.
You love reviews like this, so don't worry, we got you covered. So the Met Gala happened yesterday. You said you watched it live.
Yeah.
I didn't, unfortunately.
Oh wow. It was phenomenal. Like the celebrities. Like one thing about the Met Gala, we look forward to what would these celebrities put out there. Yeah, because it's art. Like they will give their best, and all of them were looking special and amazing. Like the likes of Serena Williams, Venus Williams, representing their sports and everything. Like Venus Williams was representing the black culture in the tennis world. She was putting on an embrace of what's it called again? Wimbledon that she have won. The black people who have won Wimbledon, like she was putting it on her neck. So a lot was happening. It was just telling a lot of stories. What she was putting on.
I know they say costume is art. One thing about fashion I love so much is the fact that people are super creative and they have to bring their A game. In as much as they paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to get there.
And about $100,000. I think last year was $75,000.
And this is like $100,000. And you still need access to go into that place. So if you're able to pay that amount of money,
that you can get.
Well, true. But I saw most of their outfits and I was actually sad at Nigerians. I didn't see Nigerians.
Yeah, it's not about you can pay for the, like the like of names say like Nike, Gucci. They have to, maybe they will buy a table, and they will invite their favorite celebrities.
Okay, to be there.
Yes. So if you're not if your brand doesn't call you. You
unfortunately,
you won't be there.
So you didn't see one Nigerian person.
To be honest, I was expecting Burna Boy.
Because it was there last year. I was expecting Arasta, Thames. They were there last year.
I was expecting Arasta, to be honest, because sorry to say this, because I think she's not always there.
But she was there last year.
Yeah, she's not always there. I think last year was her first. So I was expecting Burna Boy and Thames, because these are the two.
Or even Davido.
I think Davido haven't been there.
Yeah, but I was expecting them.
I don't know, to be
honest. I felt so sad. I saw Tyler. I saw Tyler. Tyler's outfit was...
Tyler is very, very big. Tyler is very, very big. Tyler is one of the biggest African artists. So Tyler is very, very big. And every year, I'm expecting to see Tyler. And
at the Met Gala.
At the Met Gala. And she doesn't disappoint, but...
Burna Boy is also a very big artist.
Huh? Rema?
Burna Boy is also a very big artist.
I think Burna Boy is the biggest artist in Nigeria. So I've won a Grammy and everything. He's global. So yeah. So that's why I was expecting Burna Boy. I was expecting Burna Boy. So it's so sad that no Nigeria was there.
Yeah. I was saying something about the facts and the reason why I love fashion is because it is art, right? Yes. Whenever I see Akin Faminu, I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
Because his designer take his or her time
Yes.
To give him something spectacular. I was also expecting, like, you know, there are some people that you expect to see God. If you go to Met Gala, you're supposed to win something. Yeah. You know Tiana that...
Tiana, wait, I like...
There's this one I saw. Tiana went for Met Gala.
No, she did not go.
I thought she did.
She did not
because
go.
that outfit was given.
It's everything. She could have taken the light of everything. She could have taken the light of everything.
She's one designer that
I'm like inspired. Like I'm so inspired.
She's supposed to do. I'm expecting her to do more. Like next year Met Gala, she's meant to get herself to that place.
I don't know. I wish because like you can just get yourself. Like I told Tiana,
she should find her way there. Even if she would appear.
Like, I'm telling you, Tiana
her outfit was even. I saw Akim Faminu's outfit. I also thought Akim Faminu's outfit is actually a suit, but they did something with the cap and something in his hand or something.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, these are amazing people.
I'm telling
that
you,
you expect
Tiana
to see at the Met Gala, but unfortunately,
like Vicky James, like if Vicky
she can do something very great.
She will do a lot better. Like Vicky, Nigerians are so talented in the fashion industry. That's why I can't wait for the AMVC on Saturday because I know it's going to be spectacular.
Honestly.
So, because Nigerians like that, I saw that Tiana's picture. I was like, wow.
She always wow us. She always give us that. I wonder how she does it.
I'm telling you, she's so creative. She's so creative.
How do you
make a gown with a chain? Have you thought about it before?
Do you remember the other ones she usually do with snails, pepper?
Newspaper, like a lot. The woman, like I'm inspired.
People are creative, and may
inspired.
God continue to bless the works of your hands. Today we're going to be reviewing some of. Sorry, I might not be calling your favorites. Maybe the ones you saw on screen, but I'm going to be pointing out some of the people that I felt like, wow, this outfit is actually spectacular. All right, let's have the first on the list. There is nothing too spectacular about this look, but I liked it because of the whole swingery thingy,
it's something regular that we always see.
It's something regular.
We have been seeing it.
If I should rate her, maybe 4/10.
I'll give it 5.5. It's like body fitted and everything. So, but it's something that I'm always saying. Like I'm always seeing this. So there's nothing. I saw this. I was like, wow, I just screwed. I did not pay attention to this clothes. Yeah, to be honest.
But she last year she gave us something to talk about.
To be honest, she was a suit.
Yeah.
I should have the co-host. So yeah. So
I was expecting her to do more, but maybe she decided to go for simplicity.
Yeah, Tyler, she's always giving something good.
All right, let's have the next person on the list. I think it's Beyonce. Beyonce is the second person on the list. Let's have
Beyonce took the night.
Beyonce came out as queen.
She hasn't been here for 10 years. And this is the reason why we miss her in the Met Gala.
When I posted her on my status, people were like, oh my God, after how many years? Yes. Oh my God, after how many years? And when you come out and you present yourself as a queen.
She took the night.
Honestly, this is beautiful.
A lot.
This is 10/10. This is 10/10.
The gown, the tray,
the hand glove, every single thing. It's giving skeleton.
Yes.
It's giving skeleton covered with some
beads. I think it's beaded.
Yeah, it's beaded actually.
It's beaded. The skeleton part is beaded, and even her daughter Blue, looking good.
I think this is her first time.
Yeah, this is her first time.
So, maybe she's
also in an interview when they asked her about Blue, she said that Blue is ready. She's ready. She's ready to take the red carpet and
every single time.
Every single time, like she's ready.
I mean, of course, because she's all grown and her mother is there to put her at that spot and push
her very well.
Yes.
Yes.
So of course we don't expect less. Yes, exactly. All right. Next person on the list is Ellen. Let's see what Ellen. This one gave me a goosebump.
Yeah. She's an artist.
Because I'm more like, what kind of magical outfit is this? Yes. I had to pause to look for where the bubbles are coming out from.
Yes. This is why it is called art. This is something I will see. It will blow my mind. This is the real definition of the costume and everything. It's giving art. Balloon, bubbles.
I don't know the magic they did.
Yeah.
But she's been on my FYP for anytime I scroll, people actually talk about this
outfit is very, very good.
It's not the regular.
It's the best look of the night.
It's not the regular outfit. And what wow people the most is the whole bubbles. Where is it coming out from? I guess someone is blowing it around it, but I don't know.
No,
But this is actually 1,000 over 10.
Yes, it's very, very
me.
good.
This
very,
is
very good. Looking very, very classy and you know, simple and very
but
nice.
magical.
Yes,
very magical. All right, let's have Tyler. Tyler was giving.
Honest.
You know, all this Pharaoh's daughter or Pharaoh's wife.
Yes.
That is what her outfit is giving.
I've been looking at this outfit.
Princesses from Egypt or something. And I've been looking at this outfit and I'm like, you did better last year.
You did way better last 2 years.
You did better, even last 2 years.
That last 2 years, that sand, that's
that was what I'm talking about. That was exquisite. So this one, I don't know what you were trying to portray. It's beautiful.
It's beautiful, but
it's beautiful.
We'll say something better.
We'll say something better. That was why I said when I saw this. Okay, is she portraying a princess from Egypt or the queen, Pharaoh's wife, or something?
It seems like that outfit. I don't know if I'm going to call it corset. That outfit there.
Yes,
like,
yes. And it's just beaded.
Like,
yes, it is. Because I had to zoom to look at it properly.
So
it is. It's not like it's bare.
That outfit is good. But
it's creative, but we expected more.
Good, yes, I think so.
So I'll give her an 8 over 10.
Yes, exactly, 8 over 10.
Okay, let's check Anok. Yes, this one got me wondering.
I saw this outfit.
Now, can you see the tears?
Yeah.
Right? When I saw her outfit, I'm more like, is she giving a widow in tears or a mourning widow? Because first
like
off,
a slave, I don't know. Like that was what I asked
because
myself.
she's dressed in all black. And there's tears in her eyes. She's not looking happy. She's looking like, you know when a billionaire's wife comes to a funeral, her husband's funeral.
Yes, exactly.
So that's what it's giving. I am still the queen, but I'm mourning. I don't know the art behind the whole tears, but it's explicit. I loved it because of the whole creativity, and maybe I'm not getting the whole idea behind the whole fashion.
Creativity is, I'll give it a 7 over 10 because she tried and she was giving us something to talk about.
I think she wouldn't have smiled. She would have kept a more moody face to make it more. Anyways,
this is why we are watching the Met Gala. Something that will make us talk, and the creativity is.
The only creativity in this outfit is the tears, because the outfit is not something we've never seen.
It's something that we have
regular.
Seen. I think what's it called again? What's her name again? Thames wore something like this at the and what's it called again? What's the name of this award?
Grammys?
Not Grammy. Oscars. Something like this at the Oscars. So yeah, we have seen something like this a lot.
6 over 10 for me. But the whole makeup on her face.
Like the makeup we gave her 7.
All right, next on the list is Emma Chamberlain. So let's see.
This was giving me a whole lot.
I don't know what I felt when
I saw this. I'm like, it's a butterfly. Giving me feathers. I don't know, but the outfit is very, very good.
It's giving sea.
A mermaid fish, like
something
like that. So I saw this outfit. It was very, very good, colorful. One of the best look of the night, and the colors there. Giving a lot of rainbow. A lot of things is just happening here. Like you can see a lot of colors. Like
I wasn't really wowed. I think I was just attracted by the colors, and I was trying to give it a name. But I know it's giving it. The whole idea is sea life or sea fish or sea whatever.
But like a fish, like because the feathers, like that hand something is giving like feathers, and and then the trade, like so, and it's giving the tail of a fish. So it's actually very, very nice. The creativity, I'll give this outfit a 9 over 10 because it is very good.
I think I'll give it a 9 over 10 too.
It's very good. And the skin color, everything, the shoes, the heels, is good. It's very, very good. I love this outfit. I think this is one of my top 5.
Really?
Yes. Yes. One of my top 5. This outfit is very good.
Let's check out Cardi B's outfit. You told me Cardi B was the last person to walk on the red carpet.
Queen of the night.
You know, she's actually the drama.
Dramatic.
She is the drama.
She is giving us the drama.
When I saw Cardi, I said, oh no.
Oh my God.
You are the drama. You can't do nothing.
Cardi B, like,
you are the drama.
I want to watch Met
because she's always there to wow you.
Wants to make me. She makes me want to watch Met Gala. This is why I was awake till 3 a.m.
I don't know who this. Oh, you are literally waiting for Cardi B.
Yeah.
So if she didn't show up, you'd be disappointed.
No, I wasn't disappointed because I was like, wow, what's this?
No, like, but if she delayed, you would have been disappointed.
If she delayed.
If she didn't make it, you would have been disappointed.
Oh my, yes, she could have. I could have been disappointed if she didn't make it, and if she disappointed me with the outfit. Yes. Because
you can't make me wait for you, and you didn't show up looking all glam.
That's why, like, Cardi B has never disappointed.
But I don't understand. What do we title this outfit now?
I don't know. Like, and I haven't read her caption to know what she wrote about this outfit.
I don't know what to call this, but it's nice. It's explicit. I don't know the whole muzzle thing in the shoulder.
Yes.
I don't know what to call it, but it is not something we always
like,
see. It's not the
regular. Something we have seen or something. She brings us something new. And believe me, when we might say something like this at the AMVC on Saturday, you know.
Nigerians will always recreate something.
Yes.
But you know one thing someone asked me, the person said, after seeing my stories, the person said, at the end of the day, what do they do with these outfits?
I think, as you say, like, the Met Gala is to, you know, raise money for the less privileged, and, you know, and that's just it.
It's actually for the museum. This particular one is for the museum.
Yes.
But the outfit now, because the guy was like, this is waste of money for me. Because you're not going to wear this clothes again. Now, you know how people reason most times. I've thought of it that even all these ones
this is her job.
Good. I don't know where, of course, they won't wear this again. It's more like, I'm going to give it back to the fashion designer, do whatever you want to do with it. Maybe make it an art or something. But the truth is, people have paid thousands and millions of naira for this out. So that's why the guy is more like, so at the end of the day now, after going for this Met Gala, what do they do with this outfit? I think there's this particular person, her outfit is giving tree with flowers and butterflies. I'm so sorry I didn't put it out there. It was also beautiful.
Okay.
It was exquisite. She was looking like a tree. A beautiful tree.
Oh yeah, I saw that outfit.
You saw it, right?
Make her way on time on the at the Met Gala.
I think she's one of
she's very like, it was good. And the person that started her, forgetting the name of the man, it's a man that started her. The person started Serena Williams last year, and it was good. I saw that outfit. I was like, wow, the outfit was very good. Like, I kind of giving something like
the butterfly was really
yes,
flying, and I'm like, this is super creative. All right, let's have Doja Cat's outfit. Let's see how. Now, when I saw this, my colleague was like, is it that they had to cut nylon and just stitch it together? Because this is looking like a trampoline.
Yeah,
but it's beautiful anyway.
Beautiful.
It's beautiful.
This is what they call art. What can you do with a little piece?
Yes.
How can you be creative with it?
With it.
So she made it something unique. This outfit is unique. It is unique and it is beautiful. And it matches her skin tone. If you watch the outfit, so it's nice. It's very nice. But
it's you know, when I saw this, like I said earlier, I felt like this is nylon, and whomever that come up with using a nylon to create a dress and thought of it on someone's body and maybe thinking that, oh, it's not gonna get torn or some sort, you are super creative, because only stitching a nylon would get it torn.
I'm telling you.
I'm sure people will say this is not nylon, but of course it's looking like
it's a nylon.
It's looking like
a fabric nylon.
Yes.
We have seen this type of fabric a lot of times.
Yes. It's not like she's doing something spectacular. It's not new. It's not new.
It's not new. But something like
the creativity and mindset towards it gave it a wow. Anyways, I'll give it an 8 over 10.
I'll give the outfit a 7.
Okay, next on my list is Kim Kardashian. I do not know what she looks like.
I don't really like it.
I told my colleague that no, I don't think we should display this. She said no, this one is the right one to display, because what exactly are you looking like? What exactly is it? It's giving Power Rangers.
Yeah, giving Power Rangers, giving a lot of stuff, but I don't really.
There is nothing.
The colors of the outfit are nice, but you know, I don't know what she was trying
It's
to
giving, you know, all these Marvel movies.
Exactly.
The ladies and all.
Yes.
That is what her outfit is giving.
Yeah.
It's just there.
It's not just, it's just there, but
I don't see anything to talk about.
I can't picture this outfit, but it's just the colors. The colors are nice, but the cutting of these clothes and you know how they bodied it, I don't know. There's something really off for me about this Kim's
I think
outfit.
it needed more. I think it needed more, maybe in her hand or something.
Like, you know, if there was a material, like, you know, down here, because I think the up is good. The up
but
is
the down
good,
is
the down
something else.
Is
and the hand is so bare.
Yeah, it's so bare. This
is a 4/10 for me.
I'm rating it 2/10 because there's nothing really good. Yeah, I'm trying to picture this outfit. I want to give the 2 is just for the up because she did a lot of job.
Yeah.
Like, you know, the
it's
upper part of the
Power Rangers.
But the down is not that, you know, I've seen something, you know, very, very short, but at least give me something good. Like, you know, maybe.
I mean, you are Kim Kardashian.
Yes. I was like, you know, she's one of the people that we
want to see you do exploits. Yes, anyways, last person on our list is Sabrina Carpenter. Let's have Sabrina Carpenter.
My
beautiful. God. Beautiful.
My God.
I loved it. See, fashion designer. See, it's not by merging to Ankara. You need to go for an upgrade. You need to be super creative. Sabrina Carpenter's outfit is very beautiful.
Yes. Very, very beautiful.
Super beautiful.
One of the best look of the night. Very, very beautiful.
This is explicit. I don't know the material for this. It's giving that tape in, you know, that disc cassette when that's
so creative.
So I'm like, okay, that
like the creativity is
behind it.
It's so nice. It's so creative, and like the hair, the little you know, jewelry on the front of the hair is given. And you know, the corsets and you know, the neck piece, like, you know, the turtleneck.
It's actually
and the tray, like everything is just good. Everything is so good.
They all brought out their A game.
I'm telling you,
right? Every single person. Oh, I didn't display the men. There's this particular Sam what now?
Sam Smith.
Sam Smith. I forgot to display his outfit. When I posted it on my story, people were laughing. He looked like a witch in that outfit because there was something on his hair that looks like he's trying to fly. You know, this whole wizard. Have you watched Wizard in Waverly Place?
No,
in Disney Channel.
No.
He was looking like a wizard. The creativity great, but when I saw it, I laughed because what in Jesus' name is this? Anyways, all the fashion designers, each and every one of them that put out their A game, and all the celebrities that showed up at the Met Gala did amazing. We are super proud.
It was so nice.
Them. It gave us the real costume arts.
Yes.
We expected it, and of course they said it's all for the fundraising of the museum. So we hope it actually gets to what they expected, and it really raised the fund that they are expecting.
Obviously they will, because a lot of millions of dollars
has been put into it.
Like so
of course, yes.
Last night was amazing, and it's something to talk about. And
you know you had more fun because you watched it live.
Yeah. I was screaming. Like when I saw Beyonce's outfit, I was like, wow.
I didn't even bring out Rihanna's own.
Rihanna kind of, you know, like, you know, we already seen Rihanna's video on clip, like when she was living in the hotel room or something.
Yeah.
We already seen the clip before she made it to the red carpet. So you know, like, so we already, like, you know, Rihanna's outfit was very, very good. Like, you know, that kind of but it's something, I don't know, kind of.
Sorry, it looks like Spyro for me.
The outfit is very good.
No, it's good. But I'm like, what do I team this? What do I call this, right? It's giving Spyro I don't know.
Yeah. It was the husbands and the husbands.
Yeah, oh my God.
Nice.
I regret not bringing up the men for this.
Yeah, I think that's the best look for me at the men. Like, you know, that's his husband's outfit. That's the best look for me for the night. And yeah.
You know, Franklin, I love doing this whole review with you. ANVCA is happening this weekend. So we know Nigerians are not going to fail us.
Exactly.
We're going to be reviewing your outfits.
Yeah, so don't fail us. I already seen a clip. What's it called? Tosi Siva. He's a blogger. There's this outfit. Just a normal gown, pink gown, selling for $10,000. That's 30,700,000 naira just for ANVCA. So I am expecting Nigerians to do a lot because Nigeria, this is their brand. This is where you show yourself to brands. So yeah.
You know the sad things. Someone, also part of the Nollywood, said this might be the last ANVCA. So like, if it
last
happens,
ANVCA,
it might. It's
not
a probability.
It's impossible.
We don't know yet.
I think it's impossible. They make that, like, there's no how they can count. It's just like you're saying that this might be the last Grammy Award.
No, you don't get why they said it's the last one.
Why?
It's the whole fight between MultiChoice, Paramount, Warner Bros, and all that.
No, the thing is that
because you know they showcase ANVCA on African Magic Series.
Yes.
So that's why. That's why they said it might be the last. Our time is almost up. Anyways, Franklin, I had a great time doing this review with you.
Same here.
I think we'll do this maybe on Monday. Let's see what Nigerians are going to do in the African Magic Viewers' Choice Award.
Yeah.
So the show has come to an end, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for not leaving us. I'm sure you had a great time from the stories to the fashion review. We'll be doing this more often. I know you missed fashion reviews like this, and we had to do it today being Tuesday because Met Gala happened last night. So follow all our social media platforms, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and of course join us same time tomorrow for more insights like this. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I remain your baby girl, Queeneth Wokunta.
You don't tire for this picture. Oh yeah, make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they with you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey, whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get Ogbonge free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, now our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, House of Reps passes FCTA and NDDC 2026 budgets. Senate reverses Standing Orders Amendment, reopens leadership contest. Amid Ukraine's daring assaults, Russia scales back Victory Day celebrations. Indonesia volcano kills 3 as search for 20 missing hikers underway. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Enugu State government plans to establish a 660 megawatt coal-fired power plant in the state to ensure cheap and uninterrupted power supply in the state. The state governor, Peter Mba, who disclosed this during an engagement with members of the organized private sector, said the government will also institute a 100 billion naira venture capital fund to encourage startups and transform the state's investment climate. Correspondent Chinemerem Ikebunam reports.
Governor Peter Mba says his administration is focused on eliminating barriers to investment and building the infrastructure needed to support businesses operating in the state. To achieve the objective, the state government is to establish a 660 megawatt coal-fired power plant to ensure regular supply of electricity. Governor Mba, who played host to members of the organized private sector at the Government House, Enugu, disclosed that the groundbreaking ceremony of the project would take place in July this year, while the project would be completed within 18 months. Mba said the power plant will leverage the abundant high-grade coal reserves in Enugu, which is known for its low sulfur content and high energy output that makes it suitable for efficient power generation.
We've since gone beyond just setting up the electricity market. We're also now interested in building the electricity here, producing electricity here. And I'm pleased to inform you that in July, we're going to be breaking ground. We're going to be installing a 660 megawatts of a coal-fired power plant.
Mba revealed that the government has secured a single-digit interest loan in conjunction with the Bank of Industry to enable it to institute a 100 billion naira venture capital fund to support micro and small enterprises to grow their businesses. He also announced his plans to build an incubation hub and an artificial intelligence institute, as well as a digital industrial park that is expected to host over 200 business process outsourcing firms and position Enugu as a hub for global ICT and administrative services.
As part of our strategy to support these small businesses, we've assessed some loan from BOI at a single digit, and we're happy to pass that on to these small businesses. And you just need to go to my SPA SME, Chilo Ofia, Arinze Chilo Ofia, and he will provide you with the information you need for small businesses, and I like to emphasize small businesses.
Stakeholders at the event commended the governor's vision, especially his plans to address the power situation, which they said will reduce production costs and inflationary pressures.
We particularly commend your administration's significant investment in security, because we all know that business only goes to secure and peaceful destinations.
Electricity is a huge challenge, and it's even getting worse with what is happening globally with the US-Iran war and all that. The price of alternative power, which is diesel, has really gone up.
Over 100 investment opportunities have already been developed in the state, with feasibility and financing models already spelled out to guide the private sector. Analysts believe that the successful execution of the projects and initiatives would further add momentum to the industrial growth of the state. From Government House, ENUGU, Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
The House of Representatives has approved 2.28 trillion naira as the 2026 budget of the Federal Capital Territory Administration. The approval followed the consideration and adoption of the report of the House Committees on FCT and Area Councils at the Committee of Supply. Of the amount approved, 1.74 trillion naira is earmarked for capital projects, while 165 billion naira is for personnel costs and 378 billion naira for overhead. The House also passed the 2026 budget of the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, put at 1.75 trillion naira. Outside the chamber, former Delta lawmaker Nicholas Osai described direct primary as the most democratic process for political parties, saying it encourages wider participation by party members. The former lawmaker, who declared his intention to return to the House under the APC, also defended the role of money in politics and said his ambition is aimed at attracting development projects and improving infrastructure in his constituency.
Consensus can be built up when a family in a political party believes that we should give peace a chance to allow one of us to go. But the most democratic aspects of the lawmaking and the clause that the current 10th Assembly have put is a direct primary. And APC National Working Committee has aligned with direct primary. You could see when the national chairman spoke, that was 3 or 4 days ago, he talks about that APC National Working Committee has adopted direct primary. I think direct primary brings about what we call participatory democracy. And under a participatory democracy, you could see that whoever emerges victory, there's always that joy, that you receive when a lot of people voted for you from the beginning who are party members.
The House of Representatives is set to investigate alleged debts owed the federal government by agencies, parastatals, and other bodies within and outside Nigeria. The probe followed a motion sponsored by Katsina-born lawmaker Salisu Majigiri and 5 other lawmakers who raised concerns over Nigeria's rising debt profile. The lawmakers noted that as of September 30th, 2025, Nigeria's total public debt stood at over 153 trillion naira, driven largely by increased domestic borrowing and currency depreciation.
Aware that while the federal government has been diligent in servicing its debt, less attention has been placed on debt recovery as tool for show-off of the revenue profile of the federal government of Nigeria.
Honorable Zanna, Honorable Shetima, Honorable Ibrahim
is owed huge sums of money within and outside the country. Including judgment debts.
Order.
These sums are held by state and non-state actors, ministries, departments, and agencies of government.
In another motion, the House called for an investigation into the persistent increase in the prices of building materials across the country. Sponsor of the motion, Bayelsa lawmaker Oboku Ofoji, argued that despite local sourcing of major raw materials, Nigerians continue to face high construction costs.
That
the price of 50 kg bags of cement has risen sharply from above 7,500 in the late 2025 to between 11,500 and 12,100 in 2026, representing an increase of approximately 50 to 60% within a short period of time. As further concerned that within the same period, steel prices have increased by 20%, chap sand price by about 25%. Other materials such as granite and timber have also recorded significant increases.
Bayelsa lawmaker Marie Bikake urged the House to intervene in the alleged failure of O&O Nigeria PLC to fulfill its corporate social responsibility to some communities in her constituency, including the provision of electricity.
Worried that given the sensitive and often fragile relationship between oil companies and host communities in the Niger Delta, such conduct could trigger adverse reaction with far-reaching and potentially destabilizing consequences if not urgently addressed by the House and relevant authorities. Convinced that the prolonged blackout in these communities has significantly disrupted social and economic life and has contributed to increasing distrust and tension between the host communities and the company.
The House also tasked the federal government to urgently resettle over 10,000 internally displaced persons from Mate, currently taking refuge in Monguno local government area of Borno State. Following a motion by Buka Tauba, who said the displaced persons have remained in difficult conditions after fleeing attacks in their communities. The Nigerian Senate has reversed its controversial amendment barring first-time senators from contesting presiding offices, reopening the race for Senate President and Deputy Senate President ahead of 2027. The amendment introduced on Tuesday had restricted leadership positions to ranking and returning lawmakers of the current assembly. But during Thursday's plenary, presided over by Deputy Senate President Barau Jibrin, senators adopted a motion by Senate Leader Opeyemi Bamidele rescinding the rule.
That the Senate recalls that the Senate standing orders were considered and amended on Tuesday, 5th day of May 2026. Senate observes that upon further legislative and constitutional review, certain provisions introduced under Order 2, Subsection 2, and Order 3, Subsection 1, may give rise to constitutional inconsistencies and unintended tensions with the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as altered, particularly Section 52 thereof. Senate notes that it is necessary to ensure that the standing orders of the Senate remain fully consistent with constitutional provisions, establish parliamentary conventions, and legislative practice. Senate further notes that the Senate possesses the inherent parliamentary authority.
Senator Adams Oshomole had argued that there was no need to rush the amendment, stressing that divergent opinions should be allowed in the lawmaking process.
I believe the average age in this Senate must be over 40. And so we don't have excuse for youthful exuberance. So when we are making a law, we should accommodate divergent views. That way, what one person forgot, the other person will remember. The way we rush the rules, because certain people wanted certain things concluded, is what led to this error. That is just the point I want to make. That next time we should allow debate. That's it.
Well, point of order.
However, the Deputy Senate President ruled him out of order, stating that the issue had already been resolved. He further urged Senator Shomole not to continue what he described as drama on the Senate floor, following exchanges during the previous day's proceedings.
A budget that you have total is 2.2 trillion. And out of this, 1.7 is going for capital, side of the budget. That is for infrastructure, for development.
About 20 governors who are members of the Progressive Governors Forum have named ENUGU State Governor Peter Mbah as chairman of the forum. The decision followed the reported removal of the Imo State Governor Hope Uzodinma as chairman of the forum during an extraordinary meeting of about 20 All Progressives Congress governors held in Abuja on Thursday night. A statement issued by the Director General of the Forum, Folorunsho Aluko, however, denied the report, describing it as false and misleading. Aluko stated that no such meeting was held, insisting that the Imo State Governor remains the chairman of the body. Enugu State Ministry of Transport has refuted reports that a road crash resulting in an inferno at Ugwu-Onyama axis of Enugu-Onitsha Expressway claimed over 50 lives, describing the report as totally false and misleading. In a statement issued by its spokesperson, Odumegwu Chiwendo, the ministry explained that the images being circulated as Ugwu-Onyama does not depict any part of that axis and the current reality on the Ugwu-Onyama corridor. It added that the image shows clusters of residential buildings along the roadway, a feature that does not exist on the actual Ugwu-Onyama axis, where there are no such residential structures directly adjoining the corridor. Chiwendu maintained that while the Ugwu-Onyama area was notorious for road carnages that had unfortunately claimed many lives, the infrastructural intervention of the federal government has considerably improved road safety and vehicular movement in the area. The ministry therefore appealed to the public and road users to disregard the false reports currently in circulation and to continue to cooperate with traffic and safety authorities by adhering to speed regulations and using the designated lanes responsibly. Activist Aisha Yesufu has announced her resignation from the African Democratic Congress ADC and joined the Nigeria Democratic Congress NDC. Yesufu disclosed this in a statement posted on her X handle, linked her decision to what she described as a clearer understanding of Nigeria's future and her continued alignment with former presidential candidate Peter Obi, who also recently defected to the NDC. She explained that her earlier support for Obi informed her initial move to the ADC, adding that her latest defection was a continuation of that commitment. The activist also confirmed that she would be contesting for the FCT senatorial seat under the platform of the NDC. Yesufu said she had concluded her responsibilities in the ADC, describing her exit as a clean transition, and expressed gratitude to party members for the opportunity to serve in various capacities. Russia-Ukraine trade fire blamed despite Victory Day ceasefire. 2 men found guilty of spying on Hong Kong dissidents in UK for China. Details of these and more on our foreign stories.
You don't tire for this picture? Or you make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they with you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey, whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get Ogbonge free-to-air decoder, you don't win. This one, now our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
May 9th is a venerated day on the Russian calendar, the anniversary of the Soviet Union's victory over Nazi Germany in World War II. Is usually commemorated with a grand military parade outside the Kremlin on Moscow's Red Square. According to Oleg Ignatov, senior Russia analyst at Crisis Group, for modern Russia, it's the main holiday of the year alongside the New Year. This year, however, for the first time in nearly 20 years, there will be no tanks, missiles, or junior cadets in the parade. The decision to hold back on showcasing military equipment comes as a result of heightened security fears over the war in Ukraine. However, personnel from higher level military academies will still take part in the procession on foot, while the aerial portion of the program will remain unchanged. Meanwhile, Russia and Ukraine have accused each other of breaching a short ceasefire announced by Moscow to coincide with Victory Day commemorations marking the Soviet Union's defeat of Nazi Germany. The Kremlin said its forces downed 264 Ukrainian drones early on Friday, with officials in Moscow reporting attempted attacks on the capital and in the Perm region in the Ural Mountains. The truce, declared from May 8th to May 10th, was intended to cover annual celebrations that include a military parade in Moscow. Russia has warned that any disruption would trigger a large-scale missile response against Kyiv, urging foreign diplomats to leave the Ukrainian capital before potential escalation. In a separate announcement, the Russian Transport Ministry said on Friday that 13 airports in Russia's south halted operations due to drone attacks. There were no casualties, it announced. Indonesian authorities are searching for 20 missing hikers after the eruption of Mount Dukono on Halmahera Island killed 3 people. Mount Dukono, an active volcano, erupted at 7:41 a.m. local time on Friday, spouting a tower of volcano ash as high as 10 kilometers into the sky, and was announced by a weak to strong booming sound. Indonesia's Center for Volcanology and Geological Hazard Mitigation said in a statement. 3 hikers, including 2 foreigners, were killed. Police Chief Eric Lishin Barasaribu of North Halmahera told Compass TV, according to the AFP news agency. The area have been closed to visitors since April 17th, after scientists observed an increase in volcanic activities. 2 men, including a British immigration officer, were found guilty in a London court on Thursday of spying on behalf of Hong Kong and ultimately China, targeting prominent pro-democracy dissidents now based in Britain. Sheng Bilbil Wen, 65, and Shi Lueng Peter Wei, 40, who worked for the UK Border Force, were convicted of assisting a foreign intelligence service by carrying out surveillance on targets between December 2023 and May 2024. The men, both dual Chinese and British nationals, had denied the accusations, while the Chinese embassy in London has accused Britain of fabricating the charges against them. They are believed to be the first people to have been convicted of spying for China in Britain, local media reported. Wei and Huan will be sentenced at a later date and face up to 14 years in jail. And that's it on the foreign news. I am Princess Ken Ochomma.
Next is sports news with Christopher Lele.
Nigeria by calling up foreign-based players Nigeria is set to host the third Confederation of African Cycling (CAC) Para-Track African Championships and the 12th CAC Track African Championships in Abuja from May 9 to 17, 2026. The championships will take place at the Moshood Abiola National Stadium and will feature some of Africa's top cyclists and para-athletes competing for the continental honors. Countries including South Africa, Kenya, Algeria, Zimbabwe, Ghana, and Benin have already confirmed participation alongside host nation Nigeria. Meanwhile, Team Nigeria cyclists are currently in camp following the conclusion of the national trials held in Abuja as preparations intensified ahead of the Continental Championships. Morocco has once again positioned itself as the forefront of football innovation in Africa after becoming the first African country to introduce referee body cams in domestic football. The Royal Moroccan Football Federation, FRMF, confirmed that referee body cams will be tested during the Botola Pro clash involving the Casablanca derby and what has been described as a pilot phase for the technology. Morocco previously became the first African country to implement video assistant referee (VAR) technology and is now set to break new ground again with the referee body cam experiment. Crystal Palace will take on Rayo Vallecano in their first ever European final after a 2-1 win at Selhurst Park and a 5-2 aggregate Conference League semi-final victory over Shakhtar Donetsk helped the Eagles book a place in Leipzig. Ismaila Sarr put the tie beyond doubt after Shakhtar had teased a comeback when Iguainaldo's super effort cancelled out his side own goal. The win provides a potential fairy tale ending for the ongoing Oliver Glasner, who has presided over the most successful spell in the club's history. In the space of a year, Palace will have the chance to add the Conference League trophy to a cabinet that includes the FA Cup and Community Shield. In golf, Rory McIlroy made 17 straight pars on his return to PGA Tour action at the West Championship, finishing his opening round carding a 1-under par 70. The Northern Irishman, who has taken 4 weeks off since his successful defense of the Masters in April, has fond memories of playing at Quail Hollow, having won his event 4 times previously. During his first victory in 2010, McIlroy made 23 birdies and 2 eagles across all 4 rounds. In tennis, Jannik Sinner considers it tough to say whether he would ever boycott a Grand Slam over prize money, but the Italian claims players are not getting the respect they deserve. His fellow world number 1 Aryna Sabalenka said on Tuesday that she believes players will at some point boycott one of the majors. The top 10 players are demanding a higher percentage of the revenue generated by the 4 slams, as well as benefit contributions and a greater say in areas such as scheduling. That's sports news on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lely.
Entertainment news is next with Gwyneth Wokonta.
Veteran Nollywood actor Roy Dinani has opened up about some of the painful experiences he has faced in the movie industry and the personal tragedies that have marked his life over the years. Speaking on the Where is the Lie podcast, the actor alleged that he was at one point unofficially blacklisted from getting acting roles in Nollywood. He claimed that a powerful figure in the industry instructed producers not to offer him jobs, leading to years of missed opportunities and cancelled appearances even after he had already begun filming. Roy Dinani also spoke about the emotional pain he experienced following the death of his brother, noting that none of his colleagues in Nollywood came to support him during that difficult period. The veteran actor further revealed that he later lost both his son and daughter after he was unable to afford the blood transfusion they urgently needed. According to him, the children were living with sickle cell disorder and depended on regular transfusion to survive. He lamented the lack of support he received from the Nollywood community during those challenging moments, which many people may not fully understand because they have not personally experienced such hardship. Controversial Nigerian singer Speed Darlington has criticized the re-election ambition of Bola Tinubu in the face of the current economic situation in the country. In a video shared on his Instagram page, the singer questioned the president's achievements since assuming office in 2023 and expressed dismay over the administration's handling of the economy and security challenges. Speed Darlington accused the government of policy failures, economic miscalculations, structural challenges, and worsening insecurity across the country, insisting that another term under the current administration would be difficult for many Nigerians. The singer criticized the removal of fuel subsidy shortly after Tinubu assumed office, which he said led to the increase in fuel prices and rising cost of living because the daily life and business operation of Nigerians are tied to petroleum products. He further maintained that the administration had not done enough to address insecurity and insisted that the president had not demonstrated reasons why he deserves a second term in the office.
Mr. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, you are here breaking your neck to be next president of Nigeria, but you are not qualified to be president again. From your first run, we know, say, your second run is going to be hellfire. You enter office, the first thing you did is remove subsidy, knowing very well everything about Nigerian life is attached to petroleum. My fellow Igbo people and the Hausa and the Yoruba and the other tribes in between, them they use prayer, then they use mind, they beg God, give us an excuse to raise price. Give us a reason to raise price. Now you can't give them reason, 1000% reason to raise price. People, Nigerians that are naturally greedy. Now you can't remove subsidy. Now all the merchants in the country just toll off for Honjele. Now we can skyrocket price. If somebody asks me, I will point fuel, petroleum, fuel. And that's exactly what they do. Merchants where they look for reason to buy 3 Mercedes at once. Now they have the perfect excuse. Fuel no day, fuel no day, fuel no day, fuel no day. You look around, it's true. Price of fuel is high. Just tell me what qualifies you to be president round 2. What exactly qualifies you? The first time when you run for president, I was in the USA. I begged you, I said, please, dismantle this republic. I will erect a 20-feet statue in my compound in honor to celebrate you. I stand on business 4 years ago. I still stand on business 4 years later. Dismantle the republic. Let everybody go their own way. I promise I go celebrate you till I die.
Nollywood actress and filmmaker Yvonne Jegede has appealed for the release of social media blogger Justice Crack, who is reportedly being detained over comments and online content considered critical of the military. In a video message, the actress acknowledged that the blogger had acted wrongly, stressing that civilians should refrain from interfering in military matters. She said those close to him had accepted his mistake and were now pleading for mercy. And leniency from the authorities. Jegede appealed on behalf of Justice Crack's wife, children, and associates, urging authorities to reunite him with his family. She described the prolonged detention as unfortunate and embarrassing, noting that the situation had escalated beyond expectations. The actress also pointed to the prevailing economic hardship in the country, arguing that keeping a family breadwinner in detention for an extended period was unfair and inhumane to his dependents.
I'm making this video addressing it to Brigadier General W.A. Adegoke. Good morning, sir. I am humbly begging for the release of Justice Crack. We have come to understand that he's done wrong. We have come to understand that the civilian should not dabble into military stuff. We have come to understand that, and we've established that. And because of that, I'm coming to say on his behalf, his family, his wife, his kids, brothers, sisters, friends, associates, I've come on their behalf and everybody's behalf to say, please release him back to his family. Release him back to his family. We've established that he's wrong.
That's the entertainment news. Queeneth Wokunta, Signature TV News.
That's the size of our package. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff. It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when people see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV. White market is in chaos. People.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. We are local.
International communities observing White market is in chaos. People.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Good day, Nigeria. Welcome to another beautiful day in the month of May. This month, I literally have 2 family members that are born in the month of May. That means I need to prep birthday gifts for them. Anyways, if you're born in the month of May, happy birthday to you. And of course, go get your pictures done. Go get all the glams you need to get prepared, because it's another beautiful year for you. This is E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. I'm pretty hyper today. I don't know why. I think it's evidence of good living. Anyways, here we tend to give you interesting stories making round in the entertainment industry. I have interesting stories for you today, and of course today we wouldn't be looking at celebrity peak. We'll be looking at the Met Gala that happened yesterday. So we'll be reviewing some outfits and some of the people you want to see on our screen. But first of all, let's delve into what exactly is happening in the entertainment industry. So Seun Kuti has made it clear that he has no intention of reconciling with Afrobeat star Wizkid, stating that their disagreement is permanent. The fallout between the two artists began after Wizkid claimed he was greater than Afrobeat legends Fela Anikulapo Kuti. This came in response to Seun Kuti's earlier appeal to fans to stop comparing Wizkid to his late father. Speaking on a recent podcast, Seun Kuti stated that the conflict remains unresolved and will continue indefinitely.
He explained that he cannot move past the situation because of the perceived disrespect towards his father.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of our numbers 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language. All with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on the Hub, your ultimate show on eVibe.
Hello friends, I believe you and yours are doing great today. It is with great joy that I welcome you to Gospel Lounge on Signature TV, and today's show promises to be inspiring and educative as well. Therefore, please gather your family and friends and let's enjoy the show together. My name is Victor Chief Judge. You are welcome. Let's just sing a song of worship to God for all that He has done for us. You are God from beginning to the end. There's no place for argument. You are God all by yourself. It's a simple song, join us. You are God from beginning to the end. There's no place for argument. You are God all by yourself. You are God. You are God from beginning to the end. There's no place for argument. You are God all by yourself. One more time. You are God. You are God from beginning to the end. There's no place for argument. You are God all by yourself. And dear Lord, we say thank you for all that you have done. We give you all the praise and glory for the ones you're doing right now. And we'll continue to thank you for the ones you will still do. In Jesus' precious name, we worship. Amen and amen. All right, my friends, when we live a life of meditation, we produce a well-nurtured life, especially when we meditate or reflect on God's word. Look at what Isaiah said in chapter 26, verse 3. Thou wilt keep him in perfect peace, whose mind is stayed on thee, because he trusted thee. Whose mind is stayed on thee. Whose mind is stayed on thee. Just for emphasis purposes. So friends, let's enjoy this session, and I will be right back to continue the show with you.
On this solemnity of the Most Holy Trinity, I'd like to reflect with you on the true God and the idols, the false gods. Each and every one of us, we worship something. The desire to worship is imbued into our very core as human beings. We desire to hold on to something. We desire something that will assure us that everything will be okay. We look for certainty. We look for safety. We look for transcendence. We want to go beyond ourselves, to hold on to things that really and realities that transcend us. But it is very important on this Holy Trinity Sunday for us to reflect on the true God and the false gods, the idols. And I think that in our times, in our day, this is becoming a huge challenge for everyone, for believers as well as unbelievers. Because even those who believe can also believe in the wrong things. Even those who desire the Lord Jesus Christ can also desire Jesus in the wrong places. St. Augustine warned Christians about the things we love. For St. Augustine, at the core of all kinds of idolatries is the love of the self, or holding on to things, turning towards created things and turning away from the Creator, loving yourself and forgetting God and your neighbors. So what do you worship? There are many things that consume our souls, our minds, our hearts, our whole attention today in our world, that often, for the most times, they give us temporary satisfaction, but not permanent and the inner joy and fulfillment. Many of us are so attached to money, and we worship money, that tainted thing, as scripture calls it. We love money so much that we do anything in order to make money. We lie. Even there are some who are willing to kill in order to make money. How many lives have been destroyed by fraud? How many people have you defrauded? And some of us, with this tainted money, will come to the church to give thanks to God, when your greed has destroyed so many lives. Some of us love power and positions. Even in our church, how many of us would fly into a rage if someone fails to mention their titles? We all amass all these titles, these empty things that will pass away. And some of us, even clerics, forget that we hold these positions in the name of Jesus. All from God and all for God. But some of us, clerics, make an idol out of ourselves. We want people to worship us rather than worship the true God. And we become obstacles to the work of God. Some of us worship ourselves. We become narcissistic. There are some who are consumed today by social media. You spend your whole day copying and pasting, forwarding. Some of us are consumed by sex and pornography. Smart that murder our inner peace, our inner sanctity. We're consumed by the flesh. So who and what do you worship? And I'm not saying you should not love yourself. I remember a woman coming to confession to me saying, "Father, I have sinned because I love myself too much." I said, "Tell me more." He said, "Well, whenever I get ready for work in the morning, I look at myself in the mirror. I say, wow, you are beautiful. So I think I'm vain." Well, I told her, you should appreciate and be grateful to God for your beauty. You must see the beauty in your soul, the beauty of your life, the beauty of your being before you can see beauty in other people. Indeed, God, the beautiful, made you beautiful so that you can see the beauty of creation and recognize the source of that beauty in God, the creator of all things. So it is good to appreciate yourself. But we are talking about the exaggerated love of self, the ego that someone said is edging God out, EGO, making yourself the center of everything, whereas God should be the center of everything that you do. So this Sunday, who do you worship? It has also become even more serious in many places today where believers are consorting with the devil. Satan worship has become very commonplace. People who are going to fortune tellers, to witch doctors. And sadly, some of these people bring these witches and wizards carrying amulets and charms, sorceries, people practicing all kinds of pagan religious rituals. And still they come to church, even some of them with titles. Even some of them claim to be healers in the church, but they get their healing powers from satanic places. Then they bring all these things and destroy the lives of God's people with a distortion of true religion, with false religious practices. So who do you worship? Who do you give your soul to? Your whole being? Yes, we want security, and so we become afraid of what is to come. But the readings today leave us with three important messages. First, the first reading talks about the wisdom of God. Do you realize that God knows all things, sees all things, and has power over all things? That's why the first reading tells us that even before all things were created, God was there. Wisdom. So God knows you. He knows who you are. He knows what will happen tomorrow. He anticipates the danger. Why don't you let God take care of you? Why are you restless? Why do you seek safety and protection in the wrong places? The second reading reminds us of this divine communion, the Trinity. Jesus, who justifies us, saves us by pouring out his blood for us, and by dying on the cross for us, makes us at peace with God, reconciles us to God. He is our peace. And then the love of God has been poured into our souls by the Holy Spirit. We see that divine mathematics, the divine communion, how God the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, they work together. It's not a mathematics that is beyond us grasping some piece of it. It's a mystery, but we can see how these three persons work together in communion, in fraternity, in love, in mutuality, in reciprocity, in respect, in service. That's the divine economy, the Trinitarian economy, that this dynamism that gives birth to each and every one of us, that gives birth to creation. So we are invited to enter into this communion. The more you enter into it, the more you understand the mystery, the more you live the mystery, and the more you become mystery of love yourself. So do not worry about what faces you, for God is in charge of your life. Do not worry if you don't understand this divine mathematics. Live it. Live the mystery. May Jesus open your eyes so that you can see the true God. May Jesus open your mind so you can see the false appearances of God, the idols, and flee away from the idols and hold on to God, the solid rock on which we stand. Amen.
All right, it's good to know You are still there. I believe you were mightily inspired and blessed by that session. Please do well to practicalize all that you have learned. Today, I have an interesting and a powerful man of God in the house. We are going to be talking about something very critical, legacy. All right? That's the lasting impact, influence, or memory that an individual, organization, or community leaves behind. All right? These legacies could be spiritual as they concern religious faith or beliefs, or physical as well, as it concerns our livelihood and coexistence as a people. Legacies can be positive, it could be negative. However, we will pitch our conversation around godly legacies, its challenges, its possible recommendations to sustain it for a better society and nation at large. And to discuss this topic with me, I have in the studio a great man of God, a father of faith in the state and nation, that served as an executive member of the Assemblies of God Church and recently retired from active service, but he's not tired. He served as the district superintendent of ENUGU District of Assemblies of God, Nigeria. There's so much to say about this mighty but humble man of God. But please, friends, help me make welcome Reverend Dr. Emmanuel Ositadimma Ngene to Gospel Lounge. Daddy, you're welcome, sir. Good to see you. You're looking ever young.
Of retirement.
Yes. So good to see you, sir.
Thank you.
Quickly, generally speaking, I want to ask, do you think that this generation, or maybe the next generation that is coming, is ready to take up the baton or walk in the legacies of their fathers right now?
Well, this question has been coming up severally, and almost in every generation. The questions will come, asking whether the coming generation will be ready to actually follow the legacies of their fathers.
Yeah.
And when I was a youth, such questions came. And I remember it was one of our fathers, who is now late, the first General Superintendent of Assemblies of God, Nigeria, Reverend Dr. Matthew O. Ezigbo, who looked at me and said, this boy will be one of the leaders of this church in future. And when he said that, people who heard it believed that it means that the legacy of this church will be kept.
Okay.
If a father is saying that this person will lead the church, which means I have seen something in him, which I may call a star. But the fathers mostly don't believe it. Many fathers don't believe it, that children will keep the legacy. But I believe they will keep the legacy.
Okay.
Because the world is not the same, and changes must come.
Yes.
One of the things that is permanent in life is change.
Yes, sir.
Things must continue to change. You will not expect the younger generation to do it exactly the way the past generation did it.
Okay.
And that does not mean that they are backsliding.
Wow.
Or that they are not Christians. Because we follow the trend of events to do things the way it's right. Let me take Assemblies of God, which you mentioned for an instance. I know that when we were younger, we don't believe that anybody who married before coming to the church, before repenting, has married 2 or 3 wives before coming to the church, will ever be baptized or made a full member. But I remember it was in 1998 in our General Council meeting in Shagamu, Lagos.
Yes.
That was where that topic came up. And we said, is what we are doing right? What is the Bible saying about it? And now we discussed it in that council and resolved that people who married 2 or 3 wives before they gave their lives to Christ should be baptized.
Okay.
And should be made full members, especially when you see the hand of God in their lives.
Okay.
Let me give an instance. When I pastored a church called Owo, there's a father who worshipped there called Papa Isaiah Najofo. This father married several wives before he gave his life, but very zealous in the Lord.
Wow.
It was during our service, we were preaching, and the Holy Ghost came He was filled with the Holy Ghost, speaking in tongues. And I asked myself a question. If God will fill this man, who is man to refuse baptizing him? That was the question of Peter when he went to the house of Cornelius.
Yeah.
He said, if God will fill these people with the Holy Spirit, why should we, who are human, refuse to baptize them with water? So God is continuing with man, and there are things that fathers did which must be changed.
Okay.
That does not mean backsliding. The way our youths behave today, you see it. People like me will say, I remember what we did in the 70s. Oh, the church is dying. The church is not dying. I was in Assembly of God New Heaven Church about either last year or last 2 years when they did their children's service. And a child, I think that was Reverend Dr. Isaac Nadi's son, one of his children, preached that day. After preaching, I took the mic and I told them, see, look at what this boy has said. Look at the power of God coming out from him. Look at the way he expanded the word of God. Will you say that the church will not be alive tomorrow?
Wow.
The church is alive. That there are many immoralities and wicked things on earth does not mean that there are no remnants for God.
Okay, okay.
There are remnants for God. There are people who are holding the mantle. Even though they may be few, but there are people who are keeping it.
Yes, sir.
Others may be behaving, and in every church, there are people who are not serious.
True.
But there are few who are serious, who are keeping the flag flying, following the way God is leading them. So the coming generation, there are people among them who are keeping the legacies, who are abstaining from evil, who believe in the Lord Jesus Christ, who are following his way, who are believing God for tomorrow, and who are actually depending on God for everything. Now, one of the things that are deceiving people, if you look around, you will discover that today, many churches are diabolic.
True, true.
Many pastors lead their church with charms, with wicked things. Many pastors do fake miracles, staged miracles. And you will see that people are following them. Many people are following them, going to their churches because they want to receive miracle. Whether fake or not, they don't know. Especially women. Going to those churches. But even though such things are happening, there are still ones who understand the truth, which the Bible says, you shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. There are people who believe that truth. No matter the miracles you show, no matter whatever happens, they don't listen to it, they're following it.
True.
And they are children, and they are coming up. In every generation, there must be people standing for God, which means these people will keep the legacies of their fathers.
Wow, wow, wow. It's so interesting and comforting to know that there are also remnants remaining. Because let me narrow this thing down. The church in particular is under attack.
Yes.
Just like you rightly pointed out, a lot of people are backsliding. A lot of people are saying church is scam. Most of them, they are not interested in what their fathers are doing and all that. Yes, it's comforting to know that we have remnants, but what are the issues that can make the young people or this coming generation not to look at the ways of their fathers to go in that way? And how can we, salvage that situation?
Okay, there are several things. Number one is those fathers themselves.
Okay.
We who are fathers ourselves, we can cause it. If a child sits down in the house watching the father behaving different from his preaching, you will not expect that child to do well. He will think that church is scam. Because my father will say it, I do another thing. He won't follow that way. There was a church where somebody was preaching, a powerful man of God was preaching, and everybody was enjoying the message. But the son of this man was outside playing and discussing with somebody. One woman was angry and came to him and said, why are you doing this? Look at your father sharing the word of God with people, and look at the power of God moving, and we're here doing this. He said, what do you mean? What he's saying, is that true? Can he do it? He will say another thing and do another thing. Himself, he say a Christian, I beg, leave me. And that woman was shocked. I say, why should this boy say this? Which means the father is not actually laying the foundation of truth and is not keeping the legacy that another child should follow. That is number one. And if you see the life of people like Eli, you will discover that Eli contributed to the failure of his children.
True, sir.
Do you know that what was complained about the children of Eli was also complained about the children of Samuel? But God did not blame Samuel, but God blamed Eli. Why? Because Samuel did his best, but the children refused.
Yes.
But Eli didn't do his best. He didn't teach the children. And so God said, what I will do in your family, any ear that hears it will tingle, because you have not trained your children. And God did it, that they died, they would just know the same day. But in Samuel's case, nobody will even tell when, how, and when the children of Samuel died. Because he taught them, but they didn't follow the way, and God decided to do what he wants. So the most thing is what the fathers are showing their children. You may have laid the foundation in the face of men, telling people the right thing. Others are hearing you and following it. But what you do in the house will give your children their mind to follow you and to do what you want. That is number one. Another one is peer group. What children are seeing outside, in schools, in clubs, in the different places they go, how you handle it. If the fathers bring their children together and show them the word of God every day, and they see you live that word of God, and they tell you the difference between what is happening outside and what should be happening in your life, these children by and by will grow with it. Because if you don't teach them, not this one has nothing to do with their own character now, but what they see outside, what they see in school, what they see with their groups, because they have to play, they will go out, they will see others. And when they come back, you do what Job did. Job did his own by sacrifice, but you do your own by teaching. When the children of Job, after playing the day, they come back, Job will call them together and say, God, who knows whether the children have sinned against you? Who knows whether they did evil? So I'm doing this sacrifice, please, to pray for them, to pray that you forgive them, to wash away these their sins. And he kept training the children, and he was satisfied that he was training the children. But some don't do it. In our own generation, what you do, this thing we call morning devotion, people may think it's nothing. From time to time, you call together your children. You discuss and ask them questions. Something happened to a young man. He was betrothing a girl, even though the parents didn't know. He was betrothing a girl. They promised each other to marry. But one day, as they were discussing with their father, the father now brought up the issue of SS and genotypes. And as they were discussing genotype, that boy listened carefully. And the father told them the danger of losing a child. How it pains a parent when the child dies. And that this is what causes it. That if you don't check your genotype, you marry you are AS, you marry AS, you may have some who may be alive, but if you lose one through SS, the pain will show you that you shouldn't have done this. Because of this, please go for test. That boy kept quiet in that meeting, but he sneaked out and went to that girl and told her, please, we will not marry. This is what my father taught me, and I believe it is true. That girl cried and cried and cried, but accepted it because the boy said, I cannot go ahead. It was after that the boy came back now and told the parents, I have been engaged with this girl for some years. I was agreeing to marry. We made it strong that we must marry. But after my father spoke to me, I discovered I'm in the wrong way. I didn't know that this genotype is very serious this way. He changed. So teaching your children will help them do well. In Genesis chapter 18, there's something the angels said. When the angels were going to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah, they branched to Abraham, sitting under the tree at Mamre. And when they were discussing with Abraham fed them, not knowing that they were angels initially. But when they were continuing their journey, They now said, can we hide from Abraham what God is about doing? Knowing this man, that he will teach his children to keep the way of the Lord. Let us let him know what will happen, what will happen, so that he can now teach the children. And they opened up to Abraham. That was when Abraham started praying for Sodom, that he may not be destroyed. So when you teach your children, and God see you can teach your children, God will reveal more things to you because you are preparing a future generation. So parents are seriously warned that many times we spoil our children. Even you see a teacher rebuke your child or spank your child or do whatever, you go to fight in school. And your children, because of that, will behave anyhow they like, because they know that nobody can stop them. If anybody touches them, their parents will come and fight. And when they grow and become evil and become wayward, you'll be asking, from where has this come? Is that my life? That is your life. When I was pastoring in Obiago, Kaduna Close, I was the founding pastor of that church. One woman was rebuking the daughter, following her behind. You are a wicked girl. You are this and you are that. My watch night that's my security man in the church, was an elderly man. He was going behind them, and he looked at that woman. When the woman turned and saw him, he told the woman, "Can you say you didn't do this to your own parents?"
Wow.
That quarrel ended there. That woman sneaked and went away because she did worse when she was younger. And now her own daughter is doing the same thing to her. So what the picture you show your children, it will captivate them and they will follow it. So parents, if we teach our children to do well, we are laying a good legacy. And by the grace of God, the evil things that you are afraid of will not come to your family.
Wow, this is so wonderful. Friends, I know you are seriously getting a whole lot of wisdom from this conversation. I am not going to let Daddy go. There's something biting me I want to ask him. Daddy, let me shift a little bit from the circle of the church and family now. Get into our society and government. This time around, I want to ask, you just said something about fathers and the way they live their lives to show their children how to live, how it will affect them eventually. But I want to ask a question that has to do with the relationship of the fathers and the younger ones. This one, it may not really be within the family circle or in the society at large. Let me make a little case now. When, just like you said earlier on, you said a great father saw you and said something prophetic. And then I am very, very sure that in one way or the other, he did one or two things to make sure that you are on track. But today, unfortunately, I will say some fathers don't believe that the younger ones can become something. What would be your advice to some of the fathers out there and even the mothers or the leaders out there in making sure that the younger ones come up with, number one, a very clean mind to follow them, to do to keep the legacy, or what would be their level of investment into these younger ones to make sure that the legacies are kept?
Well, I would say that because of the area where we come from, the most problems we have now is tribalism. Because if we have that kind of open heart that fathers should have, we will do something that will help the younger generation to grow and do well.
Yes, sir.
Let me give an instance. In that same Obiago, there was a boy who was very creative with papers and things like that. He built a tipper and a fork loader and put battery. This thing will carry something and load the tipper.
Wow.
He was doing these things. A white man saw him and liked what he was doing. Said this boy can do wonders if he's trained. Then he told his 2IC, please take note of that boy and bring us the report about him and so on. And went his way. That man came, asking that boy questions and so on. I don't know where that man came from anyway, myself. But that boy was from Umuahia.
Wow.
And so when he asked him, where do you come from? He said, I'm from Umuahia. Okay. That was the end of that thing.
Oh my God.
He didn't want to help that boy. And you know, in our own place here, we have own lands. We have our places of origin. Not like that like in America. Other countries may have it. But because of where you come from, you want your own people only to do well. And you see other people doing well, won't help them. If you pick a child that you know, give him good advice and help him the much you can, that person can be a help to you tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
And you see, the children, there's a way they behave. If a child is growing and call you father here, if it is in Imo or Abia, they call de or dede, and so on. That's what you will do. That child will not easily call you dede.
True, sir.
And if you are teaching children, let me use Abreba people for an instance. If Abreba man sees any good way to do something, he calls another Abreba man, helps him. He takes his child and helps the child. He takes his younger brother and exposes him to do it.
Yes.
And you see them growing because they help other generations.
Yes.
Anambra, part of Anambra, do the same. An Anambra man, I was asking a man sometime how he supported his apprentice, who he trained. And that boy grew. We asked him, why are you supporting this guy? Boy, are doing this. He said, when I get home in the village and they are doing luncheon, I may be saying 10,000. My boy who have grown and is rich will tell, no, daddy, don't worry. I will handle it. 1 million, 10 million. And I will be proud that the boy I trained is doing this. Can you see it's a legacy?
Yes.
He starts showing this boy the way, and that boy can never forget him.
Yes, sir.
It happens in Anambra, it happens in Ohafia, Abreba, and it happens in many other places. If we learn this, we discover that the world, there's one man of God called Silas Ozioko. He says that the world will accommodate everybody.
Yes.
But people think that they will eat the whole world. That is the problem of our government. Somebody will gather the world. He himself, his children, his grandchildren cannot
even finish it.
What are you doing with it? It's not foolishness of we Igbos and we Africans. If you get something, you want others to share from it. You'll be able to let go certain things. And an Igbo man will say, if you want to give a gift to somebody, you open your hand.
Yes.
And it is hand you opened that something can enter. But if you close your hand, nothing can enter into it.
True.
So it is when you give that other things come. So the what is troubling our land is we don't plan far. We are now crying about terrorism, crying about many things in our land. But watch these terrorists. You see, they plan ahead. That thing they feel they have, they give to their children, send them to the bush. They do it. But we who think we know, what do we have and what do we give to our children?
Wow. What do we have and what do we give to our children? This is a very mighty question I must leave you with. Friends, I will need to call you to action now because our time is seriously running. All right. Legacy can inspire future generations, shape values and principles, and leave lasting impacts. Therefore, no matter where you are or what you represent, please make sure you leave a great legacy that would have a positive impact on the lives of the people. This is also a clarion call to all religious leaders and even governmental institutions to join in the quest for godly legacies and human capital policies to drive a passion for honesty in our people. Sir, I would like to say a very big thank you.
God bless
for
you.
coming to the show today and sharing great insights in this very topic. Thank you, sir.
God bless you. Thank you so much. And God bless you.
Thank you. And my friends, I will see you right after this short break.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
All right, thank you very much. It's good to know that you are still there. This is Gospel Lounge on Signature TV. Thank you for being there. I have another guest in the studio that is very, very wonderful. And we are going to be discussing a very vital topic, prayer. All right? It's a vital aspect of many spiritual traditions, including Christianity. It's a powerful means of communication with God, seeking guidance and deepening one's spiritual life. The concept of prayer is vast, but we are going to pitch it on some vital concerns ranging from what prayer is not, right? What makes prayer not to yield results? A whole lot of things to discuss there. And to discuss this topic with me, I have in the studio Reverend Dr. Hilary Ugweze, an anointed preacher and teacher of God's word, a man that believes in prayer and with visible proofs that prayer works. He's a lecturer at the Crown Theological Seminary, the lead pastor of Assemblies of God, New Heaven, right here in the city of ENUGU, and also serving as an executive officer in the ENUGU State Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria. Friends, help me make welcome Reverend Dr. Hilary Ugweze. Thank you, sir, for coming to Gospel Lounge.
Thank you so much for inviting me.
It's good to see you.
It's a pleasure to be here.
All right. A lot of people pray. A whole lot of people pray, but it seems that majority of people are disappointed because answers to prayers are not forthcoming. Why? Why?
It's okay. What you said, you are right. The challenge in Christianity today in respect to prayer is not so much on lack of prayers,
okay,
or how to pray, but it borders on issue of not seeing proportionate results or answers to prayers.
Yeah.
So many people in church today are worried, concerned, and even discouraged.
Yeah.
That with so much praying, there are little results or nothing to show for it.
Yeah.
So it's a big issue, and that. But prayer works. Prayer works, and prayer has no substitute.
Okay.
We must pray. It has always worked, it's still working, and will continue to work.
Prayer works, is still working, and will continue to work. But the next question I want to ask you now is, for prayers to have answers, there are principles. Is there any particular way to pray so that you can get answers?
You see, the one thing that we must understand as far as prayer is concerned is some persons see prayer as just means of getting things from God, which is wrong.
Okay.
Or a means of getting out of problems, solving problems. That is not the whole essence of prayer.
Okay.
Prayer is primarily a way of nourishing a relationship, maintaining our relationship with God. one thing that is central to any prayer that we work is good relationship with God. As we are here today, if you go to someone asking the person for something, one of the things that will make you get that thing from that person is your relationship with that person. It's always difficult getting something from someone that you have no relationship with.
Yeah.
Once you have a very good relationship with a person, you won't find it difficult getting answers, or things from that person. So most persons don't get answers or result to their prayer because of one, because of the person who is praying.
Okay.
And because of lack of good relationship with God, the person being prayed to.
Okay.
And then also wrong concept of as far as prayer is concerned. Some people's understanding of prayer is completely wrong.
Okay.
For instance, some people see prayer as only a means of getting something from God, and they pray only when they have needs, when they have challenges. That is the only time they go to God in prayer, which is wrong.
Okay.
And if we pray only when we have needs or have problems, we won't get the result we always want in prayers. So our relationship with God is very, very important. Whether we have problems or needs or not, we must maintain that relationship through prayer. Let me say this. Prayer is a very big platform. It's a spiritual platform provided by God to commune with his people. And so it's not just an instrument of getting things from God, but it's a platform of fellowship with God.
It's a platform for fellowship with God. You said something very striking. He said the prayer is just a medium to nourish a relationship with God. So I am somehow in a fix, because a whole lot of people out there believe that prayer is something we do, especially when we are in trouble. Why do we need to pray when everything is going all right?
You see, even if you talk of trouble, it is not in the day of battle that you prepare for war.
Okay.
And so you prepare for war in the day of peace. So it's not anyone waiting till trouble comes before you start praying. He's already praying late. The prayer's already late. And one prayer that truly works, is a prayer that God himself taught me as I studied the word of God.
Okay.
It's praying in advance. I call it futuristic prayer. When one prays in advance, even when there are no challenges, you just realize that when the tomorrow or the future comes, the way has been cleared by the prayers of yesteryears. Oftentimes we struggle today because of the prayers we failed to make in the past. And sometimes we are where we are today because of the prayers we prayed or didn't pray in the past. We must pray because the future depends on today's prayer.
We must pray because the future depends on this prayer. So I have a serious problem as it has to do with prayer. Now, I want us to narrow this thing down to church practices. Different denominations, we've seen different formats of prayer. And maybe it is because of these formats that are not aligned with the word of God that makes people think prayer is a scam, because the results are not coming. I saw a video clip of a congregation with canes, koboko. They came for a prayer night and they want to flog their enemies to death. What kind of prayer is this?
You see, people do a lot of things all in the name of prayer. Sometimes we do things trying to impress God or show God that we are serious, but on a very wrong manner. So there are people that believe that you can flog spirits, you can do that, but the truth is that the Bible said the weapons of our warfare are not carnal. We wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers. So what we are contending with, they are not physical. They are spiritual entities. So those who believe that they can use cane, they can use broom, they know why they are doing it. But the truth is that the real enemy we are contending with is not a physical enemy. It's a spiritual entity.
And then what do you have to say? Someone was complaining to me the other day. Say, I want you to help me pray over a matter. I said, okay, there's no problem about that. What is it? And then the next question that comes is, how much do you charge? What's this?
You see,
what's the place of money with prayer?
You see, I wouldn't want to go into that because people have different reasons why they do what they do.
Okay.
But the Bible says freely will receive, freely will give.
Okay.
So people who charge money for prayer, sometimes people do it because they will tell you they are coming with a team and the team must be taken care of. Things like that. But the truth of it is that we shouldn't make, or let me use the word, we shouldn't commercialize prayers.
Okay.
Yes. And that's one of the reasons why some persons see prayers to be scam. But praying and prayers are not scam. Let me say something here.
Yeah.
You asked me before now about the kind of prayer that will give results.
Yes.
One prayer that will always produce results. Any prayer that is focused on God's glory and honor,
okay,
will always give one result. God will do anything that will bring glory to Him, that will promote His honor.
Yeah.
In John chapter 14, verse 13, Jesus said, whatever you ask the Father in my name, you will do it, that the Father may be glorified in the Son. So, if the focus of our prayer is God's glory and honor, and what we are asking God for, while we are coming to Him, is primarily targeted on His honor and glory, He won't deny us answers. He will give to us even much more than we are looking for. The truth is that God is more eager to answer our prayer than we are eager to pray.
Wow.
God delights in answering prayers.
Wow.
He wants to answer. He's a good Father. He wants to, there's something Jesus said. Jesus said, if we earthly fathers who are evil will give good gifts to our children, what of the heavenly Father that is a good God?
Yeah.
He said you won't ask Him for a bread and He'll give you a stone. And you won't ask Him for a fish and He'll give you a serpent. No, that is the God we are praying to, the God we are worshiping, we are following, is a good God. He's a God that loves us more than we love ourselves. He has a better plan for us. Sometimes people wonder why their prayers are not answered. When God delays in answering prayers, oftentimes it could be that our faith is being tested.
Okay.
That God is trying to work out, produce patience in us.
Okay.
Sometimes it's because what we are asking God is outside His plan and program.
Wow.
And other times because the timing is not right. So all these things, it will look as if God is not answering prayer, but when you put all these factors together, you see reasons why sometimes, there is delay in getting answers to prayers. But God answers prayers.
My God.
And there is no substitute. There are no options. We must pray.
My guys, I know you are pulling a lot from this conversation, a whole lot of truth and mysteries coming from this conversation. But before I let him go, I want to ask you the last question. How long? Somebody was putting up an argument the other day that he was praying for something, and then his friend asked him, how many hours did you pray for that? And I was like, does it mean will you need to pray for some hours to get some prayers answered, or what's the relationship between time and prayers?
It's okay. Prayer is not really measured by how long one prays.
Okay.
But prayer can also be measured by how long one prays.
Wow. That's a strong word.
The reason is, when you pray long, but that prayer, your heart is not in it. The prayer lacks life.
Okay.
There's no fire, there is no life in the prayer. You may pray for 10 hours and you won't get anything. Someone else will pray for 30 minutes and get good result. When he prays the right way and prays with all his heart in it. Why I say that prayer is also measured by how long one prays, that as Christians, there are certain results you can't get until you begin to spend long hours with God in prayers.
Okay.
Certain things will not be possible for a man until you can spend long hours. You can stay with God and tarry long enough. Any man that can stay long with God in prayer will do what others will not be able to do. Because it's just like if one goes into maybe a restroom and stays there for a very long hour, when you come out, sometimes certain, will I say, order or what, will follow the person.
Yeah.
So when you stay long with God in prayer, there's also divine,
aura.
Yes, that will follow the person praying. So I encourage people, as much as we don't judge prayer by how long one prays, but I encourage people to learn to spend time with God in prayer. There are things that will not be possible until you spend good time with God in prayers.
This is so wonderful. This is so wonderful, talking about prayer and receiving so much mysteries from Reverend Dr. Hilary Ugwueze. Friends, I call you to action. Prayer is one powerful privilege that God gave humanity to sustain great communication with Him. However, there are principles that make answers possible. When it is followed wholly, there won't be disappointments or regrets. Prayer is not just a tool or medium of getting things from God. You heard my guest when he was saying that. It's also a spiritual discipline that helps mold us into God's desires for our lives. He said it's a medium for nurturing relationship we have with God. All right? So if you can pray according to God's will, you will have answers. And just like he will always say, pray, pray, pray. It's been a good time with you, sir.
Thank you
so much for
I'm
coming.
I'm so happy for being here.
Thank you, sir. From all of us at Signature TV, we wish you well in all you do and represent.
Well, I want to live on. I appreciate Signature TV, and I pray that this organization will go from strength to strength,
Amen,
from glory to glory.
Amen.
Where you are today is not where God wants you to be.
Yeah.
I believe that God will take you far beyond your expectation.
Amen. Amen. So that's a powerful prayer right there. Thank you so much, sir. And thank you very much, my friends, for being with us in the show. Follow us on all our social media handles showing right there on your screen. Make sure you give us a wonderful feedback so that we know how to serve you better. Okay, till I come your way next time, build a godly legacy for a better future. Pray by the rules and your answers will come. My name is Victor Chief Judge. Shalom.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking.
Hello and thanks for joining us. This is the Signature Interview. And today we have an officer of the Federal Republic, a former chairman of one of the major political parties in Nigeria. But more recently, he was the Director General of the Willie Obiano campaign organization that swept the polls in Anambra State. My pleasure to welcome to this program the former chairman of APGA and a senatorial candidate for one of the most controversial senatorial seats in Anambra State, Chief Victor Ume. Chief Ume, you're welcome to our program.
Thank you, Vin. My pleasure to be with you.
Okay, Chief Ume, one of the most strident voices against the candidature of Obiano was the man that handed over to him, former Governor Peter Obi. And you know that I know that you and Peter Obi had come a long way, and that you were all together in the years he was governor and in instituting a new governor in the person of Obiano. And I don't think anybody in Nigeria will know better than you what may have gone wrong. Can you tell us where the road, where we all departed, and Peter Obi now became the biggest critic of Obiano? What happened?
Well, I'm happy that when you met us together as far back as 2001, 2002, when we were in this struggle to become governor in the first place before the election, and then when the election was conducted, the mandate was stolen and given to Ngige. We led the struggle to retrieve it, both through the courts. So you saw us together, and you knew how things were. Those who were the vocal defenders of that mandate. I was PW1 in the tribunal. I was in the witness box for 29 days, September 1 to September 29, 2003. So I tendered the results of the election because I was a state collation agent for APGA in that election, historic election. So we did so much to ensure that to retrieve the mandate through the courts finally in 2006. And there were other issues that came up to Obi was impeached 8 months while he was in office. After 8 months in office, he was impeached. We had to go back to the courts to quash the impeachment, and acting with His Excellency Chukwuemeka Odumegwu, we were able to restore him to office on the 9th of February 2007. There were too many political complications in the state. So the party was engulfed in all kinds of struggle to protect Obi and his government, and also ensure that he won a second term in office in 2010. So in all this, I played pivotal roles with Dim Chukwuemeka Odumegwu, who's a father figure backing and support. When we achieved the second term for Obi, and he felt there was no third term for him in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, he turned against me, because that was when I told him to conduct local government elections, which he refused to do. And we fell apart. Instead of his managing the situation, he decided to ensure that I was sacked as national chairman of ABGA. That was what put the party in crisis for nearly 3 other years before I was able to win him in all the court processes, and stabilized. Yet together we worked after some peace was brokered, and we got Obiano to succeed him. How did we part ways? Peter Obi, after he handed over, had an ambition to join the federal government, because when he was winding down, it was open knowledge to people that he was heading to the PDP. On the 8th of March 2014, Okonjo-Iweala came when Peter gave his account of his stewardship for 8 years. And before everybody at Professor Dora Akunyele Women Development Center, Okonjo-Iweala said that Obi is needed, or Obi was needed at the center. And she turned to this wife, Margaret, and said, "There's no rest for your husband and you, but he is needed at the center." We thought it was a joke. On the day he handed over power to Governor Obiano, Senator Ben Obi, who was the presidential advisor to Jonathan on political parties, matters, came there and announced that Obi will be joining the Federal Executive Council. And you know what it means for you to join the Federal Executive Council? You will be either a minister or a chief of staff to the president or things of the sort. So with that done, we didn't suspect that there had been agreements between Obi and the PDP that would be crossing over to PDP. So Obi handed over on 17th March 2014. And 4 months after that, August 1, 2014, he resigned as leader and chairman board of trustees of ABGA, and alluded to personal family reasons in his letter of resignation. That wasn't just that. He engineered 5 members of the House of Reps who were members of ABGA to defect to the PDP, and they stayed behind, and crisis hit the party with such defection. And on 7th October, 6 months after he handed over to Obiano, he decamped to PDP and was appointed Deputy Director General of Goodluck Ebele Jonathan's campaign organization 6 months after he handed over. So you could not see that it was a premeditated plan for him to leave ABGA and go to the PDP in pursuit of their objectives unknown to us. But being a cunning man, at that time he would be saying different things, and so on and so forth. And it was at the end of it that we were able to play back to certain things that had happened. Because in February 2014, Obi went to the National Assembly, with some governors of the PDP to meet with the National Assembly caucus of the PDP. A member of ABGA did. And shortly after that visit, they posted in the newspaper a screen headline, Mimiko and Obi will join our party. says the PDP. So by 7th October, he had defected, assumed that position of Deputy Director General of Goodluck Ebele Jonathan's presidential campaign organization. So things were good for him. He was hoping to be, initially he hoped to become minister as soon as he handed over. It didn't work. Some big heads in PDP then stopped him from becoming minister. Because at that time, the seat of Minister of Aviation had become vacant following the removal of Stella Odua. So it was P2B that would have filled that vacuum, but some big stakeholders in the PDP from Anambra State worked together to stop him. And that position was given to Osta Chidoka. That was the first disappointment he got. So the next plan was that if Jonathan won the presidential election, he would either be a minister or secretary to the government of the federation. These were promises made to him. So they went on into that. And in the 2015 general elections, you will not believe, P2B, the ABGA toiled for and kept in office for 8 years, despite the traumatic challenges that came his way, became an opponent of the party, driving the PDP machinery to annihilate the party. That saved him from the jaws of PDP. It was PDP that took his mandate and had to go through the courts, through strenuous exercise to retrieve the mandate. So he unleashed on ABGA what PDP unleashed on him in 2003 general election. Using the combined weight of the security agencies and the manipulation of the Electoral Commission to steal our mandates, including my own, in the senatorial election, which I contested and won. So we were so shocked that such a thing could happen. But God, who is the maker of heaven and earth, and who controls the affairs of men, saw to it that things didn't play out as they planned it. Their script collapsed when Jonathan failed the presidential election. With the victory of President Muhammad Buhari in that presidential election, it was like fish brought out of water. P2B's adventure into the PDP came with a dismal failure. So all his dreams and things he wanted, evaporated. 2 months before Jonathan handed over, he appointed him chairman of Security and Exchange Commission. You remember? And as soon as Buhari assumed office, he sacked him from that position. So now that he had taken a long journey into the wilderness, instead of admitting that he made a miscalculation and a mistake and returning to the party with humility, he decided to continue the onslaught against ABGA. And of course, you were aware that after the elections, I went to the tribunal and got the election of the Anambra State Senatorial District nullified because I was the principal target. They made sure that I was never declared winner. An armored personnel carrier was deployed to my local government where I come from with P2B and Honorable Chekunife. So our people were beaten to stupor and everything carried away. So I had to go back to the courts to seek justice. And finally I got that election nullified by the Court of Appeal, occasioning the pending rerun election, which they frustrated for 2 years with legal rigmaroles. So parting of ways was not occasioned by any act of unfairness against P2B by the incumbent governor, nor myself. It was a political adventure that he embarked upon and hit his head on the wall. So instead of eating the humble pie, he decided to twist the stories. That first of all, myself and Governor Obiano chased him out of ABGA, an action he took by himself. And with that, he mobilized. Having become a stalwart of the PDP, he started attacking ABGA. This was even responsible for his colossal failure in the last election. He started attacking ABGA, calling ABGA a local league, that he joined PDP, that is now a Premier League. He can't play in a local league. We were playing in the local league, and he played with us in the local league as much as it benefited him, and he was governor using the sentiments and the emotions of our people. He traded on the emotions and sentiments of our people, their attachment to ABGA, to remain in office. And when he finished, he felt he cannot be anything with ABGA again. He can't be president, can't be vice president with ABGA. So in pursuit of higher ambition, he left us and went into the PDP and hit the rock. So he had he couldn't come back. He continued on that perfidious journey. And that was what played out in the campaign.
But it's impossible for anyone to blame him so much, because even ABGA as a party always collaborated with the PDP.
No.
Yes.
I mean, is not the correct word.
I don't know. You give me the word. Yes, because
we supported Jonathan in the presidential election.
Yeah, because
for reasons we made obvious.
Yeah, but so what was wrong with Peter Obi joining the PDP at the federal level, where?
No, this was a man. When Ojukwu was alive, we used him as a vessel to entrench ABGA, for ABGA to serve its purpose for our people. And he made several open vows that he will never leave the party. He made public vows that he will never leave the party. In fact, that as soon as he handed over power, he will retire to his business, And if he leaves ABGA, he quit politics. These were public vows he made voluntarily. So you can see how people held him in grave contempt when he turned around to preach PDP. He had told them that PDP is a party known for arson. They burnt public properties in 2004 in Anambra State. That PDP is the people's deceived people. These were things he said to the people of Anambra State when we were rallying around him, defending him, and taking the punches PDP was throwing at him and the party. So when he moved, it wasn't a normal movement of an individual from a party to another party of choice. It was seen as a gross act of betrayal of trust. You cannot sacrifice group interest in pursuit of a personal interest. That's not what leadership is about. Like me, you've known me with ABGA from registration till death, till today. I'm the oldest member of ABGA known in Nigeria, because I'm attached to the vision and objectives of registering the party. So Peter just used us to ply his trade, served as governor, and moved away. Remember, there was something he said. He said that a political party is like a vehicle. You use it when you get to your destination, you disembark. And if you board a Kenebichuku bus at Onitsha to Lagos, if you get to Lagos, you must disembark from the bus. So these are things he said that proved that he was not seriously committed to the well-being of the party.
Okay, Chief Ume, how would you react to a story that has been all over Nigeria, that you and Willie Obiano, His Excellency the Governor, drove Peter Obi away from the party? Let me explain. Number one was that it was said that you packaged Obiano and sold to Peter without him understanding that you had a deal with Obiano. And immediately Obiano came into office. Both of you turned against Peter Obi. Have you not heard this before?
I've even addressed this issue in the last explanation I gave you. You were listening.
I was.
But you turned around to say that we drove me away from the party.
No, but this
issue you are raising now is very unfortunate.
That you had a deal with Obiano that you didn't know about.
No, it's an afterthought. Let me tell you, I'm a Papa Knight. I'm a Catholic Knight. not by appointment. I became a Knight of St. John for the past 17 years, since 2001. I'm a major in that order, that noble order. And just recently, I was appointed Knight of St. Sylvester by the Pope. So I have no reason to come and sit down and tell you lies because I'm a politician. Peter Obi sold this story to the public to see if he could cover his misadventure by going to PDP in pursuit of higher ambition and crashed on the way. You know, he came back with this story. There was no deal between me and Obiano. And to explain to you today how Obiano emerged to become the candidate, said I packaged him and sold to him, and he bought it because he's a nitwit. He wasn't able to see through the packaging and deceit. He had no trust for him. He doesn't even trust his wife, incidentally. So let me tell you what played out. In 2013, because of the nagging problem I had with Obi, I told him to conduct local government election in 2010. From 2010, he started sponsoring my ouster as national chairman of ABGA. It was very turbulent. He went to ENUGU in 2012 and initiated a court action against me before the chief judge of ENUGU State, Justice Umezulike. And on the 8th of February 2013, the judge delivered a bizarre judgment and sacked me and my leadership of ABGA on the prompting of Mr. Peter Obi. And I went on appeal. You know, he tried to twist the appeal. I first of all applied for stay of execution on that order, and I got the stay of execution order made in my favor on the 8th of April. But on the 7th of April in the night, Peter Obi organized a national convention purportedly where Mike Zioku was said to have been elected substantive national chairman of ABGA, putting paid to my claim to that office. So we can now see Obi first of all sacked me from the party, you know. But as God will have it, seeing through what has happened, didn't allow that to happen. In the morning of that day, 8th of April, the Court of Appeal sat in ENUGU and granted me a stay of execution of that order, nullifying the convention, by implication. But we waged on the battle in the courts until finally on the 15th of July, the Court of Appeal delivered final judgment on my appeal and set aside the judgment of the ENUGU State High Court, which will be sponsored. And that was on 15th of July. That was about 1 month to the start of preparations for the Guba election in Anambra State that took place on 16 November 2013. So when that happened, he had lost out in the party because the man he didn't want survived and still had the fabric of the party under his control. That's my humble self. So in order to get a successor, to that office, we were at liberty at going ahead to produce any candidate because they had no control. In fact, it was already an enemy of the party. But because I didn't believe in the spirit of winner takes all, some people broached peace between two of us against an early agreement we had that whoever won that litigation should produce the candidate and that person will support. So they called for a peaceful mediation, and I submitted myself to that mediation process. It was at that point that we started talking about who shall be the candidate. Anybody I suggested, he rejected. And he suggested the one Chinedu Jigo. I rejected him. He suggested Oselo Kobaze, who he now sponsored in the PDP primaries, in the last election. I said no. Obaze was his secretary to government. And this was somebody I never knew. He never talked to me. While the battle raged in the party, I was an enemy to P2B and Obaze and ENUGU, and having won, I can only be magnanimous in victory by agreeing that some sort of dialogue can take place. Otherwise, I would have proceeded. I suggested the former secretary to government of P2B, whom he sacked because he refused to support his actions against me, Mr. Chief Paul Odenibo. So I said, Chief Paul, he said, no, he cannot be. I said, okay now. Anybody he said it will be, I said, no, he cannot be. You see, that was it, because knowing P2B, I knew that if I allowed him to put somebody he wanted, after 1 month they would sack me from the party again. So I was determined to protect my followers in the party and my humble self. So I thought of the best option would be to have somebody who was not involved in the dispute. So somebody who will be fair to everybody, who will not take sides. That was my humble view. And in that meeting, myself and P2B were asked to step aside so that they can confer and come with a verdict that will pass to us. So I was out like this with P2B in an empty room, because at that time we started talking again. So I told Peter, instead of our wasting time, there was a time I heard that one executive director in your own bank, Fidelity Bank, wanted to run for governor. That even the time we were calling, I read it in the papers. I didn't know, and as I was telling him about that, I didn't have any contact with Willie Obiano. I didn't even know where he was again. His name was touted in the media more than 1 year earlier, and he fizzled out. So I said, Soludo wanted to run for the governorship seat, former governor of Central Bank. So I said, he has been disqualified now, because we said we agreed that candidate must come from the Anambra North Senatorial Zone. And Soludo was from the South Senatorial District. So I said, can't we look for somebody who will have the respect of people, someone who have the capacity, at least something that will be close to former governor of Central Bank. If we can get such a person, we can go with the person for the election. So he said, who is that person? I said, you know who I'm talking about? He said, is this Willie Obiano? I said, yes. He said, do you know him well? I said, no, I have not met him in close range. But I saw him only once in 2011 in Port Harcourt in a convocation ceremony where he came with the Fidelity Bank team. Some people got PhD, honorary doctorate degree. So we greeted, and sincerely speaking to you, I've never met Obiano again. So I told him, if he's that person you can bring, then we can take him. Leave this other one. I don't want to say anything of sin about the first choice, Chinedi Digo. I said, leave him. He has no capacity, and he really has no capacity to do that. Then the SSG, I consider him, because we have political interests. I cannot subject ourselves to that. And what I did played out later on. You'll see, I'll tell you shortly. So when I told him that, he said, okay, if I will accept Obiano. It was a question of who I will accept as national chairman. I said, yes, if you bring him, we'll go with him. So when we now went back to the larger meeting, they were looking at themselves, what to tell us as their suggestion on the way forward. I told them not to bother. That I and Peter had conferred when we were waiting in the ante room, and there's somebody who we've agreed that if he can come, that it will be acceptable to us. I didn't know anything about Obiano, but I felt that nothing would make him be like those who worked with P2B and persecuted me together, and my group. So we mentioned the name Willie Obiano. So Peter was looking at the mediators. So they asked him, "What is that true?" He said, "Yes." Peter said, "Yes." But he first asked me that question, do you know Obiano well? I said, I don't know him. I've never had any chat with him. I don't have his contact. So there and then, progress was made in the meeting. That since he suits what we are looking for, He's from the Anambra North Senatorial Zone, which Peter pleaded for. Even Paul Odenibo that I suggested is also from Anambra North Senatorial Zone. So we had to put all of them down. I said, let's put everybody down and go for a compromise candidate. That was what happened. So Peter said yes. And Peter was given the mandate to invite Obiano. And with that, my mind was closed on the issue. So I went back to the party to prepare the party for the primaries. And Peter got all those people that have been ruled out to come and buy nomination forms. Obaze, Idigo, even Tony Naketa, and of course all the people he sponsored.
So why was he doing that?
He doesn't keep faith. So at that time I thought we had settled the issue. He didn't want to keep faith with the arrangement. So he was wanting to fight again during the primary to put a candidate of his choice. If not for the shortness of this interview, I will surprise you with evidence. So, and finally, he was told to go and get the person. He didn't call Obiano. The process was on. 3 days to the closure of buying of expression of interest form. I called P2B. I said, because I was always checking with the registry in the party office. Has anybody bought form for Obiano? They said no. And I called Peter. I said, please, do not renege on the arrangement we had with the mediators. Obiano has not taken expression of interest form. Have you not contacted him? He said, oh, no. I said, if you don't bring that man, we'll go back to square one. It was a threat I gave him. So he now ensured.
You mean at that time you didn't try yourself?
No, I didn't have his number. Just listen to a factual story. Then on Friday, that was the last day, Peter sent somebody to the secretariat to come and buy expression of interest form for Obiano. His commissioner for works, he sent him, one architect, Ilo Zumba. He came on Friday, last day, and then obtained the expression of interest form for Obiano for 2 million. And we had our next meeting the next day. So we cleared him to go into the next stage of buying nomination forms. So when I got home to ENUGU on Sunday, I became worried that Peter was up to some pranks. And you know, in politics, the walls have ears. People who were loyal to him while the problem in the party lasted were talking to other people. That Peter told them that the final battle would be at the primary. So he hadn't accepted that situation. So on that Sunday, I didn't know what to do. I now called one Sam Obijak, who was a general manager in Fidelity Bank. I met him in 2010 when I went to take a loan of 180 million naira from Fidelity Bank. So he was the one that processed my loan, and the board approved it in 2010 when I set up a bureau de change, you know, with getting a license from Central Bank of Nigeria, you know. So he was the one that gave me, processed the facility for me on the prompting of the then MD, Mr. Reginald Hejai. So I now said he must know where Obiano is because he has left the bank. I called Samuel Bijak. I said, do you know where Obiano is? He said, yes, that he's in America, but he doesn't have his number. But the last time he spoke with him on his Nigerian MTN. So I said, can you give me the number? I called the number, it didn't ring. So I told him that I didn't get through to that number. He made effort and got Obiano's American number and gave me. I called that number. He rang and rang and nobody picked it. I did not know that Obiano had returned to Nigeria on Saturday morning. Obi had now had to, because of the threat I gave him, had to bring him in. So he came in on Saturday. I didn't know. So it was on Monday that I asked P2P, where is Obiano to buy the nomination form? He said he was going to meet him in Lagos. But he's now in Lagos. He said to it. So by that Monday, he was going to the UK. I met with Obiano in Lagos in the evening and told him to go to Abuja to go and buy the nomination form. So on Tuesday, Obiano came to the party office in Abuja and purchased the nomination form. That's how I got in contact with Obiano on phone. I wasn't even in Abuja, so we spoke. So I was relieved that the compromise candidate is now in view, is in Nigeria, and the processes for the nomination went on. Peter set up a very dangerous plan, which I will also give you later, to come to the primary and ensure that Obiano failed the primary, so that a preferred candidate will emerge. So during the screening of aspirants for that race, we had a guideline already prepared that one, for you to qualify to be ABGA candidate by the guideline approved by NEC, something meant for nobody. You must be a registered voter. You must possess permanent voters card. So Senator Baze was in the United Nations when the registration exercise took place in 2010 before the 2011 general elections. So he wasn't a registered voter. So before the screening panel, he had no permanent voters card. And they asked him, where is your card? He said he wasn't registered yet. But he wasn't in Nigeria when the exercise took place. So that eliminated him. They asked the Digo, the one, his first choice, how are you going to finance the election? He said he told them that the party will finance his election. They asked him why. He said, no, because if he finances the election by himself, when he becomes governor, he will steal money. So it is the duty of the party to finance in the election. So they disqualified him. Yes, because that's full financial capacity to prosecute the election. These were things that were taken to court and they're all lost in the screening, So that was how his preferred candidates could not move to the primary stage. And they now called me, sent messages to me to clear them. They went on appeal. Their appeals were dismissed. Couldn't salute all of them. Soludo had a pending case with the EFCC, with which they relied on removal because he was desperate too, wanting to do anything to take the tickets. Plus he had a strained relationship with President Goodluck Jonathan at the time. So we as a party considered that even if he was allowed to contest the election, the weight of the federal government would be against ABGA. Jonathan wouldn't want him to be governor. Obi told me this too personally. I swore with his children, I can take it to the bank. So with that, we tried to navigate. And finally, at the primary, Obiano emerged. So I had no deal with him. I had no prior conversation with him. It was on the 10th of August, 11th of August, that Obiano came to my house in ENUGU for the first time. And it was 10th of August that I met Obiano face to face again in Obi's office at Oka. So Peter Obi now told him, this is the national chairman. He said, yes, he's been reading about me and all that. So he told him that he must come to my house in ENUGU to inform me officially that he will be running for the governor through ABGA. So we agreed. On Sunday he came. He came to my house on the 11th. And when he came on the 11th, he's alive, go and ask him. I didn't ask him for anything. I told him, please, I want you to be fair to everybody and don't allow this party to suffer. I want you to ensure that this party grows. In fact, with two hands, he bent down and told me he would never let anybody down. He will not, this party, he won't allow it to suffer. This was the only condition I gave to Obiano. Then this man left me on the 11th. On Monday, the 12th, Peter Obi sent Oselo Kobaze to my house in ENUGU to also come and tell me he was running for the ticket of ABGA. On the 11th, on Monday, 12th. No, but we hadn't reached that stage. Yeah. So it was that week that he was now disqualified. When it was now obvious to me that Peter had a grand design, a grand plan to stop Obiano in the process. You know, as a governor who had delegates and all that, he could do anything, you know, not without my support anywhere as chairman of the party. So when that man came, Obaze, and came to my house and told me that Obi asked him to come and ask me for support, and that he wants me to make him my official candidate in the primaries. So I laughed. I told him that nobody is my official candidate. If you go through the primary and succeed, that's fine. So when he left that Monday evening on the 12th, on 13th morning, I got a text message from Peter Obi. And the text message, I will give it to you, read, so that you know what really happened. Obi wrote, Chairman, thank you for seeing Osoloko Obaze. It will help in whom our final choice will be. So he gave himself out. That was why in the screening, all those people were yanked off.
Was it a personal design? Was it something you ensured as national chairman because of your fears that you weeded them out?
No, one was that we had to enforce the guidelines very strictly. There was no point. It was a breach of agreement.
Yeah, but you also
yes. If I had relaxed, maybe if I had relaxed, something would have gone wrong. So I wanted to protect the agreement we had in the meeting where the mediation took place. One, I've given you the principal reason why I didn't want him to put any of his stooges to become his successor, because they will come after us, my group. I predicted it and they played out in the end. I'll summarize it for you now. So on the 17th of August, on the 16th of August, the appeal panel dismissed their appeals. On Monday, 19th of August, Peter Obi engineered another suit at the Federal High Court Abuja, challenging me as the national chairman of ABGA. He sponsored the suit for Mike Zioku. You know. So we went into the election after the primary. Obiano had emerged. When we finished the election and won the election, finally, on 30th November, when the result was declared, 15th of January, I was sacked by the Federal High Court, Abuja. That suit recommenced 2 days after the conclusion of our primaries. I was sacked. Mike Z came back again as chairman, claiming I had to go through appeal process to get that judgment set aside again on the 18th of June, 2014, after Peter Obi had left office. And it was a brutal fight between me and him in the courts, you know. So when I survived him in that legal battle, he knew that his case is finished. That was when he made plans to leave ABGA with people and then moved over in quick succession. They then sponsored that appeal up to Supreme Court, and they lost it on 29th of January 2016. So you can see now that the story was absurd in its entirety. He told lies, and this thing I told you, I put my life on it. This is the truth. This was what happened. So nobody conspired to sack him from the party. No, I had no prayer arrangement with Obiano for him to become candidate. I had no deal with him. So these were things he manufactured. And when he turned against Obiano in this election, he started denying Obiano in his public speeches that he didn't know him. Somebody who was the executive director in his bank, Fidelity Bank, where he was chairman of the board, he now said he didn't know him, that it was Victor who brought him and foisted him on him. And then they not told the story that he became executive director in Fidelity Bank with Peter Obi's votes. So I was a stranger to both of them. But the action I took was self-preservative. You know, I didn't want people who were entangled in the political imbroglio to succeed Peter Obi and flush us out of the party. And if it had not by divine providence, these were two times he sacked me from the party. One was using the chief judge of ENUGU State, and another one was using the Federal High Court in Abuja here, just Abdul Kafarati, you know. So I had to go through the appeals, and the Court of Appeals, separate divisions, returned me to office.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV. Right, the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. We are local.
International communities observing
Right, the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
You don't tire for this picture? Oh yeah, make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they with you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey, whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get to go get free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, now our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277.
Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We know that many of us are regular audience at Nkata Umibe, but for some who are coming for the first time, so Nkata Umibe is a flagship program of the Center for Memories. It's a monthly lecture series, a gathering that we hold every month in the tradition of the Igbo people, where we gather together at the village square or under the Odara tree to deliberate on issues that affect the community and how the community can move forward. And, in that tradition, the center decided to open up a platform like that where we can gather every month. And Nkata Umibe started in 2018. Our very first edition was held in May of 2018, and we had Professor Chidi Odinkalo as our speaker, and he spoke on Igwe Kunye. And after Professor Chidi, we've had other very prominent speakers. We've had Dike Chukwumerije, we've had Professor Okendibe, we've had Chika Onigwe, the author, we've had Chika Odwa, the journalist, we've had Yvonne Chomambanefo, we've had Kingsley Lieze, the CEO of Tennessee. We've had Frank Nweke Jr., we've had Chichi Aniagolu. In fact, if I go on to list the speakers that we've had, we will not leave here today. And we're so honored to have our distinguished speaker for today. So I'm going to very quickly just read out a brief profile of him and then invite him to the stage to make his presentation. And as you all know, after the presentation, we're now going to have the Nkata proper, the moderated session. And we also have another wonderful person who will also be driving that conversation. So Larry Ogwego is a Nigerian who believes that ordinary citizens can transform themselves and their nation if they consistently insist on doing what is right. He founded Greater Tomorrow Initiative, GTI, a youth development organization that later gave birth to Human Rights Volunteer Corps. And today, we have the honor of having him as our distinguished speaker to speak on the very important topic, Ndumiri Ndoazu, interrogating the state of human rights in Ali Igbo. Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding round of applause, please let's welcome Mr. Larry Ogwego as he comes to make his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor and privilege to stand and share the podium that has been graced by some of Nigeria's great men and women. When you were mentioning the names of the distinguished speakers that have been here, I was humbled Incidentally, I've had the privilege of actually attending many of the Nkata Umibe series myself, basically because I'm a Igbo. And I'm like Nkata Basalo Ndi Igbo. But I must start by acknowledging the great work that is being done by Center for Memories. I also love the thematic focus, Makonya Ta Nechi. If you do not remember your past, you may not be able to manage your present, and you definitely won't be able to plan for your future. So when that thematic focus was chosen, I don't know how it was done, but I believe it was inspired. Makonya Ta Nechi. Ndị Igbo si na onye amara ebe mmiri bidoro maba ya ama ebe ọ kwụsịrị. And that actually provides the background for the respect I have for the great work that Center for Memories is doing, Center for Memories. And I wish we would take the work this center is doing a lot more seriously, because we have a rich history. We have a rich history as per from way back, but also have a rich contemporary history as Ndi Igbo. And if we can go back and listen to the Center for Memories and begin to document, study, imbibe, and deploy the benefits of our collective achievement as Ndi Igbo, we will be inspired to do more. So I must salute the Center for the great work they are doing. I also want to salute Maazị Hanye for piloting the affairs of this center so well, and our beautiful moderator, the sign language interpreter that held sway when I was talking with the young people. I salute all of you. They are the future of Nigeria. When I was looking at them, I was seeing senators, governors, presidents, and all of those people. I told them when I was taking the picture with them that I want to have a copy so that when you become a governor, if I come to your office and they want to delay me, I'll show them the picture. So I spoke to her when she was in secondary school. Come on, let me see her. So I salute the whole system that seeks not only to have this conversation with us, but also to prepare us for the future. I enjoyed my session with the young ones tremendously because I have this energy when I talk with them. I know that they represent the future. If you want to know how Nigeria will be in the next 20 years, look at them. And I thank the center for preparing them for a great future. Nigeria won't always be the way it is now. It won't always be the way it is now. With the kind of lessons that are being taught and the kind of questions I got from them, the kind of response I got, I can assure you that what we may not be able to achieve, they will achieve. I have a very simple task, but for me also a very, very sobering task of discussing a well-chosen topic, Ndu Mmiri, Ndu Azụ, interrogating the state of human rights in Ala Igbo. When we talk about interrogate, we are talking about asking serious questions, asking questions aggressively about the state of human rights in Ala Igbo. But before that question of the state of human rights in Ala Igbo, there's a very interesting statement, a very interesting philosophical statement, Ndu Mmiri, Ndu Azụ. So that statement speaks to the fact that without the understanding of Ndu Mmiri, Ndu Azụ, you may not even fully appreciate what we are going to be talking about. Ndu Mmiri, Ndu Azụ speaks about the fact that there is no way you can make progress in a society if you do not recognize interdependence. Mmiri actually accommodates the azụ. The water accommodates the fish. Without the water, the fish will not survive. But guess what? Without the fish, the water will lose part of its relevance. As a matter of fact, in several riverine areas, what takes people to the water is the fish. So if you remove the fish from the water, people may not even know the water is there. Besides being a means of moving from one point to another, one major reason people go to the water is to get fish. So there is this interdependence between Mmiri and Azụ, between the water and the fish. While the water looks like it's more important because it accommodates the fish, if you remove the fish, the water loses a large part of its relevance. And that is what we are looking at today, Ndu Mmiri, Ndu Azụ, which speaks to different aspects of Igbo philosophy. Ewe bere, ugo bere, okata na akpa adibe ma dibia arụ n'oke ọnụ n'ọkụ. biri kambiri. All of these expressions speak to one fact, that we have to learn how to coexist peacefully to the benefit of all of us. So when you get that background, it lays a foundation for the conversation about the state of human rights in Alibu. And since we are going to look at it from the point of view of interrogating the state of human rights in Alibu, I want to actually just ask a few questions and answer them because I don't have all the time in the world. So the first question is, what is human rights? Human rights are basically the rights we have because we are human. There are other more elaborate and fancy definitions. But why I love defining human rights as the rights we have because we are human is that a lot of people associate human rights with the caliber or state of the person who is seeking to enjoy the human rights. So very often when I speak about human rights, for instance, when I talk about the right to liberty, the right to bail, people ask me questions like, so if the person actually committed the crime, should the person also get bail? And my answer is simple. The law says the person should get bail. The law assumes the person is guilty until proven innocent. The law does not look at the person through the lens of being guilty, because the law assumes the person is innocent. But you as a layman, you're saying, I saw him steal. He is not entitled to bail. But then the last time I checked, bail is not supposed to be go home and sin no more. Bail is supposed to be go home so that you will enjoy your freedom and be productive. Perchance you didn't actually commit the crime. So what if after all of the detention, the person actually didn't commit the crime? So the point is, human rights should be enjoyed by people because they are human. Not because they are nice people, not because they are innocent, not because they are wealthy, not because they are educated, not because they are politically connected, but just because they are human. When we understand this definition, our communities will begin to change dramatically and drastically. For instance, I've noticed that when you come to a village setting and you are discussing issues around human rights, you notice that people who had a bad reputation will actually not get their rights respected because most people will be judging them based on their past. I don't know if you can connect what I'm saying. That is, if something gets lost in a certain environment, everybody will look in the direction of the thief, even if it's not the thief that stole it. In fact, some people actually go to steal something knowing that there is a person who has the reputation for stealing who is likely to take the blame. So they will quickly steal, knowing that everybody will suspect the thief. We all know. It happens also that sometimes when we are discussing human rights, people say, not for this one. The things here, see, we shouldn't be discussing human rights here. But the first thing I want to establish is, what is human rights? These are rights we enjoy because we are human. It's that simple. And does it mean that if a person commits a crime repeatedly, the person should be entitled to the rights repeatedly? The unfortunate answer is yes. Is it my opinion? No. So why am I so adamant about it? Because that's what the law says. You cannot exist in a democracy without the rule of law. But let me also surprise us. We forget that human rights did not start with 1999 Constitution. Before the white man came, Igbos had the rule of law. That is why in those days, if the son of a king committed alo, the son of the king will banish. You see that thematic focus in several home movies in Nigeria, where there's this struggle between power and dominana. There was the rule of law, even in Igbo land. You had to run beyond an evil forest or big body of water if you killed someone, even if it was manslaughter. The status of your father will not save you. So did we have the rule of law in Igbo land? Yes. Did we have respect for rights? Yes. How do I know? We do not even remember that even women had rights. We always think about the fact, that Okonkwo used to flog his wife in this all apart, so we don't have rights. No, it doesn't work that way. Most of us do not know that there are rights that women enjoyed in the southeast, in Alibo, even before the white man came. I'll give you one example that will surprise some of you. Do you know that it was the right of a woman to have a place to cultivate? It wasn't negotiable, it was a right. I'm not guessing. It's something I researched long ago because at some point I asked myself, these human rights we're discussing, is it so alien? I not only talked to elders, I spoke to a professor of family law.
the man shocked me when he started listing a retinue of rights enjoyed by women in traditional Africa. If a woman, for whatever reason, maybe she didn't have a boy child or she was divorced from the husband, was sent back to her family, the family had the ability to allocate her a portion of land to cultivate her ede. It was a right. It wasn't negotiable. Whether or not. I was surprised when I got a list of rights. So what does it tell us? We are not that distant from human rights as we have been made to believe by the white man, that everything good came with the white man. No. We had order also. In fact, our society was so well ordered. We so well respected the rule of law and the rule of tradition that you didn't have to use doors in your house. There was no door in traditional architecture of the Igbo man. We had onuzo, the point of entrance. We had no door. There was no need to lock it. If you went to the market in the good old days, there was no need to actually protect your yam. You had to take some other products home if you finished your business. But you left the yam in the market because the yam was the king of crops. You don't steal yam. Izuji valo. You don't steal the king of crops. So we had rules of engagement. So we are not strangers to the rule of law. The fact that the rule of law has been documented now doesn't mean that it has never been there. As a matter of fact, the rule of law was more functional in the traditional Igbo society than it is today in Nigeria, because today the politicians are above the law. In those days, almost everybody was subject to the law. If you refuse to be subject to the law, Anna will take care of you. Because today, our courts may decide to even sing on your mandate we stand. But in those days, the goddess of Anna will not permit you to desecrate the land. And as long as you cannot live in the air, that's why in those days, you wanted to say something important. You removed your shoes and stood on and said, as you stand on this soil. So we need to begin to ask ourselves, are these things really new? The answer is no. I wanted to lay this foundation before we start talking about issues around interrogating human rights in these modern times. We have not always been the way we are now. We had reasonable respect for the rule of law. That is why, if you notice, people are going back to traditional religious practice in Igbo land. Have you noticed the trend? Have you noticed the trend? Do you know why? Because the system we claim to be operating these days is not protecting us. So somebody decides to sit on your rights. You go to the law. The law is playing games and dying about giving you your rights. So the poor man says what? I don't know if you have been hearing that recently. Because the poor man believes that since I don't have money to fight with you, since I don't want to fight with you in a court that may be biased, let me go to a place where I will get justice. And that begins to tell you that we need to reinvent our present approach to human rights to align with who we were in the past. To respect people's rights without looking at status. Having said that, I'll also ask the next question. What are the different rights we have as a people? There are three major classes of rights. We call them social rights, economic rights, and civic rights. That is economic, social, and cultural rights. Economic rights, social rights, cultural rights. All of these rights have implications. But one of the things we don't think about is that people have cultural rights. I chose to talk about it a little because it speaks to the state of human rights in Igbo. And if we want to ask questions, we should ask hard questions. Why is it that in your village, Christmas is around the corner, people will organize village revival? Am I correct? Our daddy Mumbai just passed on. If not, he may come to your village next to pull down strongholds and sometimes to burn people's shrines. Let me tell you the truth. When you burn a shrine, you just burn a cathedral that pre-exists the churches you built in the city. Every shrine is somebody's cathedral. So if you go and burn a shrine because you are pursuing an evil spirit, you're actually stepping on somebody's cultural rights. That's what I'm saying. So human rights is not about going to police station or going to recuse somebody from the cell. No, there are several implications. We have the freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. I'm asking hard questions today. Why should you go and burn somebody's place of worship without the person's consent? On the assumption that is the person who stopped you from progressing in your village. And that is purely an assumption. You have refused to work hard. You have refused to study hard. And then when you fail exams repeatedly, your father will go and burn somebody's shrine and say the person is tying you. While some people may practice malevolent spiritual practices. There are also several persons who engage in benevolent spiritual practices. But we lump all of them together, n'ala Igbo, and we condemn them without realizing that they have a right to choose who to worship, when and where, or to choose not to worship anybody at all, or anything at all. So these are tough questions, economic, social, and cultural rights. I will tell you a shocking story that I encountered as a person. I received a report, and we investigated the report, and it was true that a young woman was stripped naked from head to toe and paraded in her hometown, not elsewhere. What was her offense? That she brought Ndi Akoromaka to their village. Her village was predominantly following one of the conservative Orthodox churches. A priest participated in this show of shame. So an undergraduate who was in UNN at that time brought a fellowship, and they bought land and wanted to establish Oka Akorakan at their village. The village conspired, thought she was mental, that we are introducing something alien. She didn't even bring Omenana. She brought another church, another denomination. They, in the course of teaching her a lesson, they stripped her naked and took her all over the town, the village, naked. By the time we got involved in that matter, there was pandemonium. We complained that the Muslims in the north apparently make it difficult for Christians to hold crusades and operate freely. And then we come here, we also don't allow some people to operate freely. So how does that speak to the state of human rights in our life? How can you be pointing one finger at some other persons for persecuting you, and then you're persecuting other persons right in your space? Because we don't understand human rights. So there are different types of rights we have, classes of rights. It's not just about, I just wanted to choose a cultural rights to make us understand that this human rights thing is deep. And when you don't allow people to flourish, when you oppress people, you don't get the best out of them. A person who is oppressed cannot be creative. If you doubt what I'm saying, go and check the history of the entertainment industry in Nigeria. Anytime the military takes over in Nigeria, the entertainment industry practically dies, it shuts down. Go and check. Chris Okotie and his colleagues reigned under Shehu Shagare. Go and check the records. The records are there. Once the military took over, all the superstars in music, their career stopped. Because you cannot come to a military administration and be shouting Nigeria, scatter, scatter, Nigeria. You won't sing again. Once certain persons take over power, fear rules the space. Once there is fear, creativity takes backbench. Creativity flows freely, doesn't like to be encumbered. So in any place where people are oppressed, you're actually oppressing creativity and productivity. So the question that we need to discuss next is, what are the rights we should have? Modern day rights. I've mentioned some of them. We have a right to decide how we want to worship, who we want to worship, where, when. But I must also point out that some of the rights that we are going to discuss are not for minors. If you are less than 18 years, there are some rights you shouldn't enjoy because your parents will make those choices for you. So I'm saying it so you will understand. But when you become an adult, you are supposed to be mature enough to make choices for yourself. We have so many rights entrenched in the Constitution. We have the right to life. Nobody's life should be taken without recourse to due process. We have the right to liberty. Nobody should be detained. It's common in Nigeria now, for whatever reason, to detain a human being, sometimes for 6 months, 1 year, and say it for security reasons. No, the laws are clear, very clear about those things. But we choose not to respect the laws because it's politically expedient not to do so. And it's worse in the Southeast. So when you go to Imo State, there is this oppression, something that is very notorious for detaining people indefinitely. When you go to Ebonyi State, recently we released a young man who was detained in the military camp for 3 months. And when we investigated, we found out he didn't really do anything. We presented the real story to the commander. He was released the next day. So he wasted 3 months of his life. Just wasted it. And nobody said, I'm sorry. If it's abroad, he will pay healthy compensation. Not in Nigeria. He will go and do Thanksgiving because he has been released. He will not be talking about compensation. So we also have the right to be treated like human beings. The right to the dignity of the human person. This is one of the few countries in the world where on a regular we see people sitting on the back of trucks. That is, the policemen will arrest us, tell us to sit down on the back of their pickup truck. You come to the police station, they ask you to sit on the floor. Meanwhile, there are empty chairs all over the place, but they'll tell you to sit on the floor. Sometimes I even wonder about my sanity and their own sanity. How can you have chairs that are not occupied and you ask a human being to sit on the floor. So what are the chairs doing there? And the last time I checked, most of those chairs were actually procured by ordinary Nigerians supporting the police. They call them PPR, Police Public Relations Committee, right? And then other well-meaning Nigerians. So we buy chairs and donate to them so we'll be comfortable. Then we come there and they say, sit on the floor. So sometimes I actually go and check whether there are spirits sitting on those chairs. And you find out that they're just empty chairs. But somebody has found the habit of oppressing you to the extent that you submit. That is, the person dehumanizes you. So even when somebody walks into that police station and looks at you, you look like a criminal. He doesn't have to work hard to convince your family that you're a criminal because you are so dehumanized and so you are so in such a bad shape that people will be asking you, that's the first question most of your friends will ask you. They have not asked you what happened, and they assume you are guilty. Because of the way you look like a criminal. They do it intentionally. But assuming you come in a suit and you're sitting down in a dignified manner and you cross your leg, like that our sister there, somebody comes in to look at you, and the person will assume that this is a gentleman. What is he doing here? So they don't want you to look like a gentleman. But the law says you should treat us with respect to the dignity of our person. It's not only about the police and the institutions. We have women and men who have empty rooms in their homes, and their house girls and house boys sleep in the kitchen with rats and rodents. That is an abuse of the right to dignity of that house girl. I was raised in a family where my dad forbade calling anybody house girl or house boy. In my home, when you arrange the order, if the house boy, house girl was placed as if like this is your senior, you gave the person the respect that was due to him. My dad would punish you more for disrespecting a family member than that house. So he taught us to just respect people for being human, not because of the state of their family, economy, state of birth. No, those things came with the package for me. I didn't have to struggle to learn how to respect. I respect everybody. I respect young people. I respect old people. I respect people who are poor. I sometimes I don't know if I respect people who are rich well, because sometimes they don't even deserve the respect. But to just respect them anyhow because they're human. I actually find it easier to respect ordinary people, to make them understand that they are human. They are not any less human because they are not billionaires. But we have lost all that. So we have a plethora of rights, so many rights. Tenants have rights with their landlords. Landlords also have rights. Employees have rights. You don't just wake up and tell an employee you are fired. If you have the guts to say you're fired, you should also have the guts to pay 1 month in lieu of notice. If you have a tenant and the tenant is not quick to vacate the house and not quick to pay you rent, you should be patient. Go to the law. Don't tell me that the law is slow. My dad taught me some lessons. There was a time I had a furniture company and I used to complain too much. All these carpenters, that. My dad said, look, sit down, young man. I sat down. He said, look, if they are smart as you, they will not be in your employment. They will have their own businesses. So your job is to raise them to be who you want them to be, not to complain about them. My dad doesn't talk too much. He will say one thing like the Bible, you can begin to interpret it for yourself. Say, stop complaining about them, raise them. If they are smart as you, they won't be working for you. I learned that lesson. I started training my workers every Saturday. I bought a car and I started complaining about mechanics. My dad said, you have two options. He said, either you sell your car and start using buses, or you go and find good mechanics and relate with them. And he said also, I know one day you complain about tenants. He said, either you don't build a house, or you build a house and tenants will owe you and you manage them. These things come with a package. So if you have a car, you deal with our mechanics. If you have a house, you deal with the tenants. So you don't tell me, no, the tenants are obnoxious. If you have a house, you have to be patient about evicting your tenants. So there are so many rights, I cannot go through all of them. But what I'm saying essentially is that we must get to that point where we understand that these rights are for human beings. They are not for spirits, and we should ensure that these rights are respected. So the big question for me, the elephant in the room, is what are the worst abuses we are currently dealing with in the Southeast? I would have probably spent less time laying the foundation, because for me, this is the big question. And when I have these conversations, I'm not talking as Onyibo, just talking. I talk authoritatively as a person who has probably received the highest number of complaints of anybody in the Southeast. I have received and managed thousands, literally speaking, of complaints from across Alibo. Alibo transcends the Southeast. So we have a unit of HRVC, for instance, in Asaba. I've received thousands of real reports, real time, from people who suffer abuse. So when people argue with me about human rights abuse, I ask them, what do you really know about abuse? Do you have documented cases? How many do you have? I mean, we are talking about how many years? 17 years of sifting through thousands of complaints. So I've been able to find out how the mind of the Igbo man works when it comes to human rights. I've been able to see the worst of abuses. I've been able to see people who do things that are obnoxious. I've seen a man quarrel with a brother. You won't get this. Quarrel with a brother, the same father, the same mother. And because he felt the brother was giving him trouble because he was educated, this person, educated lecturer, speaks a lot of English. This one, businessman with plenty of money. The businessman got angry, went and loaded a trailer with scrap. You know what scrap is? Scrap metal. Then went to the gate of his brother because issues concerning land. Packed the scrap trailer, used it to block the gate, and removed the head of the trailer. I don't know if you understand this story. That is, he used the trailer truck filled with scrap metal to block the entrance of his brother's gate. So the only way the brother could remove that was to go and get the head of a trailer, come and hook it to that stuff, and drag it out of. And then he also left thugs to look after the trailer body to ensure that nobody even hooked it to drag it out. To his brother. I've seen all sorts. So the money God gave him was for the purpose of oppressing, to show his brother, okay, I'm going to put you in your place by using my words to block your gates. That's how cruel people can be sometimes. So what are the worst abuses? Nalibo. The worst abuses we have by far, unfortunately, with the police, Nduwoji, and security agencies. The cases are difficult to manage. And the cases are legion. The first one is monetization of services. Most people don't know it's abuse. So you go to a police station, you want to go and report a case, and they charge you money for reporting the case. You want to go and arrest the suspect, they charge you money for arresting the suspect. And you suggest, okay, I don't want to pay money for you to bring your vehicle. They'll say, bring money for fuel. It's okay, I have a car, let's go with my car. I say, no, we can't go with your car. You have to, okay, let me put fuel in your car. I say, oh, God, you are difficult. That's not how we do it. Bring money for it. So you now decide, okay, I want to bring the money. Make we no quarrel for this matter. So you now ask the person, how much will it cost you to buy fuel from, say, for CID Annex? I'm now using a real case example, to Emene. And the person says 100,000. So you're wondering, is he driving a V12 vehicle that flies in the air or something? That's the person looks in your face and says 100,000. In fact, there was a case we got involved in, and they asked 3 persons to pay 100,000 each for them to go and inspect the site of a dispute, which wasn't a police case. It was a land matter. But somebody took it to the police. I'll get to that. And they collected 300,000 from 3 persons who didn't know their rights to drive from Abani Road to Emene. Of course, our volunteer refused to pay, and they couldn't do anything about it. He said he won't pay. I have a car. If you want to join me, you join me. If you don't want to join me. And when they realized that he wasn't going to budge, they left him and said, no, so we just leave him. But the others paid, knowing fully well that one of them didn't pay. So that speaks to the state of the mind of the Onyibo. We still have that assumption, so you submit to anything that they throw at you. There's the tendency of the police to do what is not their job, like debt recovery. Many of you here know stories of policemen being used to recover debt in business transactions. That is absolutely wrong and untenable. Anytime I say this in public space, people ask me questions like, so, what am I supposed to do? Going to court takes forever. So I say, no. See, my dad taught me some lessons. I've shared some of the lessons. If you do business, people will owe you. So you have to factor that into one of the things you have to deal with. And follow due process. If you don't follow due process, you will pay. I'll quickly tell all of you who may be looking at me as if I'm from the moon that sometimes the oppressor can actually become the oppressed. The hunter can become the hunted. I'll quickly tell you the story of a policewoman who gave a loan to a church member. Church member couldn't pay the money. The money came with 1 million naira interest rate, I think, for 3 months. There was a transaction the woman was doing. The transaction didn't just go through. So she had to pay 2 million capital and 1 million interest. She neither had the capital nor the interest. And what happened? The policewoman arrested her and detained her without evidence of detention. You didn't get that. That is, when you take a person to a police station, you document that you arrested Larry Ogwego and this is the offense he committed. They put her in a cell and there was no documentation. That's abduction. So when the family members go to the station and say, I'm looking for this person, they'll say there's no such person here because the person doesn't even appear in the records. And what was their position? They told the family members after some days, like 5 days, that if you bring the money, we'll release her. That was a simple instruction. Bring 3 million, we'll release her. If you don't bring 3 million, she doesn't go home. The brother came to our office, reported the matter to us. I didn't believe the story. But when we investigated, I asked one simple question. Was this transaction documented? Listen carefully. Because you will learn a lesson from this story. In fact, many lessons. The brother said yes, that my sister said it was documented. Can I have a copy of the document? Yes. And when they brought the copy of the document, it was written clearly that a police officer gave a loan with interest to a friend and a church member. And because the friend couldn't pay, she was detained. I didn't talk about the loan. I didn't talk about the interest. I spoke about 2 things when we wrote our petition. One was abduction. It wasn't arrest because the family didn't even know. It was not officially recorded that she was arrested. But do you know the second case that was interesting? A police officer is not permitted to be a loan shark. She was a loan shark. When we followed up on the second petition, that same woman came back to appeal to the person she held for more than 2 weeks. Of course, they released her. The Deputy Commissioner of Police ordered her release. Immediately, he received the petition, and the woman said, yes, I gave her a loan. But when he showed the woman the second petition that spoke to the fact that we are going to escalate the matter to Police Service Commission, because we are not supposed to be a loan shark. You are giving people loans without being registered for the purpose. You're a police officer. The only business you can do is agriculture. We put our cases in black and white against her. And that woman came to settle the matter. Sorry, but for the purpose of this issue of Ndumiri Nduazu, people understanding that we need to be careful about how we treat people we think are less important or vulnerable. This woman reported the matter to her pastor. That is when she was being harassed. The woman who was owing money. Because she was on the run and reported to the pastor. Pastor brought them to make peace. It was in church, in the pastor's office, that the policewoman arrested her. I verified that from the pastor. How did I meet the pastor? When the policewoman's job was being treated, guess who she ran to? The pastor. What went around just came around. Pastor called for a meeting. And guess what? To release her from the very wicked acts she committed, I insisted she should forfeit both loan and capital. She detained somebody for 2 weeks. Now, some of you may be looking at it as if I'm a very wicked person. But you see, I explained my rationale. I don't do things arbitrarily. My rationale was simple. I told her you have the option of our submitting the petition, following it up, and going to court against you for abduction and illegal detention. The court may award more than the money we are discussing. You may lose your job. The option is that you forget the money, both principal and interest. She forgot the money. Why did she choose to forget the money? She decided to pursue the money the way most of us will pursue it, without any concern for the rights of this other woman, because she was in a position of power. And then because of that approach, she lost the entire money. Do I look like I'm wicked? No. My job was to try to use her as a lesson to other persons in that station who felt that their uniform gave them license to maltreat the rest of us. So there are so many things we can talk about when it comes to security agents, but we're not going to dwell on that. In fact, as we speak, the most frequent reports we get in our office is about police cases and then a few other security agencies. And then you'll be surprised that the next highest number of cases has to do with domestic issues, domestic violence, violence against women, maltreating of children, abuse of children, that's sexual abuse and all sorts of things. Family-related cases. It's actually shocking. It's so bad that the spinsters and bachelors who work in our office are afraid of getting married because sometimes I ask a very funny question. Oh, you are dancing with this person on the wedding day. I ask this question to all the couples that come quarreling. So what happened? What changed? The way they look at me, it's like this man is mischievous. But I asked, so you people did. So did you love him before? I say, oh, God, stop asking me that. I say, no, I have to ask you. So what really changed? But the point I'm making is, when we fight these battles, we fight without rules. You see, a man insists that the wife will not see the child she carried for 9 months because they just are not married anymore. Without considering that the issues of custody and visitation rights is not about only the couple, it's also about the child. The child's mental development will be affected if she doesn't get to relate with either of the parents. So I take time to explain these things. That it's not just about you. When you two were loving one another, you didn't discuss it with this child. She was somewhere enjoying in the spirit realm. You people making the law of Gapote here. And now you are inflicting this injury on the child. Are you guys okay? Meeting with the child before all these things started. No. Sometimes they become sober. I explain to them, no. Whatever issues you have should not be visited on the child. Family matters. I wish I brought it here, but my time was obviously limited, so I decided not to bring some things. But I wanted to bring some tools. A man wrote a constitution for her wife. Actually wrote it and gave the wife. When the woman gave it, he had the courage to give the wife a copy and held a copy. When the woman submitted, I said it's not true. The woman said it's true. Ask him. I asked the man, a lecturer at Federal Polyoko. The man said, I wrote it. What did he write there? You cannot have visitors from your family. That's they won't not turn to sleep. They won't visit. Your friends cannot come. They were 12 commandments. 12 obnoxious and wicked commandments. None of them made sense. The man actually wrote it and gave. I told the man, do you know that I can actually put you in jail with this? Because VAP law has been criminalized. But people don't know. The man wrote something that could put him in jail and gave the wife and said, this is the constitution of this house. An educated man who actually read law in the Open University. I told him, what kind of lawyer are you going to be? So these are the challenges we are dealing with now, Igbo. Of course, one of the things we have to talk about is government agencies and institutions that deal with us without recourse. In fact, my pain is that they don't even deal with us with the intention to reform us or to help us maintain order. When MOT is looking for somebody to arrest, they are not looking at sanitizing traffic, they are looking at revenue. So they wait for you like a hunter waits for a prey. In fact, I think they even manipulate the traffic light. So you are just driving at normal speed. You just move from green to red, bam. You don't know whether to jump on your brake and somebody hits you from behind. You don't know what to do. The moment you pass, the hunter is waiting. The next, you see the hunters pursuing, and they pursue, overtake, and they recover all. Most of the time. And that is wicked. The job of the Ministry of Transport is to make sure the roads are clear. You go to main market, you cannot pass. You go to different places. Their job is to make the roads clear so that we can enjoy the road, not to pursue us. I told them clearly that Ministry of Transport is not a revenue generating agency. If anybody tells you that person is a liar, there are institutions that do not generate revenue for government. They provide an enabling environment for investors to come, for other revenue generating institutions to now have a lot of business that will now make up for the revenue they are not generating. If you don't want to think about it like that, what is the Human Rights Commission going to do? So what revenue are they going to generate? There are institutions that don't generate revenue. So how much revenue do you expect the courts to generate? Do you know how much they pay judges? They give them vehicles. They pay the registrars. So how is a court going to generate revenue for government? There are institutions that create sanity and the environment for things to work. And those institutions must be respected as such institutions. If you convert them to revenue generating agencies, we are destroying the way the natural order of things work. Unfortunately, that is what we see in the Southeast. These things may be happening in other places, but it appears to be worse in the Southeast. And for me, I will also ask myself one other question that is important. I have to do the rest in the next few minutes because that's what I've been told. So the next question that is important is, what is driving abuse in Ali Igbo? What are the causes? What are the things that are driving abuse? The causes are very clear and straightforward. First of all, people lack knowledge. Some of the things I say here sound alien, that even an armed robbery suspect is supposed to be assumed to be guilty until proven innocent, rather, until proven guilty. You don't, even when you saw the person commit the crime, that doesn't justify your assumption of guilt. And I'm not joking. I don't have time to explain it, but I have a classical explanation that when in the villages, in Anambra State and other people ask me questions like, say yes. It may not be Oshi. Sorry, but I'll use this. Sorry. I'll just see how God will help me. But I have to tell this story. I don't know how God inspired that story, but I asked this question, or one day I was put on the spot, as in, how do you explain this? I saw somebody do something. I said, okay, let us imagine that you have a neighbor. You know your neighbor very well. You know all the people who live in that house. And one day they all went to work. And then you saw somebody breaking the door from behind. The person was actually determined to break the door. Then when that person broke the door and went inside, he came out with TV and kept the TV. He went inside again, came out to fridge and kept the fridge. Let's be honest, what will run through your mind? Onyoshi, if you are used to lynching people, what do? You pounce on him, put a tire on the, before he explains, somebody will hit him with a rod from behind. He will pass out. But what if you give him time to explain? And you are like, what are you doing? And he says the house is burning. Can't you smell the smoke? See the smoke. I'm trying to help bring out the property. What will you do at that time? Huh? You verify, isn't it? After that, what do? You join him in bringing out property. Am I correct? So what changed? You interrogated the situation. On the surface, he looked like he was a thief. But when you looked deeper, you found out that he was not a thief. So there are scenarios that look like it's an open and closed case. When you interrogate it, that's why you have court. That's why you have prosecutor. That's why you have defense counsel. That's why the law says you must have a lawyer if you're going to be tried in a criminal case. So that the whole story will come to the surface. And it has to be proven beyond reasonable doubt. So we lack knowledge. And then we have a culture of abuse that has lasted for some time, driven by impunity. The feeling that nothing will happen. That I'll do it and nothing will happen. Police will tell you to your face, I'll waste you and nothing will happen. Landlord will tell you, Nanga Ponda would have to pay you. Don't worry, he gave me. These are things people will tell you. That statement is driven by impunity. The feeling that nothing will happen to me if I do something wrong. That's one of the biggest problems in Nigeria. Beside the so-called corruption. In fact, impunity drives corruption because some Nigerians are corrupt, knowing fully well there won't be consequences for the corruption. So impunity is very dangerous. And then we lack courage. When we are abused, even when we know institutions that can help us, people have come to our office and say, let us fight. They'll say, happier. Police. Say happier. If you know how many times I've felt, and I tell them things like, I should leave it because you feel insecure. What of me that's going to fight the battle? They know my office. They probably know where. So don't you think they should be more angry with me? Why are you a coward? Say, okay, you won't understand. Now, Pastor may be not some happier for God. You see, the problem living in for God is that the person may also repent and God will forgive him. He forgives all our iniquities, including human rights abuses. So sometimes I'll tell you, see, take it to the law. Even God expects us to bear civil authority. When people do what is wrong, report them. It's not unforgiveness. You are sanitizing the society. You have a duty to do that. But our spirituality means that, that we can take all sorts. And then, unfortunately, not only that we lack courage, there is institutional support for human rights abuse. We have governments and governors that act outside the law openly. And when they do that, politicians and political players get this impression that they are also immune, so they can act with impunity. Then their friends and family members and associates borrow the same behavior. So before you know what is happening, the whole society is actually emulating bad example, and then what happens is that we are living in a jungle. But one of the worst challenges we have in our Igbo with this issue that money can fix all things, I want to address that just for 2 minutes. The Igbo man has this belief system that money can actually solve every problem. So he can actually kill someone, or so will ego mechie. That's if he spends enough money, the matter will be closed. That is why they are demolishing your houses all over Nigeria. It's not because they are targeting Igbos. An Igbo man is the only person that you tell, you cannot buy that land. It's on a floodplain. The Igbo man will say, don't worry. No, tell me the truth. And he will start with you that gave him the advice. He will close your mouth with money. You will sell the land to him. Do the documentation, knowing fully well you shouldn't build there. Then when a pharaoh that doesn't know Joseph comes and demolishes the building, because we are the people who believe that money can do everything. If they have 100 houses there, we own 70. So it looks like we were profiled. But the truth is that we are the people who invest in property, and we are the people who must invest, so we buy anywhere. Abuja, same story. Lagos, same story. We have a sense of impunity that if you have enough money, you will tell him, see, one day, he said, when we get to that bridge, we'll cross it. Don't worry, when we get there, we'll solve it. Then when the bulldozers come, he will start looking for media houses to shout, so why are we not going to follow the rules of the game? If you build in the proper place and have your documentation, if they demolish your house, they will pay you compensation. They won't even demolish it. So that issue of impunity, driven by the thinking that money can fix all problems, is very dangerous. So what solutions do we prefer? Because we're interrogating the situation. We must have knowledge. We must make sure the knowledge of human rights covers the entire space. Every place people gather, they should be discussing human rights. It is sad that we are going to have elections in Anambra State tomorrow, and no governor, no candidate is raising human rights as a campaign issue. And the electorate are not talking about it also. It's a big shame. As long as people do not make it the most important conversation, we will continue to suffer as a nation. Why? Because human rights affects and covers every aspect of your life, and I'm not joking. The right to good governance is there. Every other thing, in fact, the right of inclusion. Let me also explain this carefully. Now, when you have a proper government, when you have a proper leader, one of the things you use to assess quality of leadership is their capacity to include persons who are vulnerable. But we live in a country where the last people will consider are the pensioners. Governors award contracts of hundreds of billions of naira, pay the contractors, and tell you they don't have money to pay pensioners who served the state for 35 years. We don't talk about persons with disability. We spoke to a commissioner in ENUGU State some time ago about putting ramps for bus stops, and he asked us how many guys we need the ramp. Somebody who studied architecture with all his knowledge, he doesn't understand that the distance between you, all of you seated here, and crutches and wheelchair, God forbid, is one accident. We are all potentially persons with disability, but for the grace of God. When people have this type of knowledge, they will be more charitable. The fact that you're running around today with 2 legs doesn't mean that you may not lose 2 of them tomorrow. Bah! You don't know what happened. And then you wake up at orthopedic, no 2 legs. You have joined the other side. Then you suddenly become more compassionate, suddenly become more. But you don't have to wait until it happens to you. These are all human rights issues. There's no inclusion. Once you are vulnerable, once you don't have resources, once you don't have power, you are not part of the conversation. Nobody remembers you, nobody talks about you. But the last time I checked, in those other nations that we want to run to, that we want to be like, if you have these challenges, you are treated like a hero. I know a Nigerian, I'm rounding up now, who left the United States. Listen carefully. I know a Nigerian. I was touched by that story. A couple, out of patriotic zeal, left the United States either late 70s or 80s. The man renounced his citizenship. He said he didn't want to be tempted to go back to the US. So he gave up. He did it officially. He burnt his bridge. The wife retained her own. You know, women are more, in some cases, with this smart hand. I hold my own. No. They came to Nigeria. 3 of the families took this decision. They came back to Nigeria. I met one of them. He told me the story. And when the heat was on, 2 of them fled back to US. The one who couldn't travel was because he gave up his citizenship. So he had to start processing again. So he didn't travel back. So he stayed here. Listen to this story. Much later, for medical reasons, the wife went back to the US because all she had to do was to show her social security number. They processed her papers. She went to the US. And she got treatment for free. As they just saw the money, they were like, wow, madam, where have you been all along? But the part that brought tears to my eyes was that she told me that they not only treated her free of charge, they told her benefits that she had from the job she did before she traveled that she didn't know she had. So they gave her a house free of charge in an estate developed for retired persons. An apartment, a 2-bedroom apartment, free. But the one that shocked her was that they paid her a small fortune. Benefits from the work the husband who renounced American citizenship did. That is how a nation functions. A Nigerian will say that Larry deserves no say Larry why no catalytic sin over America. What can you darkness? The man rejected us. We should reject him. Then they will share that money. No, for them the law is sacrosanct. The law says this is your entitlement because you did this work. The man didn't process it. The man left. The wife didn't know. They saw the number, everything popped up on the system. They gave the woman her own and gave her, oh, your husband, he's late. They gave her what belonged to her husband. That is why you're running there. But then, when we learn to respect our rights, when we begin to teach our children knowledge, teach ourselves knowledge, build courage, and then take action to stop institutionalization of human rights abuse. We have institutionalized human rights abuse. We have accepted it to be normal. Families gang up against that daughter-in-law. They say, no, but when it's their own sister, they suddenly gang up to fight the in-law. I don't know if I'm making sense. So the same thing you want to do to another person's daughter, you don't want to happen to your daughter and to your sister. Are you okay? When we get to that point where we learn to take action and stop institutionalization of abuse, then we can be said to observing ndumiri, nduazu, ebwebere, ugobere, biri, kambiri, okata na akpa dibia, kama dibia aru no kono noko. You see, we don't take advice until it becomes too late. I'm challenging us because I see that a lot of us here are elites. We qualify, we're on the side that abuse people, some of us. And I'll remind you that if you want to understand how the Igbo man thinks, go and read things all apart. Okonkwo was a typical Igbo man. Okonkwo was a rich man. He was an influential man. He was a strong man also. He had a reputation for courage. Obierika was a wise man. He didn't have all the things Okonkwo had, but he was a wise Igbo man. He told Okonkwo in one sentence, do not have a hand in the death of that boy. Okonkwo woke up one day because he wanted to maintain his reputation as Okonkwo. He disregarded the advice of Obierika, the wise one. He had a hand in that boy's death. And all of the work he did ended up in being thrown into the evil forest. My prayer for you is that you will not end up like Okonkwo. Respect the rights of ordinary people. I've seen a magistrate remanded in prison in ENUGU because of a house girl. I've seen a couple remanded in prison in Anambra State because of a house girl. I've seen people who assume that they are Okonkwo, that they are impenetrable, that they are the standard of measure of fame and strength, that they are untouchable, and they go and do something that they assume that this house girl doesn't have anybody. And your turn may be the day the law will wake up. Suddenly, what everybody had escaped with will pursue you and catch you. That is not my prayer for you. I pray that, unlike Okonkwo, you will understand that God gave you power and resources so that after a day like this that you invest in spreading this news. Igbo land cannot fulfill its potential for economic dominance. Igbo land cannot fulfill its potential for political participation. Igbo land cannot maximize any potential until we firmly address the hidden monster of human rights abuse. Never end up like Okonkwo. Use your strength to be a blessing to the vulnerable. Thank you, and God bless you.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, court adjourns case on ADC leadership suit indefinitely as plaintiff seeks reassignment of case. Gunmen kill 13, injure scores in fresh plateau attack. South African president faces call to resign after court ruling. Trump's attempt to impose new 10% tariffs gets struck down by a panel of judges. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are starting judicial matters. The Federal High Court in Abuja has again adjourned indefinitely a suit filed by a factional leader of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, Nafiu Bala Gombe, following a request by the plaintiff seeking the transfer of the case to another judge. Justice Emeka Nwite adjourned the matter on Friday after parties clashed over a letter written by the plaintiffs to the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court seeking the reassignment of the suit. The suit was earlier stalled following an interlocutory appeal filed by the second defendant, David Mark, which eventually traveled to the Supreme Court. At Friday's proceedings, counsel for the plaintiff, Luka Musa Haruna, informed the court that the Apex Court had on April 30th, 2026, delivered judgment in the interlocutory appeal and dismissed the appeal for lacking in merit, and also set aside the Court of Appeals order staying proceedings in the substantive suit. The lawyer, however, disclosed that the plaintiff had, through a letter dated May 4, 2026, applied to the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court for the transfer of the case to another judge, and that the letter has already been transmitted to the court registrar for administrative decision of the Chief Judge. Former President Goodluck Jonathan on Friday formally opposed a lawsuit seeking to prevent him from contesting the 2027 presidential election. Counsel to the former president and senior advocate of Nigeria, Chris Uche, informed an Abuja Federal High Court presided over by Justice Peter Lifu that Jonathan had already filed the necessary legal processes challenging the suit. Uche disclosed that Jonathan's legal team acted swiftly after learning about the matter through media reports by submitting a conditional appearance, preliminary objection, counter affidavit, and written address on May 5th, urging the court to strike out the case. He argued that the case centers on the former president's eligibility to seek office again in 2027, insisting that the issue had already been settled by the courts, including the Court of Appeal. Counsel to the plaintiff, Ndubisi Ubai, however, told the court that he had only just received Jonathan's response and needed time to study the documents and file a reply. Following the submissions, Justice Lifu adjourned proceedings until May 11th for hearing on both the preliminary objection and the substantive suit, and directed that the hearing notices be served on the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, and the Attorney General of the Federation, both of whom were absent in court. The suit was instituted by lawyer John Mary Jidobi, who is asking the court to permanently stop Jonathan from participating in the 2027 presidential race. An Abuja Federal High Court presided over by Justice Mohammed Umar has dismissed the no-case submission made by an activist, Omoyele Sowore, in the case of alleged cyberbullying of President Bola Tinubu brought against him by the Department of State Services, DSS. The DSS is suing Mr. Sowore for allegedly calling President Bola Ahmed Tinubu a criminal on his X handle. The court held that Sowore has a case to answer by providing explanations to some issues raised by the prosecution, as a prima facie case has been established by the prosecution. The court also held that the activist used his social media handle to make a post, as testified by the prosecution witness. Reacting to the ruling of the court on his no-case submission, Sowore, through his counsel, sought the permission of the judge to address him, which was granted by the court. Sowore told Justice Umar that he was not confident that he would get justice from a court that had humiliated his counsel by asking him to kneel, and also from a court that had subjected him to all forms of harassment. He asked Justice Umar to recuse himself from his trial, and that he would file an application to that effect. The court adjourned the case to the 19th of May for further hearing. The national leader of the Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, Senator Seraki Dixon, says the party will focus on promoting good governance, national unity, economic prosperity, and greater inclusion of women and youths in leadership. Dixon stated this in Abuja when the party welcomed the minority leader of the Edo State House of Assembly and other persons into the party. Correspondent Nasir Usman completes the story.
The atmosphere was calm as former Deputy Governor of Gombe State, Lazarus Yoriwa, minority leader of Edo State House of Assembly, Honorable Charity, and others were received by the national leader of the Nigerian Democratic Congress in Abuja.
Welcome you to the party that is now there to salvage Nigeria. a party that is out to promote good governance, unify our country, fight and defeat insecurity and terrorism, promote economic prosperity, promote women and youth inclusion, and take Nigeria back to the top where we used to be.
Speaking during the reception of new party members, Senator Seraki Dixon said the NDC will be focused on promoting good governance, national unity, economic prosperity, and greater inclusion of women and youth in leadership. The former Bayelsa governor further says NDC is an ideological party committed to principle-based politics and respect for democratic processes and the rule of law.
We know that these are electioneering times, and politics is fueled by ambitions. And I used to teach people that in this game, all ambitions are legitimate. All legitimate. They are legitimate and they are all equal. It's the duty of the party to respect everyone and to provide a fair chance for all. So please, for those of you coming, please, this is not a platform for transactional politics. This is a platform for ideological politics of service. When something is right and fair and good, we say so. When something is wrong, we condemn it. And we come up with a solution to do better.
The Edo State Assembly members attributed their decision to what they describe as unresolved crisis within their former party.
The NDC party failed National Democratic Congress. The party that carries everybody. It's a party that my values don't have to drop them. It's a party where what I believe in, I can still do it. It's a party where it's true, honest, and fair. You know, there's so much, they cut off the head of it. What's next? Anymore, it's not. But because of the PDP leaders that recently started joining a decade ago to date, they decided to destroy the party in the spot. I God wish NDC will take us in the future, take us in better Edo, take us in better Nigeria.
Wonderful delegation from Edo State that have come to join the movie train that will change the narratives, that will take Edo State to Kaduna, to Sokoto, to Lagos, to Imo, across the 36 states, including FCT, to the highest level. With NDC, we are covered.
We want a change. We know what we are going through in this country, especially the peasant man in the village. You can imagine our security situation in this country. Just this reason, we are lost in this country. Just security reason. Talk less of adding the economic hardship our people are going through. The problems in this country cannot be enumerated, but we are sure with NDC, things will work well. I'm calling on Nigerians, let's join hands together in NDC and salvage this country for the better.
The massive defection of new members into the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, is seen as part of the NDC's ongoing efforts nationwide to expand its influence ahead of the 2027 general elections. In Abuja, Nasiru Usman for Signature TV.
Tragedy struck again in Plateau State on Friday, as suspected gunmen reportedly killed no fewer than 13 persons in a fresh attack in the Kwal district of Bassa local government area. The incident, which occurred in the early hours, threw the community into panic, leaving several residents with varying degrees of injury. Eyewitnesses told newsmen that the attackers invaded the community at about midnight, opening fire indiscriminately before attacking residents with machetes and other dangerous weapons. The assailants were said to have moved from house to house, targeting innocent residents and leaving a trail of death and destruction. forcing many residents to escape into nearby bushes, while several others were left injured. Confirming the incident, Secretary General of the ENUGU Development Association, Danjuma Auta, described the attack as barbaric, tragic, and condemnable. He lamented the recurring attacks on communities in Bassa local government area and other parts of Plateau State, calling on security agencies to strengthen surveillance and provide adequate protection for vulnerable rural communities. The House of Representatives has approved 2.28 trillion naira as the 2026 budget of the Federal Capital Territory Administration. The approval followed the adoption of the harmonized report of the Senate and House of Representatives committees on FCT and area councils. Of the amount approved, 1.74 trillion naira is earmarked for capital projects, while 165 billion naira is for personnel costs and 378 billion naira for overhead. The House also passed the 2026 budget of the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, put at 1.75 trillion naira. Outside the chamber, former Delta lawmaker Nicholas Osai described direct primary as the most democratic process for political parties, saying it encourages wider participation by party members. The former lawmaker, who declared his intention to return to the House under the APC, also defended the role of money in politics and said his ambition is aimed at attracting development projects and improving infrastructure in his constituency.
Consensus can be built up when a family in a political party believes that we should give peace a chance to allow one of us to go. But the most democratic aspects of the lawmaking and the clause that the current 10th Assembly have put is a direct primary. And APC National Working Committee has aligned with direct primary. You could see when the national chairman spoke, that was 3 or 4 days ago, he talks about that APC National Working Committee has adopted direct primary. I think direct primary brings about what we call participatory democracy. And under a participatory democracy, you could see that whoever emerges victory, there's always that joy, that you receive when a lot of people voted for you from the beginning who are party members.
The House of Representatives is set to investigate alleged debts owed the federal government by agencies, parastatals, and other bodies within and outside Nigeria. The probe followed a motion sponsored by Katsina-born lawmaker Salisu Majigiri and 5 other lawmakers who raised concerns over Nigeria's rising debt profile. The lawmakers noted that as of September 30th, 2025, Nigeria's total public debt stood at over 153 trillion naira, driven largely by increased domestic borrowing and currency depreciation.
Aware that while the federal government has been diligent in servicing its debt, less attention has been placed on debt recovery as tool for show-off of the revenue profile of the federal government of Nigeria.
Honorable Zanna, Honorable Shetima, Honorable Ibrahim
is owed huge sums of money within and outside the country, including judgment debts.
Order.
These sums are held by state and non-state actors, ministries, departments, and agencies of government.
In another motion, the House called for an investigation into the persistent increase in the prices of building materials across the country. sponsor of the motion, Bayelsa lawmaker Oboku of 4G, argued that despite local sourcing of major raw materials, Nigerians continue to face high construction costs.
Concerned that the price of 50 kg bags of cement has risen sharply from above 7,500 in the late 2025 to between 11,500 and 12,100 in 2026, representing an increase of approximately 50 to 60% within the short period of time. As further concerned that within the same period, steel prices have increased by 20%, chap sand price by about 25%. Other materials such as granite and timber have also recorded significant increases.
In another motion, Bayelsa lawmaker Mary Ebikake urged the House to intervene in the alleged failure of O&O Nigeria PLC to fulfill its corporate social responsibility to some communities in her constituency, including the provision of electricity.
Worried that given the sensitive and often fragile relationship between oil companies and host communities in the Niger Delta, such conduct could trigger adverse reaction with far-reaching and potentially destabilizing consequences if not urgently addressed by the House and relevant authorities. Convinced that the prolonged blackout in these communities has significantly disrupted social and economic life and has contributed to increasing distrust and tension between the host communities and the company.
The House also tasks the federal government to urgently resettle over 10,000 internally displaced persons from Mate, currently taking refuge in Monguno local government area of Borno State, following a motion by Bukar Talba, who said the displaced persons have remained in difficult conditions after fleeing attacks in their communities. The Nigerian Senate has reversed its controversial amendment barring first-time senators from contesting presiding offices, reopening the race for Senate President and Deputy Senate President ahead of 2027. The amendment, introduced on Tuesday, had restricted leadership positions to ranking and returning lawmakers of the current assembly. But during Thursday's plenary, presided over by Deputy Senate President Barau Jibrin, senators adopted a motion by Senate Leader Opeyemi Bamidele rescinding the rule.
That the Senate recalls that the Senate standing orders were considered and amended on Tuesday, 5th day of May 2026. Senate observes that upon further legislative and constitutional review, certain provisions introduced under Order 2, Subsection 2, and Order 3, Subsection 1, may give rise to constitutional inconsistencies and unintended tensions with the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as altered, particularly Section 52 thereof. Senate notes that it is necessary to ensure that the standing orders of the Senate remain fully consistent with constitutional provisions, establish parliamentary conventions, and legislative practice. Senate further notes that the Senate possesses the inherent parliamentary authority
Senator Adams Oshomole had argued that there was no need to rush the amendment, stressing that divergent opinions should be allowed in the lawmaking process.
I believe the average age in this Senate must be over 40. And so we don't have excuse for youthful exuberance. So when we are making a law, we should accommodate divergent views. That way, what one person forgot, the other person will remember. The way we rush the rules, because certain people wanted certain things concluded, is what led to this error. That is just the point I want to make. That next time we should allow debate. That's it.
Well, point of order.
However, the Deputy Senate President ruled him out of order, stating that the issue had already been resolved.
Well, this is a very straightforward motion. It's just for us to go in conformity with the Constitution. And I thank you, Leader, for being observant, for being up to your game as a leader of the Senate by making this observation. It's something that is very, very clear, and we don't need any debate in respect of this. So those in favor of this motion for decision, please say aye. And those against say nay. The ayes have it. The provision of Order 2, Sub 2, and Order 3, as provided in the Senate Standing Order, is hereby amended.
Worldwide race to trace passengers from hantavirus hits cruise ship. Iran claims it has seized offending oil tanker in Gulf of Oman. Details of these and more on the international scene.
The Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, welcomes all delegates to its inaugural national convention holding on Saturday, 9th of May, 2026. Venue, Los Angeles Event Center, Amadu Bello Way by Mabuchi, FCT Abuja. Time, 10 a.m. NDC service. Announcer, Senator Moses Cleopas, National Chairman, NDC.
South African opposition leader Julius Malema has called on President Cyril Ramaphosa to resign after the Constitutional Court ruled that Parliament had violated the Constitution by blocking moves to impeach him in 2022. The judgment follows a legal challenge by Malema's economic freedom fighters and others and could result in fresh impeachment proceedings. Ramaphosa's office said he respects the judgment. Impeachment proceedings were blocked 4 years ago in a parliamentary vote. At that time, Ramaphosa's African National Congress had a majority in parliament. But since the 2024 general elections, the ANC has been governing in a coalition. President Donald Trump's 10% across-the-board tariffs are in jeopardy after a federal court ruled them illegal on Thursday, dealing a second major blow this year to the president's signature economic policy. In a 2-1 ruling, the panel of judges at the U.S. Court of International Trade found the administration lacked the justification to enact tariffs under a 1974 trade law known as Section 122. The administration began to enact these tariffs after a Supreme Court ruling earlier this year rendered its most sweeping levies illegal. Thursday's rulings call for the administration to cease collecting these tariffs from the plaintiffs and refund prior payments. Health authorities across the globe are racing to trace dozens of people who disembarked from a cruise ship before an outbreak of hantavirus was detected, and anyone who has come in close contact with them since. 5 cases have now been confirmed, including 3 deaths, following an outbreak on the Dutch vessel MV Hondius, the World Health Organization has said. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps claims to have captured an oil tanker, Ocean Koi, in a special operation in the Gulf of Oman, saying the vessel was attempting to disrupt oil exports and the interests of the Iranian nation, according to state media. In a statement carried by the Fars news agency, a spokesperson from the army said the Iranian Navy's Rangers and Marines detected the offending tanker to the southern coast of the country. According to the IRNA news agency, A statement from the army said it would powerfully defend the interests and assets of the Iranian nation in the territorial waters of the country and will not tolerate any violators or aggressors. And that's it on the foreign news. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
That's the size of our package. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
The Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, welcomes all delegates to its inaugural national convention holding on Saturday, 9th of May, 2026. Venue, Los Angeles Event Center, Amadu Bello Way by Mabuchi, FCT Abuja. Time, 10 a.m. NDC service. Announcer, Senator Moses Cleopas, National Chairman, NDC.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments.
Welcome to The Sage, the program where together we journey to uncover the many hidden treasures in our country. I am Dr. Kechi Obuagu, your privileged sage on this journey. Come work with me. Come discover with me. In this first episode, and many of the subsequent episodes perhaps to come, we shall be looking at a particular problem of huge importance to our country, Nigeria, and to many other countries across the world. The issue of unemployment, the issue of economic disempowerment. Let me just say that I don't know whether those of you out there are aware of the fact that approximately 80%, that is my rough estimate, of the people in this our country is made up of young people 40 years and below. And our statistics actually say that of this huge population of young people, 40 to 45% of them have no jobs or are underemployed. That's a huge number. That's millions of them. But we also do know that employment has been made so much worse by the pandemic that is currently on all over the world. And therefore, there's an even more urgent need to do something about it. It's not something that government alone can address. We need a multi-sectoral approach where every hand must come on deck, whether it's government or private sector or the NGO sector. In my auspices as the president of Conversations for Change, we are so keenly aware of this. And that is why a prominent part of that program, we're an international nonprofit, is actually helping young people who are keen on being entrepreneurs to become successful entrepreneurs. And so bear with us, because in the next few episodes, you will see many of those amazing young people who have made a success of their business. But again, let me say to many of you, as we said in our pilot episode, that while, yes, we will, to begin with, showcase these homegrown ones, we are open to hearing from many, many of you out there who feel either you are or that you know other wonderful entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs who can be showcased, whom we can learn from. And so in this episode, I'm so excited. I'm so excited because we have a wonderful discovery for you. A young lady, extremely talented, dynamic, hardworking, creative, innovative. I could go on and on. A young lady that truly, truly has inspired me for the past few months. Stay with me. We shall unveil the package. Welcome back to the Sage. I am Dr. Kechi Obuago, your privileged sage on this journey of adventure. It is with a great deal of pleasure that I introduce Ngozi Roland Onwegwumoke.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Welcome to the show. And before I hand over to you and ask you to tell us a little bit about yourself, let me say something more, one more thing about Ngozi. You see, I never get tired of talking about Ngozi. But not only is Ngozi hardworking and enterprising, I think one of the things that endeared me to Ngozi after I met her is she embodies that concept of social entrepreneurship. Mm-hmm. A heart that is large, a heart that gives from her own successes, that forever is wanting to teach, to mentor, to take others along with her. And she's a living testimony of the fact that when you give, that is when you truly receive. Ngozi, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Please tell us about yourself.
Thank you. I'm Ngozi Roland Onwegwumoke, a graduate of agricultural economics from the Premium University of Ibadan. I also hold a master's degree in business administration. I am the CEO of Safi Event Managers, an event management and catering outfit. I'm also the CEO of Sem Foods and Spices, where we produce natural and healthy spices. I'm also the convener of Business Mind Foundation.
Wow.
A foundation that brings entrepreneurs and intending entrepreneurs together to help create visibility for their business, to also see how we can create partnership and encourage intending entrepreneurs to start up. And it's been a wonderful journey. It's been awesome, and I'm happy to be here today.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for being with us and agreeing to share. Ngozi, tell us a little about your business. What inspired you? How did you venture into this?
Just like a lot of young people, I would say unemployment pushed me into converting my passion, which is cooking, of course, into a business. That was how the event management and catering outfits came into play. But like the catering industry that we know, it's saturated. So I decided to create a niche for myself, which is the MSG-free catering. That is cooking without our conventional seasoning cubes. And of course, I can't cook for the whole world. So I started thinking of how can I make these available to people who I can't reach out to. And that's when I decided to create the natural spices. Of course, I may not be able to cook for you, but I can send my spice to you irrespective of your location. And so I launched Sem Spices. And 2 weeks after, I had a terrible, terrible accident that almost took my life. In fact, I had about 28 stitches in my head. So it was a downtime for me. It almost led me into depression. I was discouraged. And the money I used in starting the business, funny enough, was money that was deposited for a wedding I was supposed to cater for. You know, I had this dream, I had this vision, this plan that, You know, like a lot of Nigerians will say, I will just blow when I start, you know. But it didn't happen. I didn't see it happen. And then the wedding was still coming, irrespective of my accident, of course. I was still going to cater for the wedding. So it was a downtime for me. And along the line, a friend told me about Conversation for Change. Oh, there's an application for a fellowship program, and of course, they could give you grants and all that. I said, Nigeria, they've come again. Which one is fellowship program and grants? You know, so I reluctantly applied. And I was surprised. Like 2 days later, I got a call. We are invited for an interview. I said, are these people real? Interview? How? Because I remember I didn't even upload some of my documents. I was like, okay, let me just go and see for myself what's happening. And I was told that out of over 200 applicants, 60 were shortlisted, and I was among the 60. I was like, okay. You know, I met the panel, I shared my experience, my passion. It's my passion, so when I'm talking about it, you know it's a passion, you know. So I talked to them and they said, okay, we'll get back to you. And out of the 60, 15 were shortlisted. And I was still part of them. I was like, okay, I can see, you know. And then we started the fellowship program. They took us through a lot of training. And it made me understand business from a different perspective. So I would say Conversation for Change inspired me to take the next step. They taught me not just to build a business to finance my immediate needs, but to build a legacy for my unborn generation. They taught me how to build structure in my business. So it's a major inspiration. And from there, you talked about social entrepreneurship. Honestly, I didn't even think about that or know about that until I came to Conversation for Change. So they told us what social entrepreneurship was, about giving back. And that was what birthed Business Mind Foundation. Because I thought, I've learned something from this platform. I can teach it to others who don't have the privilege.
Yeah,
of
how wonderful.
This knowledge.
How truly wonderful.
And today, glory to God, over 1,200 members, and we are growing. So C4C is a major inspiration for my business.
Great. This is, I'm overwhelmed myself. I wasn't quite expecting to hear that.
Okay.
But it is what you are. And for us in C4C, it just brings out all those qualities which we are convinced is what we need for this country, for the world as a whole. That where young people come out, have the courage, follow their dream and their passion, work hard, and then, but also with a spirit of giving, that is the answer to the world's problem. Yeah. So Ngozi, wonderful. Thank you for being on the show and for sharing what drives you and the various brands you're in. Stay with us. When we come back, Ngozi will tell us a little bit more about how she survived the COVID, or perhaps you haven't survived. Stay with us. We'll be back. Thank you, viewers, for continuing to remain with us. As for me, I can never stop enjoying talking to you. So we had a wonderful story, but let me ask you for a little bit more in terms of details. How did your 3 branches grow? What is the structure? And so on. What were the challenges? What did you find as the milestones? And how indeed, so in addition to a little more understanding of your various arms of business and how you have grown, over time, I know you have, but also how have you survived the COVID?
Thank you very much. It's not been an easy journey. Before I joined the C4C fellowship program, I had just 4 spices. And to the glory of God, today we have over 20. We have new products as well.
Wow.
We have our teas, we have our granulas, then we have our date powder.
Okay.
So it's been an amazing journey, not easy, but like I said, what C4C did for me was to take me back to the roots. It was like starting afresh. I had to get everything right, from my accounting to my staff management to my customer service. I had to build a structure. I started afresh, trying to write down the visions, trying to create my business plan. I started doing my business canvas, and it helped me put everything I needed in place. So yes, I didn't have everything I needed available, but I had it at the back of my mind that this is what I need to make this business succeed. You know, a lot of people go into business without really knowing what it takes. So at the end of the day, when they get into, when they are faced with challenges, you see it's a problem. So apart from putting this whole idea on paper, having the knowledge of what I needed, I tried to anticipate possible challenges so that when they occur, I just easily go over them instead of them taking me back. So building this structure helped me to know, okay, this is what I make from my sales. In fact, first of all, I had to start afresh to be sure that I'm even making profits. Because the first thing they taught us in C4C was, is your business a profitable one? So I had to go back to say, okay. And I discovered that, funny enough, in some of my products, I wasn't making profits. So I had to go back to the drawing board to make sure that I got everything right. So my costing, you know, some of these new entrepreneurs, when you're starting a business, you don't know you have to equate like the NEPA bills and all that. So these are things knowledges that I was equipped with during the fellowship program. So in building the structure, I knew the number of staffs I needed. I could afford at that particular time so that I don't run at a loss. So I knew the competence, what I needed to look out for in getting my staff. I knew what I needed as a person to also upgrade myself in terms of knowledge. So what I did was to try, because the whole spice thing, I didn't go for training. I wasn't trained on it. It was just a natural thing that came into me. So I needed to do some short courses to make sure I was on point. So when I'm talking to people, I'm not just talking from the point of passion, I'm talking from the point of experience and authority. So it's a different thing when somebody comes to tell you that, oh, use this, and then this happens. But I'm telling you what's going to happen, so I'm ready and equipped for every question you have for me. And I see that has even encouraged a lot of people to patronize me. Then part of the challenge was funding, which was something that Conversation for Change really helped me. From the grant I got, I was able to get the major equipment which I needed, which was a dehydrator. Because the dehydrator for my kind of business is very important. The difference between sun drying and dehydrating is sun drying reduces some of the nutrients of those ingredients I use. But when I dehydrate, it just eliminates the water content of the ingredients. So the funding aspect of the challenge. Then because I was a new business, a lot of people have this, oh, she's new, does she know what she's doing? Entering the market was a big deal. So the next thing I did was gifting. I give you my product for free. Go and try it out. If you
trial will convince you.
A trial will convince you. So I knew I was selling trust and not cash. So I took that bold step. So initially it wasn't so profitable because I had to use my money to get money. So by the time people started using it, I started getting return customers and referrals. So that was how the business grew. And then people started calling me. So even in the COVID period, of course, the catering business was almost locked down, you know. And then I thought to myself, okay, there's a pandemic. How do I come in? How do I help? How do I make money from the situation? And I said, okay, I have something I am offering, which is a healthier alternative to like the conventional spices you have in the market. I started researching, which is one of the major things I learned from C4C. You don't just go into things like that. You have to research. You have to read. You have to, go to the internet. What do you do with your YouTube? What do you do to Google? You have to get information and be updated. So I said, okay, this is a pandemic that, of course, attacks the immune system. What can I offer? And that was how
Great question. Great question.
So I went back to the drawing board and I said, okay, we have to boost our immune system. And then I brought my flu tea, which is an immune booster. And I put it up on social media. Get this product for your natural way to just prevent the whole COVID thing. And funny enough, it sold. This COVID has been my best period.
Wow.
Not in terms of the pandemic, but in terms of business. I've made my maximum profits. I made sales of over 1.5 million in COVID alone from my spices and my teas. And then the COVID, because a lot of people were at home, they started paying more attention to their health. They started having time for social media to read, okay, what's new, what's healthy. So in the COVID, my vision expanded from creating healthy alternatives to conventional spices to creating healthy alternatives to everything that enters your mouth. So name it. We started with our teas. We started with our granola and we went into date powder production, which is, of course, your natural alternative to your sugar. So even if you're diabetic, of course, you can use it for your cereal, you can use it for your tea. But the flute tea has been amazing. And we have also launched our calming tea to help reduce the stress.
You didn't bring flute tea for us to see?
To help reduce the stress the COVID has brought. But a lot of people have lost their jobs. A lot of people are going through emotional stress. All you just need is our calming tea and you're good. And everything is 100% natural. No artificial additive, no preservatives. Even in the COVID period, another advantage we had where we started having distributors.
Okay.
We started having customers from different states. So what we did was look for the logistic companies that were allowed to move during the pandemic, and people started registering to be distributors. So it made it easily available for my clients, for my customers, to have it at their tips whenever they need it. So right now we are in over 12 states and it's growing. Even in Abuja, we have distributors in Abuja as it is, you know. So it's like my promise to my customers, I'm bringing this product closer to you. So that is when we launched into the distributorship thing. And it's been amazing and it's really growing. But the most important thing I learned is to sell trust and not trash. Because when you pay attention to quality above profit, the business or the product speaks for itself.
I love that. To sell trust and not trash. That should be a motto for every business in this country, indeed in the world. When you provide quality to your clients, to your customers, that is the sure road to sustainable success and probably true success.
Oh, yes.
I love that. I love that. Let's take a break, but stay with us because we still have some wonderful things to discuss with Ngozi. Welcome back. We've come almost to the end, but still a very, very interesting and stimulating part. Ngozi, let me ask you, can you describe a little bit more about your business? How big is it? How many people do you provide jobs for? You know, yeah, let's whet the appetite of people out there.
Currently, I have 2 permanent staffs and 3 contract staff. Then we have about 12 distributors. So I would say I'm also creating jobs for them because they are selling my products and making extra cash. And the beautiful thing is that most of those distributors have businesses that were really affected by the COVID. So the spice business for them is an alternative income for them. And since it's growing, in fact, I have some of them order for as much as 150 packs of these spices, like twice in a week or monthly and all that as the order comes. So it's been a really productive part for alternative for them, productive would I call it
enterprise, their own productivity,
well.
yeah.
Yes. And apart from that, I do what I call unbranded wholesale. So you might be using some spice that tastes like mine. It's also mine, but it's not my brand. So I produce for
in
those
bulk.
who, yes, in bulk.
Okay.
So they
okay.
rebrand and repackage in their name.
My kitchen would like to hear that.
Okay, so I also encourage people that want to go into the spice production business, but you don't want to use my brand name, so I can produce for you and then you work with your brand. So it's like also expand. For me, it's increasing production and sale, of course.
Okay.
But, so don't be surprised when you try out some spice and you're like, oh, it tastes like some spices. It's actually some spices.
Yeah. Are there investment opportunities?
Oh yes, we have actually started. I have a product here. This is a spiced crayfish. I know a lot of people are like, which one is spiced crayfish again? You know, like I said, we're creating healthy alternatives to your conventional spices, but we're also being creative. Spiced crayfish basically is a combination of lots of protein you can cook with it. And like this one, you can see it's cheap crayfish. This actually is a product for an investor. So when we invest in our business, what we do is we create a unique spice for you.
Okay.
So it's like you selling your product with our brand name because we are already known for what we do. So it's, I wouldn't say franchising basically, but for the investor, like this particular spice, the Chi stands for Chinyere. Chinyere, Dr. Chinyere, she's in the US. So, but she saw our product, she liked what we did and said, okay, she wants to buy into this. I said, okay, I'll create a unique spice for you. So all the account details for this spice are kept separately from the business account. So we keep tabs of what is happening. So she gives us a percentage and then gets her money back.
Wow, that's a great incentive. Yeah. That shows a real business acumen. Thank you so much. Yeah. And to all the potential investors out there, where you don't want to work, but you want to make money, think about Ngozi's business. Ngozi, thank you so much. It's been great having you on the show. But a last word to our viewers? What would you say to other young people out there?
Entrepreneurship is not an easy journey, but for me as a person, giving up doesn't exist. It does not exist in my dictionary. Whatever the challenge is, you can overcome it. But first, build a structure. Your brain is not for storage, it's for thinking. So when you think, it's important to write down, because what you don't write down, you're quick to forget. So if you have that business idea, write it down. Write the vision down. Write everything it will take to succeed. And then, as you go along at the journey, you can tick. Write everything you need. Do your business plan. It doesn't have to be a complicated document, but it's a guide for you, because every step you take, you can go back and see, what am I doing? Am I derailing from the plan? And with so much passion, you can achieve anything. Why I always ask people, what you do, are you passionate about it? Because when every other thing fails, passion becomes that drive that keeps you going. So keep at it. Giving up is not an excuse at all.
Absolutely. Giving up is not an option. Yeah. I don't think we could possibly end on a better note than that. Giving up should never be an option. Ngozi is wonderful, Ngozi is special, but there are many, many Ngozis out there. And so I echo her words. And if we truly create enough mass of young people who genuinely take on entrepreneurship and make a success of it, we will reduce the unemployment rates significantly in our country. Thank you all so much. We shall continue to bring to you wonderful young people like Ngozi. There are many more lined up for our show. There are many more out there. Please do write in if you would like to be part of the show and feature. We've had a great time. I hope you have had too. Once again, I'm Dr. Kechi Obuagu, your privileged guide on this journey. I thank you. Till the next time.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more.